Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku Got Trained by Batman's and Became His Successor Part 1. Before we start, please go support zdforrest for writing that awesome fanfic. Izuku Midoriya has always wanted to be a hero. But the death of his childhood friend at the hands of a villain, and his idol denouncing his dream, his faith in himself, and this hero's society has been shaken to its core. But one man still sees his potential and takes him under his wing, or batwing as it were, and teaches him that he can be a hero, even without a quirk. Chapter 1: Can I be a hero? Pro-heroes are always risking their lives. Some villains can't be beaten without powers. So can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Izuku Midoriya's heart sank into his stomach. His knees were weak and he felt sick. His world was crashing down around him, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. The shrunken, sickly visage before him had shattered for him the image of the symbol of peace that he worshipped and idolized for so long. And worst of all, that same hero, Izuku's hero since childhood, had confirmed his worst fear of all, that his dream, to become a pro-hero, will never come true. "I see," was all Izuku managed to say. His voice felt as if it wasn't his own. He couldn't believe this was happening. He had imagined this scenario so many times, had imagined his hero telling him differently, that no matter what anyone else, Kaisen, his classmates, anyone, said to him, that he could still become a hero. But in the end, it was all a fantasy. The frail Almight hoisted himself off of the ground and began to walk towards the stairwell that led from the roof where they stood and into the building. Seeing the distraught look on the boy's face, Almight made an attempt to comfort him. "If you want to help people, there are plenty of other ways to do it," he said. "You could become a police officer. They get crap because the heroes capture most of the villains, but it's a fine profession." Almight stopped at the door. "It's not bad to have a dream, young man," he said. "Just make sure your dreams are attainable. Realistic, understand?" And with that, he left, Izuku still standing in the same spot, unable to move, unable to even breathe. In his mind, his life seemed to flash before him, every image the same: the doctor who callously told him his quirk would never come, Kaisen's continuous bullying for being quirkless, his classmates flaunting their powers to him, and lastly, his mother, his sweet, loving mother, blaming herself for the death of his dreams. Finally, Izuku's knees gave out beneath him. The cement of the rooftop felt cold as he fell in a heap atop it. It wasn't fair. It just wasn't fair. He had never wanted anything more in his life, yet fate cruelly snatched it from him. All his work, all his hopes, all his dreams, gone in an instant. Deku tried to pick himself up off the rooftop. He knew he had to be home soon. But he couldn't move. He couldn't stop the tears as they flowed freely down his face. He didn't know how long he was there on that roof, but it felt like an eternity. The words of his hero echoed in his mind, over and over again. "Can you be a hero? Not without a quirk." In an office building a few miles away, a handsome man, appearing to be in his late 40s, sat in a lavish office behind a large mahogany desk and laptop computer. On the computer screen, he was watching the scene on the rooftop between the hero Almight and the young boy he rescued. He had an aerial drone trained on the symbol of peace and had it tracking him for some time now. Normally, he was very difficult to follow. He was very fast, despite his bulky frame. But today, the drone had managed to spot him going after a sludge monster wreaking havoc in the city. Though it had lost him for a minute as the chase led into the sewer system, the drone caught up with him in time to catch footage of him rescuing a young boy from the clutches of the monster. After bringing him around, he leaped away, but the boy was still clinging to him. After a brief struggle, they descended and landed on a rooftop. The audio receptors on the drone managed to pick up their conversation. The boy wanted to become a hero, even though he did not have any powers. What happened next was a surprise to both the boy and the man watching. The symbol of peace literally deflated from his hulking, massive figure into a frail and sickly man. The man watching the feed had learned of the hero's injuries during a secret fight 5 years ago. This immediately piqued the man's interest, but he would have to investigate this at a later time. Finally, Almight answered the boy's question. "Can you become a hero?" "Not without a quirk." This answer visibly rattled the boy, and the man watching could almost feel the pain and sadness that he must have been feeling. Almight had picked himself up and left through the rooftop door. The boy collapsed to his knees on the rooftop, sobbing, and remained there for a while before leaving himself. The man scratched his chin, considering the young man. To see the boy's world taken from him, and to be unable to do anything about it reminded the man of a time long ago. But he then noticed something else. He backed up and augmented the feed, zooming in on All Might's pocket. The bottle that All Might had stuffed the sludge monster into was gone. He reversed the footage and managed to see the bottle dropping from All Might's pocket as he soared through the sky with the boy. This could be bad. The man tapped on a button that was hidden under his desk. The wall behind him parted, revealing a small opening. The man disappeared through the opening, the wall closing behind him. The fire blazed in the street as the heroes and emergency teams fought to keep the situation contained. They couldn't get close to it, and what's worse is that his quirk made it too fluid and slippery to lay hands upon it. And worse than that, he had taken a hostage. Explosions erupted from inside the monster, having little to no effect on it. The boy was trying to free himself, but the monster was too strong. The heroes were too afraid for the boy's safety to get too close, and others were physically unable to approach, as was the case with Mount Lady. The situation was bad, and they did not know how much longer the boy could last. The fire steadily grew worse. Thunder seemed to roll across the sky above the heroes. It seemed to get louder by the minute. "Look!" shouted a civilian, pointing toward the sky. Heroes looked up to realize that it wasn't thundering at all, but a small, jet-black aircraft quickly approaching. "What is that?" shouted the hero Death Arms. "Is it one of ours?" "I don't know," Kamui Woods, the Arbor hero, shouted back. "I've never seen it before." A projectile was shot out of the aircraft, toward the monster and its hostage. Startled, the creature attempted to swat it away, but it became lodged inside the appendage it had used. As quickly as it had come, the projectile exploded into ice, which continued to creep throughout the villain, who began to panic. "What the hell is happening?" it shouted, trying to break the ice. But when it touched the ice with another of its appendages, ice began to form on it as well. Another shot rang out as a large wire buried itself deeply into the creature, grasping onto the boy, and ripping him from the monster's grasp. The creature roared as his hostage was torn from him, and tried to retrieve him. But the ice continued to spread at a rapid pace. The creature knew it would soon be encased in the ice, and decided to cut its losses. Separating itself from its frozen portion, it slithered away at a rapid pace, finally disappearing into an open manhole. "What was that?" Death Arms said incredulously. As if in answer to his question, a dark figure began to walk towards them. It was a tall, muscular man. He was dressed in a thick, dark gray suit with a black cape torn at the base billowing behind him, and a large bat-like symbol across his chest. His cowl obscured most of his face, and had large points on the sides of the mask. He carried the boy in his arms as he walked past the heroes towards the ambulance standing by. He placed the boy on the stretcher and watched as the EMTs tried to revive the boy. But even as he laid him down, the man knew that it was already too late. The heroes had waited too long to rescue the boy. Finally, the EMT listened to the boy's heartbeat. After a minute or so, he shook his head. The heroes looked in horror as they draped a sheet over the boy's lifeless body. The monster had encased him in itself, and too much sludge had been ingested and inhaled by the boy. He was gone. One of the heroes began to approach the man in black, but before he could, he lifted his arms straight into the air and shot a cable from a small, gun-like device, lifting him up towards the small plane that was passing overhead. And as quickly as he came, he was gone. In the crowd, a tall, frail-looking man with dark shadows under his eyes began to tremble, grasping his side as blood began to seep from his mouth. He knew the boy was dead, and he knew that it was his fault. His rookie mistake had cost the life of a young man, and he was to blame. After what seemed like an eternity, he turned and walked away, his head hanging in regret. Izuku had returned to school the day following his encounter with All Might. He had been so depressed that he couldn't remember how long he had stayed on that rooftop before he wandered home and went to bed. It seemed like minutes, but it could have been hours. He had never been so lost in all his life. But in the end, he knew he could no longer deny what he had always known in his heart: he would never be a hero. It was time to set his sights on other avenues. Perhaps he could still go to UA, just in their general studies program. But the thought of going to UA and watching other students become heroes while he didn't put a knot in his stomach. He knew he would have to decide soon. But he had wanted to be a hero for so long, he was at a complete loss for what to do next. He didn't think anyone could get as low as he was feeling right now. But then Izuku got to class. The classroom was solemn. There was a picture of Kaisen on the desk, and a black ribbon was tied around the corner of the frame. Izuku went numb and looked at Kaken's desk. It was empty. Their teacher was sitting at his desk, and Izuku approached him. "Sensei," he said, panicking. "What happened? Where's Kaken?" The teacher looked at him, stunned. "You don't know? It was all over the news last night." "What was?" Izuku said in a frightened tone. The teacher's eyes widened. He really didn't know. He took Izuku out into the hallway, where they can be alone. "I understand Bakugo was your childhood friend," the teacher said. "So, this makes it difficult for me to tell you this. Bakugo passed away last night." The words hit Izuku like a freight train. He felt distant from himself, standing in the hallway with his teacher as if he was viewing the situation from a distance. He didn't know what to think. He and Kaken weren't really friends anymore. Over the years, the rift between them grew wider as Kaken's quirk grew, and Izuku stayed put. But despite his constant bullying, Izuku still admired him and had always hoped one day that their friendship could be rekindled. But now that would never happen. He was gone, just like that. "How?" Izuku said, his voice barely a squeaky whisper. "How did it happen?" "He was killed by a villain," said the teacher. "Some kind of sludge monster." Izuku's face snapped up, his eyes meeting the teacher's. "What did you say?" The teacher looked at him with surprise. "I said that he was killed by a sludge monster," the teacher repeated. Izuku's breath stalled in his lungs. He felt dizzy, sick to his stomach. He held his hand to the wall to steady himself. The teacher reached out his hand to steady him. "Easy, Midoriya, what's wrong?" "I have to go," said Izuku quietly. "What?" said the teacher. "But class hasn't even started dash." "I have to go." Izuku flew past his teacher, running down the hall before the teacher could stop him. Izuku didn't know where he was going, he just had to run. It was his fault. It was all his fault, and Kaken died for it. Izuku somehow found himself outside, and he just kept running. Down the street, into a neighborhood, past some shops, he just kept running. Tears streamed down his face as he ran, causing the wind on his face to sting with cold. Almight was right. He was no hero. He had gotten his best friend killed. How could he even think he could be a hero when he... Izuku stopped abruptly. He thought he had heard something loud enough to shake him from his haze. Someone was shouting. It was close. Very close. Without thinking, he ran towards the source of the noise. There was a burly man who had cornered a young woman, no older than Izuku himself. She had brown, short hair above her shoulders, with only her bangs at her face extending longer. Her face was round, with full cheeks that seemed to perpetually blush. The burly man was approaching her. She was frightened, but she stood her ground. "Stay back!" she shouted, extending her hand. "I'm warning you!" "Hey, kid," said the man. "I'm just looking for a handout. You look like you could spare some. Maybe there's something else you can do for me as well." The man licked his lips, causing a chill to run down Izuku's spine. He advanced upon the girl, grabbing her by the wrist. Izuku acted. Without thinking, his legs seemingly moving by themselves, he ran towards the girl and her attacker. "Hey, creep! Leave her alone!" he shouted, with more bravery than he actually felt. The attacker looked in Izuku's direction, and before he had time to react, Izuku had hurled his backpack towards him, striking him hard in the face. The man howled with pain, releasing the girl. Turning towards Izuku, the man activated his quirk, the nails on his fingers growing into sharp, steel-like knives. Shit was all Izuku could think. What do I do now? Despite the fear he felt, he stood his ground, his legs shaking in his shoes. I mean it! Leave her alone if you know what's good for you. Bratty kids! Snarled the knife man. You need to learn your place. He began to advance on Izuku, who lifted his skinny arms to fight, well aware that he had no chance of victory. But the knife man began to float. Hey! What's going on? The knife man yelped, flailing as he ascended higher into the air. Behind him was the girl he had attacked. She seemed to be straining, one hand over her mouth, the other extended outwards. Whoa, thought Izuku. She can make things float. That's so cool. Immediately, he started to catalog this in his mind and instinctively reached for his notebook, but realized it was on the ground in front of him. He simply watched as the knife man flailed and screamed as they climbed higher and higher into the air. Finally, the girl put her fingertips together. Release! She said. The attacker plummeted to the ground, landing squarely on his head, unconscious. Izuku was about to congratulate the girl when he noticed her turn away from him, clutching her mouth. An instant later, she vomited all over the ground. Shaking, Izuku approached her. Are you okay? He said. The girl wiped her mouth, smiling weakly. Yeah, I'm fine, she said. I just get nauseous if I use my quirk too much. Her eyes widened as she realized. Thank you for helping me. Izuku felt his face flush bright red. He had never really talked to a girl, much less rescue one. It's nothing, he stammered. It honestly didn't look like you needed help, really. Then he remembered. But your quirk is so cool. You can make things float. Yeah, the girl replied, smiling. But you were amazing too. My name is Okdash. Are you kids all right? A police officer was running over to them. Someone reported a mugging. He motioned to the unconscious knife man. Is this him? The girl and Izuku nodded. The officer cuffed the perpetrator and all three of them were then taken to the police station where the knife man was booked and the kids gave their accounts on the situation. Their parents were called, and they were both commended for their quick thinking in this situation. As Izuku was leaving, he heard the girl call after him. Wait, she said. Would you exchange numbers with me? Izuku felt his face flush again. Sure. As he wrote down his number, she said to him. Thank you again for helping me. My name is Ochako Uraraka. What's yours? Aizawa. Izuku paused. He glanced at the news report on the television behind Uraraka. It was displaying Kaken's face and a picture of the sludge villain that killed him. His heart fell into his feet as he heard the reporter. And the villain, reported to be a sludge-like creature, is still at large. Still at large, the words repeated themselves in Izuku's head. Still at large, still at large, still at large. The creature got away. Izuku felt sick again, his knees weak. Uraraka looked at him with an alarmed expression on her face. Hey, are you all right? She said, helping Izuku steady himself. Are you sick? I have to go, Izuku said, getting to his feet. I'm sorry, I have to go. And without another word, Izuku ran before Uraraka could stop him. As Izuku ran towards his home, his heart ached with regret and fear. Not only had he been responsible for the creature getting away from Almight and killing his friend, but it was still out there somewhere. Someone else could be hurt by it. And it would be all Izuku's fault. Izuku ran and ran until he arrived at home. Across the street from the police station, no one had noticed a small aerial drone fly past. Its mission had been accomplished, and the operator was bringing it home. Izuku sighed as he finally walked through the front door of his house. I'm home, he called out. It was only his mother and himself. His father worked overseas and rarely made it home to visit, so Izuku didn't see much of him. Izuku! His mother came scurrying from the living room toward him at a surprisingly fast pace for someone of her height. She wrapped her arms around him, tears in her eyes. When I got the call from the police, I was so scared, she said, breaking away and wiping her tears. Are you all right? I'm fine, Mom, Izuku lied. I'm just tired. They said you saved that girl, she said, pinching his cheek like she always did, ever since he was little. I'm so proud of you. You're a hero, just like you always wanted to be. Those words made Izuku sick. No, I'm not, he said dismissively. Look, Mom, I'm very tired. I would just like to go to bed. It was only the late afternoon, but Izuku wanted to be alone. Oh, okay, replied his mother, a little confused. Would you like some dinner first? I'm not hungry. And with that, he brushed past her and went straight to his room. He lay on his bed, his stomach twisting with knots. His heart ached. His dream was over, his hero was a fraud, his best friend was dead because of him, and the villain that killed him got away. It's not fair, thought Izuku, finally allowing the tears to flow freely. It's just not fair. Izuku looked in the direction of his school bag. It was slightly open and exposed a slightly burned notebook inside of it. Izuku opened the bag and took it out. It was the notes he had accumulated on different heroes that Kaisen had burnt. Almost absent-mindedly, he began to sift through the pages, until he stopped at the page with Almight's autograph. Izuku felt an anger welling up inside him that he had never felt before. It wasn't just anger, but a white-hot rage. It built so fast that in as little as a few seconds he felt as if it would burst from him, like pressurized carbonation in a shaken-up soda bottle. He ran to his window, tore it open, and threw the book out with all the strength he could muster. He saw it tumbling into the distance, losing it as it plummeted towards the ground. He took a deep breath. The anger dissipated, almost as quickly as it had come. But it left him feeling drained, so he returned to his bed and collapsed onto it, ready for sleep to overtake him. He felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He pulled it out to see a text from an unknown number. Hello? It read. This is Ochako Uraraka, the girl from the police station. I wanted to thank you again for your help today. I didn't get a chance to properly thank you, or to even get your name. Well, I hope this message finds you and I hope you will text me back. A girl was texting him. Izuku felt himself get flustered again. For a brief moment, he was able to forget all his problems, all he was feeling, and he began composing a response. Hello? He typed. I'm sorry I ran off like that so quickly. You see, I had Izuku stopped. His stomach was in knots again. He thought of Kaisen, of Almight, of the sludge villain. He couldn't tell her the circumstances that led to their meeting, or why he was running in the first place. Nor did he want to. Erasing his message, he instead simply typed. My name is Izuku Midoriya. You can call me Deku. Chapter 2: The Sponsorship. The next couple of weeks were really hard for Izuku. His attitude had taken a turn for the worse. Gone was the timid, shy boy of before. He became more aggressive, angrier. Students would still pick on him for being quirkless would wind up with a bloody nose from him. The fact that he was getting in trouble for fighting was a shock to both students and teachers alike. This was not like Izuku. Not like him at all. You need to shape up, young man, his teacher scolded after another fight. Izuku had gotten beaten up pretty bad. The student had a strong quirk, and despite Izuku's knowledge of hero combat, he hadn't put it into practice very often. How do you expect to get into UA if you are labeled a delinquent? The teacher continued. Izuku said nothing. He had given up trying to get into UA. Even if he managed to get in, there was no way he could keep up with the rest of the students there. UA was out of his league. Uraraka had been texting him periodically. They had developed a friendship, and her text had become the only ray of light in his life. She told him that she was applying to the UA High Hero program when she graduated at the end of the year. She had encouraged him to apply as well. He always let the conversation drop from there. Izuku still blamed himself for the death of Kaisen. What was worse is that Izuku couldn't tell anyone about what happened without risking exposing Almight. Almight, Izuku thought bitterly. Why should I care about keeping his stupid secret? He was the one who crushed my dream, who didn't stop the villain from killing Kaisen. He's no hero. But despite this, Izuku still kept his mouth shut. His mother was worried sick, this he knew. He felt guilty for how he was making her worry, but he couldn't pretend that he was the same happy kid he used to be. He had changed, and he knew it. He had told her he no longer wanted to be a hero and was shocked. She tried to talk to him about the fights he was getting into at school, and about Kaken's death, but Izuku would just shut down. He knew she was worried. But he didn't know what else to do with himself. As far as he was concerned, his life was over before it even began. "Izuku, honey?" He heard his mother call to his room. He sighed and lifted himself off his bed, walking towards the living room. To his surprise, she wasn't alone. Seated on the couch across from his mother was a man in what looked like an expensive suit. He was a foreigner, probably American if he had to guess. He stood as Izuku entered the room. "Izuku," his mother said. "This is Bruce Wayne. He's a businessman from America." "A pleasure," said Wayne, extending his hand. Izuku didn't take it. "What's this about?" Izuku asked plainly. "Izuku! Don't be rude," his mother scolded. "That's quite all right, Miss Midoriya," replied Wayne. Despite being American, he spoke impeccable Japanese. He was tall, standing at least at 6 feet 2 inches, and had a large, powerful build under his suit. His speech and demeanor were friendly, but his eyes suggested a power behind them that would make even the strongest of men crumble to dust. He sat back down on the couch. "He's a man who gets straight to the point. I like that." He reached into a briefcase and pulled out a few pamphlets, handing them to Izuku and his mother. "The reason I came," said Wayne, "is that my company, Wayne Enterprises, represents the Martha Wayne Foundation, an organization that assists in the funding of certain special interest projects, artistic ventures, hospitals, research, and so on. The Martha Wayne Foundation also has a strong interest in schools for the gifted. Specifically, here in Japan, we are a large benefactor to UA High School, as it is the premier hero academy in the nation." Izuku narrowed his eyes. "Because of this," Wayne continued, "I have the opportunity to sponsor a potential student of my choice to attend UA High." He looked Izuku straight in the eyes with a powerful stare. "I believe that you are the right choice for this opportunity." Izuku didn't know what to say. His head was swimming with questions. Why did he want to sponsor him, of all people? On top of that, he had finally begun to put the pain of not being a hero behind him and was ready to move on. Now, this stranger drops into his life and starts dangling it in front of him like a steak to a starving dog. Finally, after a moment, Izuku found his words. "Well, you're wasting your time. I'm not gifted. There are dozens of kids at my school who are a much better fit than I am for sponsorship. Your mother tells me that you helped stop a mugging the other day," said Wayne. "You rushed in to save a stranger from a potentially dangerous situation without hesitation. I believe this makes you uniquely qualified." Izuku sighed. "Well, you'd be wrong," he replied. "Uraraka was the one who actually stopped the attacker. I simply provided a long enough distraction for her to use her quirk." Izuku met Wayne's gaze with the same intensity, but Wayne didn't falter. "I don't know if this is some publicity stunt or what," Izuku said after a minute. "But you'd be better off sponsoring someone who actually has an interest in becoming a hero, not to mention someone who actually has a quirk." "Izuku," his mother said incredulously, "this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "Of course, he'll accept your offer," she said to Wayne. "He'd be foolish not to." "No," said Izuku flatly. "I'm being realistic. The Quirkless have no business being heroes." He turned and began to walk away, but Wayne stopped him, holding onto his arm. "Before you go, young man," he said, "I'd like to tell you something. I don't make this offer lightly. It doesn't matter to me if you have a quirk or not. I believe that a hero can be anyone, even you." Izuku pulled away. "No," he said simply. "They can't." And with that, he walked away, returning to his room. "I am so sorry," Izuku's mother said, tears welling in her eyes. "He recently lost his childhood friend to a villain. He hasn't been the same since." "It's quite all right," said Wayne. He gave Miss Midoriya a business card. "The offer still stands. Let me know if he changes his mind." Izuku had gotten quite a lashing from his mother. She burst into his room, tears streaming from her eyes. "Why did you act in such a way?" she had shouted. "What has gotten into you?" "I don't want to talk about it," said Izuku, turning away from her on his bed. His mother was having none of it. "He had offered you an opportunity you have dreamed about since you were little. A week ago you would have jumped at the chance." She began to tremble, her tears flowing freely now. "What has happened to my little Izuku?" Izuku didn't budge. "He grew up, Mom." And with that, she slid the door shut with a loud bang, and Izuku heard her stomp away. Izuku knew she had every reason to be angry. But she didn't understand how upsetting the situation was to Izuku. As far as he was concerned, fate had dealt to him a cruel hand of wanting to be a hero but had given him no quirk to make it possible. Even the symbol of peace told him his dreams were unrealistic. And yet fate still continued to torment him by sending Bruce Wayne to him with sponsorship. It was as if he was a starving leash dog being dangled a succulent piece of meat, just out of reach. It was torture. He rolled over onto his bed, fighting his tears. He wanted to forget it all Might, UA High School, the professional heroes, all of it. He looked all around his room, at the posters and action figures of All Might. His unending smile once inspired confidence, hope, and safety in Izuku's heart. Now, all he could see is the thin, sickly shadow of his former self that he had become. Just looking at the memorabilia that lined his room made him sick and angry. Picking himself up, he tore the posters from his walls and packed up all the action figures and merchandise that represented his former hero, All Might. Putting them all in an old box, he went out back to the dumpster behind his house to finally put an end to the pain they gave him, once and for all. The box dropped into the nearly empty dumpster with a satisfying clang. Brushing his hands against each other, Izuku turned to leave. But as he did, in the corner of his eye he saw one of the All Might figures at the top of the box. He was wearing his Silver Age costume, his never-ending smile seemed to shine, despite the lack of light. Izuku paused. The reality of what he just did weighed heavily on him. It was the end of an era for him. His passion to become a hero had been the driving force in Izuku's life for so long, and All Might represented all he aspired to be. Now that he knew the truth, it felt as if his entire life was a lie and all that he worked for only fed the lie. The thought of All Might made Izuku angrier. He slammed the lid of the dumpster down hard, the sound it made scaring a couple of alley cats away. Izuku sighed, collecting himself. He had done it. Every last bit of his past possessions that represented his desire to be a hero was gone. It was all over. "I thought that All Might was the symbol that all heroes aspired to be." The voice spoke behind him, causing Izuku to jump out of his skin, falling on his rear. He hadn't seen the figure before, as his outfit had hidden him well in the shadows. The first thing Izuku saw were his eyes. Ghostly white that glowed in the darkness. As he became focused, Izuku was able to see the massive figure the eyes were attached to. It was a man, Izuku was sure of it, but not like any man he had seen before. The man was large, standing easily over 6 foot tall. His hulking, muscular frame was hardly hidden beneath a skin-tight dark gray bodysuit, which appeared to Izuku, who regularly studied hero costumes, to be some form of Kevlar armor. He wore thick black combat boots that stopped at the knee, with matching black gloves and bracers that covered the forearm. Each bracer had 3 curved blades protruding from them. A black billowing cape that reached just above his feet was attached to a black cowl, open only at the jawline and below the nose. 2 ear-like spikes protruded from the top of the cowl. Finally, a large, black bat was stretched across his chest, a symbol that Izuku vaguely recognized. The man advanced on Izuku, who was too frightened to move. He stopped at Izuku's feet and folded his arms as if expecting Izuku to do something. After a pause, the man spoke. "Do you know who I am?" he said in that deep, gravelly voice. It was quiet, but it shook Izuku to his core. He imagined it was the very same voice the Grim Reaper would use. Izuku racked his brain, trying to answer the question. But he was too frightened to speak. After studying the symbol on his chest, he finally found his words. "I've heard stories about you," he said. "But I wasn't sure if you were even real." "Most aren't," said Batman, extending his hand for Izuku, helping him up. "What have you heard?" "A lot of things," said Izuku. You're like a modern-day boogeyman. Some people say that you can disappear in a wisp of smoke, like a ninja. Or transform into a savage beast. They all call you. Izuku swallowed, pushing out the word. Komori. The bat. The man nodded, a small smirk appearing on his dark face. Stories that criminals tell each other that fuels their fear of me, he said. I am vengeance. I am the knight incarnate. I am justice. I am Batman. What are you doing here? Izuku said quietly. He couldn't believe that he was standing just a few feet away from a legend itself. Very few people claimed to have seen the Batman, and their stories always varied. One man, after his encounter, claimed the Batman burst into 1,000 bats that attacked him all at once. Another said that he moved faster than lightning in the shadows. Another account claimed that he had emptied an entire clip of bullets, but was ultimately useless against the hero. The Batman considered him for a minute. Since you were a small boy, you dreamed of being a hero, he said, surprising Izuku. How could he know that about him? In fact, why did he know that about Izuku? Of all people, why him? What would this dark hero from America possibly want with him? But now it seems you have revoked that dream, Batman continued, looking at the Almight merchandise Izuku just discarded. But why? Izuku stared at him. It didn't make any sense. I don't want to be a hero, Izuku replied plainly. The Batman raised an eyebrow under his cowl, which seemed to be made of a material that was able to contort with his facial expressions. Really? He said, more of a statement than a question. He lifted his hand, a small circular device resting in it. In an instant, the device sprang to life and revealed a hollow projection of Izuku and Uraraka with the knife-wielding criminal. You saw the situation and acted without thinking, he said. Brash and careless, running headlong into danger without a plan. But nonetheless, the intention was clear. You wanted to save this young woman. He put away the hollow projector, leaving Izuku stunned. How had he gotten that footage? Maybe a mobile phone, but it looked like it was taken from an aerial position. He didn't remember seeing anything or anyone flying around them, but he was distracted at the time. These actions, continued the Batman, do not reflect someone who does not wish to be a hero. I was just doing what anyone else would have done, said Izuku, trying to brush it off. Wrong, said the Batman flatly. Anyone else would have gone for help, or called the police. Izuku's fear was rapidly being replaced with annoyance. Why did he have to explain himself to this stranger? What did he even want from him? What does it matter what I did? Said Izuku, finally rising to his feet. Because you still acted in the face of danger in an effort to save someone who was in distress, despite not having a quirk, said Batman. Izuku froze. How did you know that? He said. The Batman pulled up the hollow projector again, this time displaying some sort of file with Izuku's picture. Midoriya Izuku, said the Batman. Age 15. Quirk none. Born to Hisashi Midoriya, Quirk, fire breath, and Inko Midoriya, Quirk, attraction, limited to small objects. The projection changed to his medical records, indicating lack of manifestation of quirk. There's nothing I don't know about you, Midoriya, said the bat, sending a chill down Izuku's spine. Izuku had had enough of this. What do you want with me? He said angrily, a little louder than he meant to. The Batman didn't react. You're angry, said the Batman. That's good. Good? Spat Midoriya. What was good about being angry? He was making less and less sense by the minute. You haven't answered my question. Why are you bothering me? Why do you have all this information on me? What do you want with me? The Batman drew closer. Izuku wanted to run away, but he couldn't. He rose his fists defensively. The Batman stopped. I have no intention to harm you, he said, a slightly amused look on his face. One of his gloved hands that were concealed by his cape held out an object for Izuku to take. It was his notebook. How did you get this? Izuku said, taking it. Despite the anger he felt when he discarded it, having it returned to him undamaged was a somewhat welcome sight for Izuku. Even at your age, your analytical abilities are impressive, said Batman, ignoring the question. Izuku flipped through the pages, stopping once again on the Almight signature. He felt the anger again before, but it quickly evolved into Izuku didn't quite know, but like a strange feeling of bitterness. It doesn't matter anymore, Izuku said finally. Neither does wanting to be a hero. You know I don't have a quirk. Some villains just can't be beaten without a quirk. Is that you talking, or All Might? Izuku's head snapped up. Batman's face was passive. Izuku swallowed hard. If he knew what All Might said to him, then he would know All Might's secret. But even so, he didn't want to bring it up and test his luck, so he remained silent. The Batman didn't press him. If hearing that all throughout your life didn't stop you then, what is stopping you now? Caution flashed through Izuku's memory. He felt sick again, as he usually did when he remembered him. Izuku could feel the tears returning to his eyes, but he pushed them away. I don't deserve to be a hero, he said finally. I can't save anyone. Not everyone can be saved, said Batman. Izuku felt himself trembling. The guilt had been building up inside him for weeks. He didn't know how much more he could take before going crazy. What if, he said quietly, what if you were the cause? Batman said nothing, tilting his head slightly. He was waiting for an explanation. What if, Izuku continued, someone died because of you? Your actions caused someone to be killed. That would mean that you weren't meant to be a hero, right? You're asking a question that's not really a question, said Batman. Something did happen, didn't it? This time Izuku said nothing. He felt as though his heart was going to burst from his chest. His throat swelled, and despite his efforts, tears began to form again in his eyes. He felt something resting upon his shoulder. Looking up, he saw it was the massive, gloved hand of the Batman. He was looking down at Izuku, this time with what looked like compassion, understanding. Don't fight it, Midoriya, he said softly. Feel your pain. Own it. Master it. Izuku broke down, dropping to his knees. He could feel the tears streaming down his face, the weight of all the pain and guilt he felt since Kaken's death pouring out of him through his sobs. It's all my fault, he said finally. If it wasn't for me, Kaken would still be alive. If it wasn't for me, All Might would have stopped that sludge monster. I caused it to get away. All Might said I couldn't be a hero without a quirk, and that I should give up and do something else, Izuku continued. And Kaken died because of me. And the monster is still out there. It's all my fault. Batman waited for Izuku to calm down. Finally, he lifted Izuku up to his feet. A hero's life is laced with tragedy, he said. It's an unavoidable part of the mission. You can't undo what you did, but you can use it to make you stronger. But what if I told you, the Batman continued, that you could bring your friend's murderer to justice? Izuku could hardly dare believe it was possible. How? He said. That is up to you, replied the Batman. And whether or not you are prepared to do what is necessary. He took a device from his belt and handed it to Izuku. It was a smartphone, but one that Izuku was not familiar with. You are to keep this on you at all times, said Batman. When the time is right, we'll be in touch. He then backed away from Izuku and began to walk away. Wait! Izuku called after him. When the time is right for what? The Batman glanced over his shoulder, taking a gun-like device from his belt. Your training, he replied. You, Izuku Midoriya, will become a hero. That I promise. And without another word, the gun device fired a long cable, and the Batman disappeared into the night, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. For the first time since his talk with All Might, he felt a small ray of hope shining in his heart. Chapter 3 Protégé of the Bat. It had been a week since Izuku's encounter with the Batman. If it wasn't for the device that he carried with him, he may have thought it had been a hallucination. Although he didn't know entirely what was going to happen, he had a feeling that it was the right direction to be going. He also felt that he was about to embark on the most difficult journey of his life. He didn't know the half of it. Izuku waited patiently for Batman to contact him on the device. It looked like a simple smartphone, but it seemed to be connected to some sort of virtual private network, rather than to any of the regular cell phone carriers in the city. He had played around with it a little but was nervous about messing something up, so he left it alone for the most part. Izuku couldn't get over the last thing that the Batman said to him: "You, Izuku Midoriya, will become a hero. That I promise." For the first time in his life, he had validation. He had someone who believed in him. Someone to guide him and help him to become a hero. He could hardly wait. Izuku was in study hall when he suddenly felt his phone vibrating. He still regularly chatted with Uraraka, so it was probably a text from her. But it kept vibrating. It was a call. He glanced down at his backpack and froze. He could see his phone in the front pouch of the backpack. The ringing continued in his pocket. This was it. This was the call. Izuku stood upright suddenly and informed the startled teacher he had to go to the bathroom. Running out into the hall, he found a secluded area and took a breath. His hands shaking, he took the phone out of his pocket. Batman's symbol was stretched across the screen as it rang. Hardly daring to breathe, Izuku answered it. Hello? He squeaked into the phone. Surprisingly, it wasn't that gruff, sandpaper-like voice he was expecting. Hello, is this Master Midoriya? It was the voice of an older individual, respectful and formal, with an accent that Izuku placed as British. And he knew Izuku's name. Yes, Izuku replied, stunned. Yes, this is Izuku Midoriya. Jolly good, the man replied. I will be arriving promptly after school to take you to meet with your benefactor. Look for the limousine. And with that, the call disconnected, leaving Izuku dumbfounded. He was bursting with questions. Who on earth was that? Should he trust him? Well, Izuku thought. He was calling on this line, so he must know Batman. I didn't know he had partners. After a minute or so, Izuku looked around him to see people in the hall staring at him. He had been muttering to himself again. Blushing, he decided it was best to hold his questions until the end of school. He would have to call his mother to let her know he would be staying after school to avoid concern. He started to walk back to class when he paused. Did he say limousine? Izuku walked slowly as he anxiously looked throughout the courtyard for his contact. All he knew was that he was looking for a foreigner with a limousine. Something like was not seen very often in this area of the city, so he should stick out like a sore thumb. But Izuku didn't see anyone yet. It was all so confusing, so nerve-wracking. He was going to be trained by this Batman, but what did that entail? How would he? Master Midoriya, I presume, said a voice behind him. Izuku jumped about a foot as he spun around. Before he stood a tall man, wearing a fine suit, complete with white gloves and wingtipped shoes. His wrinkled face, gray mustache, and balding hair gave him a grandfatherly look, with the kind but piercing blue eyes behind his spectacles. He smiled warmly at Izuku. What is it with you guys and sneaking up on people? Said Izuku, rubbing his palpitating chest. Terribly sorry, said the man, smiling a little. A side effect of being in the employ of a man who dresses like a flying rodent. He bowed respectfully. Alfred Pennyworth, at your service. Mr. Pennyworth, Izuku began. Please, Master Midoriya, replied Alfred. Just Alfred will do nicely. Alfred, said Izuku. What exactly is going on? All will be made clear to you once we have arrived at our destination, young master, said Alfred, tapping the side of his nose. If you would be so kind as to follow me. Izuku felt extremely self-conscious as he approached the limousine parked outside the school. There were students and passers-by, some from his class, that gawked as he passed them. He could only imagine the questions that they would bombard him with tomorrow. He had no idea how he was going to answer them. Once inside, Izuku was amazed at how luxurious the accommodations of the limousine were. The seats were expensive leather, with plenty of leg space. There were a built-in television, telephone, and mini-fridge. The air conditioning felt great to Izuku after such a hot and humid day. The floor of the interior was a fine carpet that felt plush beneath Izuku's shoes. Izuku had never been in such luxury before but was not entirely surprised. Even though pro-heroes were paid by the government for their services, many of them had separate businesses that capitalized on their popularity. This allowed the most popular, such as Almight, to enjoy some of the finest luxuries money could buy. The trip only took about 20 minutes. Alfred had taken him into uptown Kamino, where Alfred guided him into a large office building. The security guard at the desk waved them through with a nod, and they entered the elevator. Alfred waved a keycard in front of the scanner and pushed a button to take them to the penthouse office. When the elevator opened, it revealed to be a long, partially lit hallway, lined with windows on each side that opened to an expansive view of the city. Alfred led him down the hallway, which led a large pair of double doors. Alfred opened the door and led Izuku in. Inside was an extravagant office. It was minimally decorated, with a large desk, 2 couches, an armchair, and a few paintings that lined the walls. Izuku assumed that each piece was very expensive. The desk was located at the end of the room, a large computer screen resting on top of it. High on the wall behind them was a large oil painting of a handsome, mustached man, standing next to a beautiful woman. Someone was sitting at the desk. Their face was obstructed by the computer screen. Alfred cleared his throat. "Your guest has arrived, Master Wayne." Bruce Wayne stood up from behind the desk, smiling at Izuku's shocked expression. "Thank you, Alfred," he replied. Alfred simply bowed and excused himself, leaving Izuku and Wayne alone. Izuku was confused, trying to piece together what just happened in his mind. Wayne said nothing, simply leaning against the front of the desk, smiling as Izuku wrestled with this turn of events. "Mr. Wayne?" Izuku said finally. "I don't understand. Why are you here? What's going on?" "You're about to find out," Wayne replied. He walked back behind his desk and pressed the underside of his desk. The wall behind him parted just below the painting, revealing a dark corridor that Wayne started to walk down, gesturing Izuku to follow him. At the end of the dark corridor was a large, metal cage elevator, which opened for them as they approached. There were only 2 buttons on the elevator, up and down. Wayne pressed the down button, and they began their descent. Izuku didn't know how long the elevator descent was. Probably minutes, but it felt like an eternity. As the elevator descended lower, Izuku had the feeling that they had traveled below ground, but the elevator continued deeper. Finally, it came to a shaking halt, and the cage door before them swung open. The way before them was dimly lit, and appeared to be some sort of empty warehouse. Wayne pursued forward without hesitation, Izuku trailing behind him apprehensively. "Lights on," said Wayne, his voice echoing. Immediately, the warehouse lights flashed to life, causing Izuku to have to shield his eyes while they adjusted to the brightness. As they came back into focus, Izuku beheld before him the most incredible sight he had ever seen. The warehouse wasn't empty as Izuku had first thought. Izuku found himself to be in some sort of large armory. With all the equipment, he could have easily mistaken it for a military compound. Lining the walls were racks filled with gadgets and devices of all kinds, grenades and canisters of varying shapes and sizes, devices that looked like small projectile firearms, but with large claws fitted into the nozzle, several large collapsible boomerangs of different sizes, tactical weaponry, such as batons, a few carbon fiber collapsible staffs, tasers, and others that Izuku didn't recognize and realized were probably custom engineered. There were shelves of electronic devices, such as radios, transmitters, small computers, and tablets. Large military-grade boxes that were stacked on top of each other, as well as end-to-end, lined the walls of the warehouse. Some seemed haphazardly placed, others were opened, with more items found on the shelves pouring out. Farther into the warehouse could be seen several large armored assault vehicles. One looked like someone had combined a tank with a Humvee, which Izuku assumed allowed for more maneuverability. It was armed to the teeth with what looked to be rocket launchers, rail guns, and heavy armor plating. Next to it was what appeared to be a black fighter jet, and several other smaller vehicles, some that were duplicates of the tank, but without all the painting and weaponry. A large computer with several screens was at the opposite end of the vehicles in the warehouse. On the various displays were running different programs, codes, and applications that Izuku couldn't discern. Next to that seemed to be some sort of training area, with several free weights, machines, training bags and dummies, and Olympic-style acrobatic equipment. There was even a pool, and something seemed to be submerged inside of it, but was too dark to identify. Wayne took out a small device from his breastcoat pocket, pressing it. Next, near the computer station, a small platform seemed to be rising. Upon closer inspection, it was a tall, metal locker. When it finished rising, the metal grate doors parted in the middle. What it revealed left Izuku shocked, even more so than discovering this enormous arsenal cache, an armored, Kevlar suit with a large bat symbol stretched across the chest. Izuku looked up to the smirking Wayne, who walked over and sat in the chair in front of the computer station. Izuku was at a loss for words. It was all so much to take in. Wayne only sat there, waiting for Izuku to collect himself. "I have so many questions," said Izuku weakly. Despite this, one stuck out in his mind immediately. "Why me?" Wayne forward in his chair, contemplating. "Some villains just can't be beaten without a quirk. That's what he said to you, isn't it?" said Wayne. Izuku hesitated, finally nodding. "How did you know?" he asked. "I've known Almight for a long time," said Wayne, "and have kept an eye on him since the debut of his hero career 10 years ago. Year after year I watched his quirk's power grow to immense proportions. The sheer weight of his power is immeasurable and seems to be able to grow at will." Wayne stood from his chair and walked over to a large table covered with files and documents. "For over 20 years I have made it a mission to study abnormalities in nature. The nature of what society calls quirks goes by another name as well, the metahuman phenomenon. This phenomenon," Wayne continued, sifting through the files, handing some of them to Izuku, "has manifested itself in incalculable ways, mutation, ability amplification, and has even caused forward leaps in evolution." Some of the files included individuals with powerful and potentially dangerous quirks, such as an explosion, super strength, and even mind control. Other files were of individuals who have manifested a quirk that physically changed them, animal quirks, mutation quirks, etc. One file showed the quirk of a boy that literally transformed his body into a gelatin-like substance, and another detailed an extremely rare case of an animal gaining hyperintelligence by developing a quirk. "But as of 5 years ago," said Wayne, "All Might's power began to rapidly decrease. He all but disappeared from the spotlight, spending less and less time on hero work. To determine the cause, I began to observe him 5 months ago." Wayne walked to the computer and began to show Izuku a video feed of All Might. "He is very difficult to track. His quirk allows him to move great speeds. But I was able to find a pattern. He was only active for about 3 hours a day. Sometimes it was all at once, others it was spent intermittently. But they always hover around the 3-hour mark." "If you are friends," said Izuku, "why couldn't you just talk to him about it?" Wayne gave Izuku a wry smile. "I said we knew each other," he said. "But I didn't say we were friends." Wayne returned to the computer. "But last month, I was finally able to obtain this footage." He paused. "This may be hard for you to watch." He pulled up a video feed of Izuku being attacked by the sludge monster. Izuku felt like a weight was dropped into his stomach. Seeing the monster again brought on an uncomfortable feeling to Izuku. It was like a cross between immense anger and immense guilt. It fast-forwarded to him and All Might on the rooftop, with All Might deflating in a puff of smoke, and showing Izuku the wound on his chest. "Pretty gross, right?" said the recording of All Might. "I got this in a fight about 5 years back. My respiratory system is shot, and all the surgeries have worn me out. There's no fixing it. After that, it all connected," said Wayne. "His injuries, the decrease in his power, and time spent on duty. The conclusion, the symbol of peace is dying." Even though he knew about this already, those words troubled Izuku. All Might had almost single-handedly reduced all the crime across the country. His strength and the safety he conveyed with his smile inspired hope, and with it a new age of peace and happiness. If All Might were to disappear, or worse, if he were to die, then the vacuum of power that he would leave in his wake would shake the foundations of their society. "But what does this have to do with me?" Izuku asked. Wayne punched in a few keys on the computer. The screen switched to show footage of Izuku and Uraraka on the day she was accosted. "Ever since your meeting with All Might," he said, "I have kept an eye on you. I have always relied on my intuition, and it has never failed me. And that intuition told me that you, in some way, were significant. Izuku felt his face flush, despite himself. He hung his head. I don't know why, he said. I'm just a quirkless nobody. Wayne considered him for a minute. What do you know about quirks? He asked. Izuku was confused. He wasn't sure if the question was rhetorical. Well, they're super abilities that are unique to the individual, he said. Sometimes they are passed down from generation to generation. No one knows how it happened, but the first quirk happened about 100 years ago in China. Wayne nodded. That's the general consensus, he said. Now let's discuss what you don't know. He turned back to his computer and pulled up a file of a bald, middle-aged man of muscular build in an orange jumpsuit. Do you know this man? Izuku's eyes widened. That's Lex Luthor, he said incredulously. The American supervillain, Superman's greatest enemy, and one of the most dangerous villains of all time. You know your stuff, said Wayne, impressed. But what you don't know is that, in a way, it is because of this man that we have quirks to begin with. He punched in a few keys on the keyboard, pulling up a video feed. There stood 4 individuals, a woman clad in armor, a sword and a golden rope at her side, a tall, muscular man dressed in a tight blue suit with a flowing red cape, and the Batman himself. Standing before them was none other than Lex Luthor, wearing a large power suit. He looked different than in his previous picture. He had several scars across his face. His left eye replaced by a glowing yellow orb. They stood aboard some sort of space station observations deck, the Earth visible from the giant window before them. My greatest triumph was at hand, said Luthor. The final campaign in my long war against Superman. While his powers were drained in constant battle, sending him into space to recharge from the Earth's yellow sun, I struck. But my obsession had blinded me to the real threat. To Earth's true enemy. The 3 heroes before him said nothing. Batman stared at Luthor with his signature brooding glare, his distrust almost physically palpable. Luthor continued his story. Brainiac had returned. For years he had been stealing the powers of Earth's protectors, but we were too busy fighting amongst ourselves to see the danger. With you 3 dead, he indicated to the heroes before him. Brainiac quickly eliminated the remaining heroes. The lucky ones? Luthor looked down, solemnly. Died fighting. Finally, I alone survived, said Luthor bitterly. A rat in the walls of the Brainiac construct. I have traveled through time to warn you. This is my past, but your future. And it means the end of humanity, so together we must change it. The mechanical hand of his power suit stretched toward the Earth outside the viewport, and a giant pulse emitted from its surface, stretching until the entire Earth was covered. Batman had had enough. What have you done, Luthor? He demanded, stepping forward. Given you a fighting chance, he retorted. I stole Brainiac's exabytes and sent them back in time 100 years ago, releasing them into the Earth's atmosphere. They contain the abilities of superhumans from my time and across the galaxy, and they will bestow those powers onto any they come in contact with. What you just saw was a change in the timeline, where 80% of the Earth now possesses some form of superhuman ability. This new onset of superhuman abilities will cause society to come to a halt, Luthor continued. That is why I have sent them back 100 years. It has given humanity the time it needs to adapt, to evolve. The world as you know it has changed. But now they are ready. He's lying, said Batman. It has to be some sort of trick. Why should we trust you? Because if you don't, replied Luthor, the Earth is doomed. The video ended. Izuku was speechless at what he just saw. Wayne turned back to Izuku. This happened over a decade ago, chronologically, said Bruce. When we returned to Earth from the Watchtower, the world had drastically changed from the time shift. But Luthor was successful in his endeavor. Brainiac was repelled and defeated, and after 100 years since the introduction of the exabytes, the world continued to evolve into a new age of quirks and superpowers. But, Izuku said, trying to wrap his mind around this new information, I've never heard of any of this. There are no reports, no news articles, nothing of an alien invasion, or of this Brainiac. The Justice League made sure of that, confirmed Wayne. We covertly gathered as many superpowered individuals as we could, both hero and villain alike, and formed a strike force against Brainiac. When he entered our solar system to begin the invasion, we began our strike. After his defeat, it was agreed that, in an effort to prevent a panic, the events of the Brainiac invasion became classified. This is so overwhelming, Izuku said. I mean, the implications of what this means alone are amazing. The first individual on record to ever develop a quirk was just a little girl in China, and after that quirks became a part of society. To think that they were because of a space alien and time travel is just too much to comprehend. It could change the very fabric of our history. Izuku trailed off, continuously muttering to himself. Midoriya, said Wayne, after a minute. But Izuku was still lost in thought. Midoriya! Finally, Izuku snapped back to reality. I understand it's hard to believe, said Wayne, smiling. That is the exact reason we suppress this truth. But there's a reason I showed this to you. I wanted to show you that quirks themselves are not a natural phenomenon like everyone believes. You have been outcast your entire life because you don't have a quirk, Bruce continued. They have led you to believe that you are not special, but it is just the opposite. Quirks are not a natural phenomenon. But you are. And in a way, that makes you special. Izuku had never thought of it that way, and the implication of Wayne's words warmed his heart. But there's more to it than that, said Wayne. It hadn't become clear to me yet, but after observing you, I saw it with my own eyes. Almight told you that you couldn't become a hero without a quirk. But he also told you something else. Heroes are always risking their lives. And you did just that. Wayne rose from his chair. Despite the fact that you had no quirk, were essentially powerless, you still risked your life to help a stranger in need. This is what being a hero is all about. Izuku looked away. But I don't deserve it, said Izuku. If it wasn't for me, Kaisen would still be alive. How can I be worthy to become a hero with that on my conscience? Wayne considered him for a moment. He walked over to his desk and took the picture frame that was on it, handing it to Izuku. It was an old photograph of the handsome, mustached man and the beautiful woman, but this time, sitting between them, was a young boy. These are my parents, said Wayne. Izuku looked up to see him sitting in the chair again. His demeanor had completely changed. He was somber, almost sad. When I was 8 years old, Wayne continued, we had gone out one night to see a movie. It was my favorite at the time, The Mask of Zorro. I remember being so excited, I couldn't wait to go. Wayne leaned back in the chair and sighed. But it would be the night that would change my life forever. My father, he said, was a doctor. He was respected by the community for his medical prowess, as well as his skills in business. He ran my family's company when my grandfather passed. My mother, he added, was beautiful and kind. A woman who would never give up, who would always do the right thing, no matter what. That night at the theater, Wayne said, his eyes darkening, my father decided to take a shortcut home through the alleys. It was a dark time then. Heroes weren't as common then as they are now. Wayne paused. Izuku couldn't decide if he wanted to hear the end of this story. But Wayne continued. It happened quickly, he said finally. First, he took my mother's pearls. Then he went for my father. 2 shots. He motioned with his fingers, indicating the firing of a gun. That's all it took. 2 shots and my parents were taken from me. Izuku felt a strong sense of sympathy for Wayne. It was hard to see this side of him. I'm sorry, he said. What happened to him? The mugger? Wayne shrugged. They never caught him. To this day, the Martha and Thomas Wayne case is cold. Izuku's stomach twisted. He thought of Kaisen and the monster that killed him. They still hadn't found him. For all he knew, the monster would never be caught, like the murderer who killed Wayne's parents. The thought made him feel a mix of emotions, fear, anger, and shame. Izuku was brought back to reality by Wayne placing a hand on his shoulder. Nothing can bring back your friend, said Wayne. And nothing can change what happened. Izuku could feel his eyes welling up with tears. But, continued Wayne, You have the chance to make a difference, Izuku. Izuku wiped his tears and met Wayne's gaze. How? He said fiercely. What do I need to do? Wayne smiled. Become a hero. Own the pain you feel. It gives you strength, power, and resolve. Rise above quirks, rise above society, rise above all might, and embrace the truth. A hero can be anyone, so long as they are willing to heed the call. Not to fame or wealth, but to the mission, to see it through to the end. You must vow, with every fiber of your being, to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Ask yourself, Izuku Midoriya, continued Wayne. From the bottom of your heart, from the very depths of your soul, will you be a hero? Yes, said Izuku. Louder, boy, shouted Wayne. Will you be a hero? Yes, shouted Izuku. Say it. I will be a hero. Izuku's cries rang all around him. Wayne gave him a satisfied smile. Then your training begins now. Hours later, Izuku returned home. Upon seeing her, he hugged his mother for the first time in a month and apologized. He told her that he was going to accept Wayne's proposal, much to her happiness. He went to his room and collapsed on his bed. He was bruised and sore from the training. Wayne had told him that the next 9 months would be the hardest he ever faced in his life. But honestly, Izuku didn't care. For the first time in his life, someone believed in him. He was going to make his dreams come true. He was going to bring Kaken's killer to justice. He was going to be a hero. Izuku never felt so alive. Chapter 4: 9 Months in Hell. Izuku felt sick, his limbs shaking. He was hunched over on all fours over a puddle of his own vomit and bile. His face was bleeding, and his muscles ached. He was in hell, and his trainer was the devil himself. It had been nearly 8 months since his training began. Every night was a different type of torture. He trained his body to the point of physical exhaustion with rigorous weight, machine, and acrobatic training. Wayne would fire rubber bullets at him through the mounted turrets on the firing range, training his reflexes and maneuverability. The point isn't to dodge bullets, Wayne had said. That's impossible. Focus on the trajectory of the bullets from the positioning of the gun's muzzle and adjust your movements accordingly. Izuku never knew how much it hurt to get shot by a rubber bullet until now. To test his problem-solving abilities, Wayne would trap him in various rooms, each with a different trial to overcome. One room was filled with mines that Izuku had to navigate. Another time, he was handcuffed to a secure fixture inside a room while trying to figure out a way to escape, while the room filled with water. The warehouse seemed to go deeper than Izuku had originally anticipated. Below the armory and training floor, there were several bunkers that functioned as simulators for various emergency situations, villain attacks, where Izuku was forced to fight several animatronic foes, each with different fighting styles. Emergency search and rescue operations, fire, flood, earthquake, even alien invasions. Nothing was too far-fetched to be considered a possibility to the Batman. On top of physical training, Wayne would put him through intense mental conditioning exercises. Much of these exercises involved observation and analysis of Izuku's performance during the simulated scenarios. Wayne would have him study and analyze police files and criminal cases, murder, kidnapping, arson, rape. No subject was taboo. Izuku found that he was particularly skilled at these exercises, so much so that Wayne would continually throw in red herrings and false leads to mislead him. As the months dragged on, Izuku had already noticed his mental and emotional acuity sharpening due to these exercises. Izuku also found that his fighting prowess had grown exponentially under the Batman's tutelage. He was trained in every practical form of combat conceivable, from U.S. Navy SEAL training to Shaolin martial arts. He was trained in several forms of weaponry: batons, swords, shuriken, knives, stun weapons, and then some. All except firearms, to which Wayne was vehemently opposed. Wayne was even stricter when it came to Izuku's education and practical knowledge. He tutored him in various fields of science, engineering, technology, forensics, chemistry, physics, medicine, anatomy, psychology, computers and cybersecurity, business, strategy, and even driving and piloting. On top of that, Izuku was learning enough practical and theoretical criminology that he assumed would be studied by doctoral students at university. Alfred also had a hand in tutoring him in both his school and hero studies, and Izuku saw his grades and exam scores increase tenfold. Bruce was also teaching him about the various practical uses of the gadgetry he employed in the field. Most of the devices were not conventional items you could pick up at any electronics store. They were unique items that were designed specifically for Batman's crusade. There were both offensive and defensive items, used to subdue an opponent or counteract villain abilities, bat suits with different protective armors, suits that adapted to different environmental situations, such as cold or heat, batarangs of various size and functionality, designed to stun or disarm an opponent, various explosives, glue grenades, smoke pellets, grapple hooks, and many, many more. Izuku had grown quite adept to the use of these tools and gadgets. His natural tactical analysis skills afforded him an ability to creatively use the gadgets in various unorthodox ways. This impressed Bruce immensely. Since Izuku was at an inherent disadvantage against superpowered adversaries, mastery of these tools would even the odds and even turn the tide in many dire situations and skirmishes. Much to his surprise, Izuku realized that he was particularly adept at working with explosives. He supposed he shouldn't have been too shocked at this. After all, he had observed and had been on the receiving end of Kaisen's explosive quirk nearly all his life. Batman kept a vast array of explosive material: grenades, C4, plastic explosives, smoke bombs, exploding batarangs, and an experimental explosive gel, which delivered its payload from a device that reminded Izuku of a painting gun. Studying explosives took on another meaning for Izuku as well. He felt that, in a way, he was keeping Kaisen's memory alive, and felt that he owed it to his former friend to develop this proficiency. Over the months, Izuku came to understand Bruce and Alfred a little better. Bruce was, for the most part, distant and aloof. He rarely smiled and was always working. He was a brutal and harsh taskmaster during their training, but not heartless. He encouraged and supported Izuku, albeit sparingly, and generally cared for his well-being. Alfred was much gentler and kinder. Although he was Bruce's protégé, outside of training Izuku spent most of his time with Alfred, since Bruce was always so busy. He took a strong interest in Izuku and his studies and was always there to pick him up after each brutal training session. He was fiercely loyal to Bruce, and often acted in more of a fatherly fashion towards him, rather than that of an employee. Despite the difference in status, it was clear that Bruce respected and cared about Alfred and saw him as an equal. Alfred would usually take Izuku to school and return him home after training. He had spent so much time with him that Izuku's mother had grown quite fond of the kindly old Alfred. Whenever he was over there, he would immediately offer his assistance to her, whether it was cleaning, laundry, or cooking. His sense of humor and charming demeanor was always making her smile. They would often regale each other of stories from their youth, raising Bruce and Izuku, or even housekeeping tips. Back at the warehouse, Izuku was struggling to get to his feet. His training had increased in intensity over the past months, and they were only getting harder. Most specifically, Izuku was testing his fighting prowess against an even more formidable foe, the Batman himself. And he was losing badly. "Get up, Midoriya," said Bruce, his arms folded. They had been sparring for 3 hours, and Izuku wasn't able to land a single hit. "Get up!" he snapped again. "If this were a real fight, you'd be dead by now." Izuku got to his feet, his legs feeling like jelly beneath him. He was sure some of his bones were broken. But he stood regardless, ready to fight. "Good," said Bruce. "Now try to stay up this time." He advanced on Izuku, who leaped into the air, trying to get a vantage point above him to strike. But Bruce was ready and sidestepped his attack. Turning on his heel, Bruce's axe kick connected to the back of Izuku's head, sending him back to the ground in a heap. At first, all he could see were colors, and then, gradually, his sight went dark as he drifted into unconsciousness. "You're pushing him too hard, Master Bruce. The UA entrance exam is next month. He'll be up against odds he's never faced before. If he's to be ready, he needs to be pushed." Izuku was starting to come back to reality. People were arguing. He vaguely recognized the voices as Alfred and Bruce. "At what cost, Master Bruce?" said Alfred, exasperated. I understand what it means to him to enter the academy, and what it means to you to train the boy, but he's overworked. He needs to rest. Izuku groaned, leaning up slightly as the fuzziness in his head cleared. Alfred gently pushed him back to lie down. Easy, Master Midoriya, he said. You've had quite a few nasty bumps. Izuku was laying on a hospital bed in the warehouse, being treated by Alfred. His bones were knitted and his wounds were gone. He felt extremely drowsy, and had some lingering pain, but felt better overall. When Izuku had first injured himself training, he was surprised when Alfred revealed to him that he had a quirk of his own, healing. Izuku had broken his wrist after falling off a pommel horse during his gymnastic training. Alfred simply grasped it tightly, a warmth spreading throughout his wrist. When he released it, it was completely healed. Alfred had explained that he was once a soldier in the British military, and his quirk allowed him to save many lives as a field medic. Not only that, it proved to be useful in assisting Bruce when he returned from a mission in bad shape. Despite Alfred's protesting, Izuku leaned up and rested on his elbows. Bruce is right, he said weakly. I'm already going to the exam at a huge disadvantage because I don't have a quirk. I need to work harder. He sat up from the couch he was laying on and stood, steadying himself slightly as his legs were still weak. I don't just want to get into UA, he continued. I want to excel. I want to prove to them that just because I'm quirkless doesn't make me less of a hero. I want to show them I can do it. Alfred glanced at Bruce, who was looking at Izuku with a small, approving smile. And you will, he said. There's only 1 month left until the exam. You are ready to take your skills to the next level. He turned and began to walk away. Get some sleep. You'll need all your strength for tomorrow. Chapter 5: The Underground. Kamino Ward. Midnight. A black sedan speeds through the near-empty streets. Inside the sedan were 2 men. The driver was a scruffy, unshaven man, a large scar stretching from his left eye to his right upper lip. He wore ragged clothes, with a frayed red scarf wrapped loosely around his shoulders, concealing the bottom of his face, and a black beanie cap that reached down to his eyebrows, making it difficult to passers-by to see his face. The boy next to him dressed just as shabbily, wearing a frayed black hoodie with a gray tank top underneath, red fingerless gloves, and cargo shorts. His normally messy green hair was covered by a red bandana, and a domino mask covered his eyes, concealing his identity. He fidgeted nervously in his seat. Don't be scared, said Bruce, without taking his eyes off the road. I'm not scared, Izuku lied. Upon arriving at the warehouse that night, he was surprised to see Bruce dressed as a homeless thug and was ordered to dress as he was now. Where we're going, he had said. It's better that no one knows who we are. But it's the best place for you to get practical combat experience. Where are we going? Asked Izuku. The underground, Bruce replied simply. Izuku had heard of the underground. It was an illegal fighting ring that had eluded the authorities for years. They always chose a different place to fight, and you had to know someone to get there. In the underground, there were no rules. Any quirk was sanctioned, and you won only when your opponent was no longer standing. It was a place Izuku never thought he would ever find himself at. And not only was he going there, but he was going to fight. People see you as disadvantaged because you don't have a quirk, said Bruce. You need to test yourself against those who are naturally stronger than you. It's only when faced with a situation that seems impossible will you surpass your limits. They pulled into a covered parking structure. Once parked, they walked to the elevator that led into the building and took it down to the basement. The elevator doors opened to a dank, darkened hallway. Izuku could hear loud music blasting from the large double doors at the end of the hallway. Next to the double doors stood a hulking gorilla-faced bouncer. He glared at the Bruce and Izuku as they approached. Bruce merely flashed him what Izuku assumed was several $1,000s, and the bouncer nodded towards the doors, indicating they could proceed. Past the doors, Izuku felt the immediate assault of his senses, the loud, screeching music playing over the raucous cheers of the surrounding crowd. The smells of cigarette smoke and booze filled the air, burning Izuku's lungs and stinging his eyes. The crowd consisted of a motley crew of varying assortment: mutants, gangsters, thugs, prostitutes, gamblers, delinquents, and other dubious characters the likes of which Izuku had never seen before. In the middle of the room were two men. One of them was a tall and lanky man, using a stretching quirk, trying in vain to subdue his opponent, a burly, bald man with a strength-type quirk. The lanky man wrapped himself around the bald man, who tried to break free of his binding. The lanky man attempted to apply pressure but was not strong enough to cause any harm to the bald man. After a brief struggle, the bald man freed himself and grabbed the lanky man by the throat with his large hem fists. The lanky man tried to break loose of the grip, but the bald man simply squeezed harder. Eventually, the lanky man went limp, and the bald man released him. The crowd roared. Those who won on their bets cheered, while those who lost cursed their luck. Izuku wished he had brought his notebook. There were so many different quirks in the room that his analytical mind was buzzing with information. After a moment, he turned to see that Bruce was no longer standing next to him. Instead, he was leaning over a large folding table, speaking with two nasty-looking men behind it. Bruce gestured over to Izuku, and one of the men simply laughed. After a minute of talking, Bruce handed the men a large stack of money, and they simply nodded. Bruce walked back to Izuku. "You're fighting next," he said simply. Izuku felt his stomach twist. He didn't realize he was going to be fighting so soon. Bruce must have sensed this because he placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Every chain has a weak link," he said. "Find it and exploit it." Without another word, Bruce pushed him into the ring. A fat man with a red face stood in the middle of the ring, a microphone in his hand. "Place your bets for the next fight," he shouted. His speech was slurred, and it was obvious that he had been drinking. Returning for his 10th match, the 7-3 win contender, give it up for Roadkill. Izuku's opponent stood opposite of him. The crowd erupted in applause as Izuku began to study him. He was a tall, scrappy-looking man, heavily muscled with a scarred, weasel-like face that was twisted into sneering glare, which he directed at Izuku. His hands were covered in white tape wrap that stopped at his knuckles, which looked 3 times as large as normal. Izuku assumed that this must be his quirk and made a mental note to avoid his fists as much as possible. "And making his underground debut," shouted the drunk man. "And will undoubtedly be his last time in the ring, give it up for Death Wish." There was barely a reaction from the gathering crowd. Some people cheered, others booed and shouted in protest, demanding they show a real fight. Izuku simply raised his fists in a fighting-ready stance, his legs visibly shaking underneath him, trying desperately to bury his fear. The bell rang. Roadkill wasted no time. He charged at Izuku, his large knuckled fists raised in attack and shouting like a lunatic. Izuku felt his fighting instincts kick in and began to dodge the incoming barrage of punches, one after the other. Roadkill swung his fist at Izuku's head for a haymaker, which Izuku ducked under. This was what Roadkill was apparently hoping for, and thrust his knee into Izuku's chin, knocking him backward. The crowd cheered as Izuku fell on his back, clutching his face. Roadkill raised his hands, gloating and soaking in the praise from the crowd. He turned back to Izuku, spitting on him as he lay there. Izuku gradually pulled his hands away from his face, and anyone looking at him saw that he no longer looked like the scared boy from 30 seconds ago. As a matter of fact, he looked pissed. He looked really pissed. Rolling back onto his hands, he leaped to his feet in an instant. The sudden movement took his opponent by surprise and attempted to advance on him. But this time, Izuku was ready, easily evading the oncoming haymaker, and grabbing Roadkill by the arm, throwing him into the hard cement. Roadkill lay there for a minute, the wind knocked out of him. Then, in a flash, he took Izuku off his feet with a sweeping kick. He rolled on top of Izuku and began laying blows on top of him, trying to beat him into submission. After a couple of blows, Izuku caught Roadkill's fists, pulling him into a head but that connected with his nose. Roadkill howled in pain as he grasped at his face, blood oozing from beneath his fingers. Izuku didn't waste his chance. He began to lay down an immense barrage of punches and kicks, to which Roadkill was helpless to defend against. His punishment came to an end as Izuku threw his enemy to the ground again, but this time, he didn't release his arm. Instead, he stomped his boot into the shoulder of his opponent, and with a sharp twist, heard the satisfying snap of Roadkill's arm breaking. Roadkill screamed before rolling over and passing out from the pain. The bell rang again. Izuku was the victor. The crowd was in an uproar. Izuku was placed on the low end of the betting odds. A few people were celebrating their winnings, while most were shouting that they had been hustled. One man stood in anger, pushing his way through the crowd. "That fight was fixed," he shouted. "No way this punk-ass beat Roadkill!" Tearing off his shirt, he lifted his fists to fight. "You and me, Hitch. Let's go!" Izuku looked at Bruce, who nodded, a slight smile on his gaunt face. Izuku raised his fists, and couldn't suppress a smile of his own. As the hours passed, Izuku continued to put down contender after contender. The crowd around him had cheered, all trepidation or prejudice towards Izuku was gone. Their chants could be heard in unison over the cheers. "Death wish! Death wish! Death wish!" Exhausted and aching, Izuku stumbled back to Bruce, who placed his hand on his shoulder with an approving look. "Now," said Bruce. "You're ready." Chapter 6 UA High. "Good morning, everyone." Principal Nizu greeted his staff cheerfully. One by one, the teachers of the UA Hero course piled into the conference room. For each seat, there was a large manila envelope on the U-shaped desk in front of them. "As you know, this meeting is to review the new applicants for the Hero course. We have a good lineup this year," said Midnight, the R-rated hero, sifting through the dossier. "Lots of powerful quirks." "Indeed," agreed Nizu. "However, as well as a few with some special recommendations from active heroes. But if you would turn to page 15, you'll see that one stands out in particular." Almight had finally found his seat, one of the last to sit down. He was in his depowered form, and didn't like to call attention to himself, so he entered the room last. Upon sitting down, he complied and sifted to the page specified by the principal. Upon finding it, however, he let out a sudden, violent cough, causing all the staff to turn and look in his direction. "Everything all right, Tashinori?" said the principal, still in his cheerful tone. Yes sir, everything is fine," said Almight, wiping the blood from his mouth with a handkerchief. Looking over the file he was holding, he could hardly believe his eyes. "It's that kid," thought Almight. From the rooftop. Recalling that day brought back painful memories. He had replayed the conversation they had in his head when he had returned home and felt that perhaps he was too blunt with the boy. He wanted to offer some form of encouragement before he left the rooftop, but instead felt as though he had made things worse. In the end, he realized that it couldn't be helped, and it was better that someone had told him now before he got himself killed. But the boy had apparently not heeded his advice. "Izuku Midoriya," said Nizu, reading from the file. "He will be the first student to take the UA entrance exam without a quirk." The atmosphere around the room changed abruptly. "Are you serious?" said Vlad King, the blood hero. "Does he have some sort of a death wish?" "I agree," said Midnight. "This year's exam is the hardest one yet. We can't in good conscience let him attempt it. He's only going to get himself hurt. And even if he did pass the exam," chimed in Cementos, "he'll have a near impossible time keeping up with the material and the other students." "I understand your concerns," said Nizu, attempting to quiet the room. "But they are all unfounded. I don't believe that Midoriya will have any trouble with the exam or the material here at UA. In fact, I firmly believe that he will be an excellent addition to the hero course." "Forgive me, sir," said Snipe, the cowboy-like hero. "But what makes you so sure?" "Because he's being sponsored by Batman." Almight had to stifle another cough. He and all the other teachers turned to the source of the voice. Shoyuta Aizawa, hero name Eraserhead, didn't look up from the dossier when he spoke, still looking through the file on Midoriya. "Wayne is sponsoring a student?" said Vlad, rolling his eyes. "Is this just some sort of fundraising gimmick?" "Hardly," said Aizawa coolly. "If any of you read through the file, you'll see he is not only sponsored by our largest benefactor, but he was personally trained by him as well. Aptitude in multiple martial arts, various weapons expertise, advanced technical knowledge, demolitions experience, as well as experience in combat and search and rescue operations. He moved his finger down the paper as he read off the list. This is a list of all the material that was taught to Midoriya over the span of only 9 months. All Might began sifting through his own file of Midoriya. There it was, in black and white. Midoriya was Batman's new protégé. The teachers all began chattering amongst each other. All that in only 9 months? I don't believe it. You'd have to be some sort of genius. But it is Batman we're talking about here. It's hard to swallow, said Present Mike, the DJ hero. I've heard talk of him, but never met the Bat in the flesh. Is it true what they say about him? There are many things that are said about him, said Aizawa. That is the very reason that he is so feared in the criminal underground in America. Here is what we know. As UA's largest private benefactor, Bruce Wayne's donations through the Martha Wayne Foundation account for nearly 40% of UA's funding alone. That equates to billions every year. He's been a hero longer than any of us here and is a founding member of the Justice League of America, the top hero agency in the West. He funds his hero work entirely out of his own pocket and chooses to stay out of the spotlight on principle, preferring to operate from the shadows through espionage and subterfuge. Despite this, he has been credited with taking down some of the most dangerous villains and criminals in the world. He is one of the most brilliant tacticians and if not the most dangerous man on the face of the planet, as quoted from Superman himself. Sounds like you're in love, Shoyuta, said Midnight playfully. Aizawa scowled. I simply admire his methods. I don't, said All Might. Everyone looked at him, surprised, as if they had forgotten he was there. I beg your pardon? Said Aizawa. I don't approve of his methods, repeated All Might. He's a violent, unlicensed vigilante brute. His methods of hero work rely heavily on fear and excessive force, constantly leaving criminals with severe and sometimes permanent injuries, the lucky ones only suffering broken bones and missing teeth. He has no respect for and completely thumbs his nose at modern heroes and their work. You've met him? Asked Snipe. Once, when I was training in America. All Might shuddered, despite himself. If you asked me, he's only one step up from a villain. But wait, said Midnight. If he's not licensed, how is he able to perform hero work? That's illegal. Not for him, technically, replied Aizawa. As you know, since the introduction of the Rhode Island New State Statute, and the laws following its introduction, it is illegal for unlicensed individuals to use their quirks openly in public. But as Batman, the law does not apply as he operates without the use of a quirk. You mean he doesn't use his quirk for hero work? Said Vlad King, surprised. I'm saying he doesn't have a quirk, said Aizawa. The room went silent. All Might stared at the floor, averting any wandering eyes. It was true, All Might had only met Batman once before during his training years. David Shield, who supplied his costumes and support equipment, had to travel to Gotham in order to meet with Lucius Fox, the CEO of Wayne Industries, one of the vendors for David's support company. All Might had accompanied him, eager to see more of the United States. Gotham was a far cry different from California, where he had come from. It was darker, grungier, and much more dangerous. On the way to the meeting, a large explosion a few blocks away had drawn their attention, so All Might and Dave went to investigate. Running ahead of Dave, as he often did, All Might had arrived at the site of the explosion, Gotham Bank, and had come face to face with what he assumed was a black-clad, pointy-eared villain, and didn't hesitate to attack. And much to his embarrassment, was quickly subdued. It wasn't until Dave had caught up to him and informed him of who he was fighting did All Might realize his mistake. But considering how soundly and ruthlessly he was taken down by Batman, he wasn't entirely sorry for it. More than once All Might wanted to chalk it up his defeat to inexperience. But he couldn't deny that Batman knew exactly how to take him down, and in mere seconds. He was as good as his reputation preceded him to be. And throughout the years, he had learned more about Batman and hero career. It was a vicious torrent of pain, death, and destruction. He had the largest rogues gallery of anyone he had ever seen, and was even responsible for the creation of some of his more dangerous enemies. He was even more shocked to learn that Batman had even taken on disciples, training them to be as ruthless and dangerous as he was. And now, Midoriya was his next victim. It's clear that despite not having a quirk, Midoriya is a strong candidate for enrollment, said Nizu. UA has always been a progressive school, one that looks forward into the future, not backwards into tradition. It was decided that the removal of the quirk requirement as a condition for matriculation in the hero course would open new avenues for an underserved minority. As a representative of that minority, we would be remiss if we did not give Midoriya that same opportunity. All the teachers nodded in consensus and continued with the meeting. It was all so confusing. Batman was training the boy to be a hero, the same kid who All Might told couldn't be a hero without a quirk. This was more than a big coincidence, and All Might didn't believe in coincidences. In any case, he was very interested to see Midoriya's performance in the entrance exam. He only hoped that he didn't get hurt. It was the day before the UA entrance exam. Under the tutelage of Batman, the past 9 months seemed to breeze by. Izuku had gained a lot more confidence in himself and his abilities, especially after his performance in the underground. He observed himself in the mirror yesterday, and was amazed to see how much he had grown physically. His once weak and skinny body was replaced by a larger, muscular frame. He wasn't same quirkless weakling he was 9 months ago. But all his hopes and dreams were riding on this exam, and he had never felt more nervous in his life. While Bruce was sponsoring Izuku for UA, he informed Izuku early on that he was still going to take the entrance exam. The exam is a culmination of all that you have learned up to now, he had told Izuku. Unless they see for their own eyes what you can do, they will doubt your ability to be a hero. Izuku agreed with Bruce. He knew that if he got in on recommendation alone, without having a flashy quirk to show for it, he would be looked down on as to having attended UA without having earned it. He wanted to show everyone that he deserved to be there just as much as the rest of them. But that didn't alleviate any of the fear he felt. Arriving at the warehouse that day, Izuku was met by Bruce leaning over a table with 5 items atop it: a grapple gun, a pack of batarangs, a pair of combat gloves, and a small canister of explosive gel. Midoriya, said Bruce, nodding in Izuku's direction. This was Bruce's customary greeting. The entrance exam is tomorrow. You've exceeded my expectations during your training, but don't let that go to your head. You have a lot more to learn, and time was short, so we had to cut a few corners. Izuku nodded. He amazed himself at how much he had learned already, but knew that it only scratched the surface of what Batman had to teach him. The UA review board for the hero course, continued Bruce, allows students to use support items should it be deemed necessary. This is usually done on a case-by-case basis and varies depending on the student's abilities. Seeing as how you do not have a quirk, you have been permitted to use support items of your own. Izuku didn't answer. He had mixed feelings about this. On one hand, he was relieved that he could use the items that he had grown so accustomed to using, as it would greatly increase his chances of success in the exam. On the other hand, it felt as if he was being given a handicap, and that rubbed him the wrong way. Once again, he was being singled out for his perceived lack of ability. Bruce seemed to have read his mind. Your goal in the exam, he said, is not just to pass. You are going to show everyone that there is more to you than just being quirkless. Your strength and abilities come from you, not from powers, gadgets, or trickery. Which is why, Bruce added, gesturing to the items on the table, you will go into the exam using only these items. As you can see, they are not an inexhaustible supply, the same as it would be in the field. You will have to make your use of these items count. This will also teach you to be adaptive, to utilize your surroundings to turn the tide in your favor. The way Bruce was describing it to Izuku made it sound like just another training exercise. In a way, it helped ease Izuku's anxiety a little. Come with me, Bruce said suddenly, walking away from the arsenal table. He was taking Izuku out of the warehouse. They made the same ascent as it had so many times before, after each training session with Bruce. But this time, it continued to rise past the top office where he customarily got out. Izuku wasn't aware that there was a floor above Bruce's office, but remained silent as the elevator ride continued. The elevator opened to a large penthouse greeting room. Like Bruce's office, it was lavish, but sparsely decorated with simple black leather furniture, an office table, and a hallway which Izuku assumed led to Bruce and Alfred's quarters. A few paintings hung on the wall, and several pillars were erected throughout the penthouse, each holding a statue or other eclectic art piece. Alfred was waiting for them as they approached. He was wearing his usual suit, this time without the coat, swapping it out for a black apron. He smiled as Izuku and Bruce approached. "Master Bruce," he said. "Master Midoriya. Through with your training early, I see. Splendid. I have just put on a pot of tea and have prepared dinner." "That's not necessary," began Izuku. He always felt uncomfortable when Alfred waited on him. He wasn't used to being pampered, having grown up in a middle-class home. "Nonsense, Master Midoriya," said Alfred. "Tomorrow is a big day, and you need a full belly and a good night's sleep for optimal performance." Smiling, Izuku relented. If there was one thing that he knew about Alfred, when it came to taking care of others, he was as stubborn as Batman himself. Izuku stood at the gate of UA High School, trying to steady his breath. He had not gotten a wink of sleep the night before, his nerves being the worst they have ever been. Instead, he had spent most of the night researching his competition. UA had some strong network security and detection software in their systems, so Izuku knew it would have been fruitless to try and hack their databases. The educational division of the government, however, was very lacking compared to UA's. They kept a list of all the schools in the district, and Izuku was able to find the file of new applicants to the UA Hero course filed by the administration. There were a lot of applicants, and they all had powerful quirks. Izuku knew that he had his work cut out for him. Izuku absently adjusted the belt on his school uniform. His utility belt was in his backpack with his training suit. Throughout his training, Bruce had always ordered Izuku to keep his utility belt within reach. He had grown so accustomed to it that he felt naked without it around his waist. Steeling himself, he took his first step towards the school entrance when Deku! Izuku turned to see a flash of brown and pink rush towards him. He braced himself, as it looked like she was about to hug him, but she stopped short before reaching him. Her face was beaming with excitement. "I wasn't sure you would be here," she said happily. "I'm so excited, I could barely sleep last night. How about you?" "Oh, I slept all right," Izuku lied. Despite the fact that they had developed a good friendship over the months, Izuku didn't have much experience talking with or being around girls and couldn't help but feel nervous around Uraraka. After catching up for a bit, they both proceeded towards the entrance to UA. "Deku," said Uraraka after a moment of silence. "Are you scared at all?" "For the test?" asked Izuku. "No." Uraraka twiddled her fingers absently. "About being a hero." "What do you mean?" "It's just..." Her eyes fell to her twiddling fingers, avoiding Izuku's gaze. "I have a lot riding on this. What if I'm not good enough? What if I can't make it as a hero?" She turned her face away. "What if I fail? What if I let everyone down?" Izuku was surprised. Uraraka talked about her dreams of being a hero often. She was passionate and driven and had a strong desire to help those who couldn't help themselves. She worked hard to develop her quirk and had developed many talents to supplement the strength of her quirk. Izuku had no doubt that she would not only do well at UA but would also become a top-rate hero. He never thought that underneath all these amazing accomplishments lay a foundation of fear and doubt. Izuku sighed, looking at the imposing UA building before them. "I haven't been completely honest with you, Uraraka," Izuku said. She turned to look at Izuku, confused. "I haven't told you what my quirk is all this time because, well, I don't have one." Uraraka's eyes widened. "You don't?" she asked incredulously. "Nope," Izuku said. "When I found out that I wouldn't be getting a quirk, I was devastated. I wanted to be a hero all my life, and after hearing this news I thought my dreams of being a hero were over. Growing up, I used to get bullied a lot. They told me I would never amount to anything, that I was useless, or weak. All because I was quirkless. I even got the chance to meet my hero from childhood. I idolized him. He was all that I wanted to be in a hero. I always told myself, when things got hard, if I could just talk to him, he would tell me there was hope. He would tell me that I could be a hero. But when I finally met him, Izuku clenched his fists tightly. He didn't. He only said the same thing that everyone had told me my whole life. You can't be a hero without a quirk. I'm so sorry, said Uraraka somberly. Don't be, said Izuku. Honestly, there was always that little voice inside me that agreed with them. For a while, I even began to feel that they were right all along. But someone found me and believed in me and taught me to believe in myself. Izuku smiled brightly at Uraraka. I've worked so hard to get here, nothing is going to stop me now, he said. And if a quirkless wonder like me can become a great hero, there's no doubt in my mind that you'll become a great hero, too. So, let's do our best today and show them what we're made of. Uraraka returned his smile in earnest, a newfound look of determination and pride in her face. Together, they marched through the large doors of UA High School, eager to face their destiny. What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ. Come on and let me hear ya. The auditorium was silent. President Mike thought that he could literally hear a pin drop. This group was a tough crowd. Keeping it mellow, huh? He said, trying to recover. That's fine, I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is going to go down, okay? Are you ready? He shouted again, throwing his hands up into the air in true DJ fashion. More silence. Izuku himself was too starstruck to say a word. He listened to Present Mix radio show every day of the week, often while he trained. All the UA teachers were pro-heroes, and Izuku was thrilled to be learning at the hands of legends such as Mike. Like your application said, President Mike continued, today you rockin' boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban settings. The screen behind him came to life and displayed the different instructions for them as Mike went over them. Izuku was immediately taking notes, muttering to himself. The practical exam was straightforward. There were 3 types of villain robots they would be fighting, each worth a different amount of points. The more robots failed, the higher their scores. The robots could either be destroyed or immobilized for points. Izuku already started formulating strategies in his head. Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. A tall student wearing square glasses and a tan blazer immediately stood upright. On the printout, you listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do. Izuku had to suppress a laugh. He was right, UA is Japan's most notable school, so it wasn't surprising that students from a higher social standing would be here as well. But this student was on another level entirely. Additionally, you with the unkempt hair, he said, pointing directly at Izuku. Excuse me? Said Izuku, raising an eyebrow. You've been muttering this entire time, said the glasses student. Stop that. If you can't bother to take this seriously, then leave. You're distracting the rest of us. The auditorium erupted in laughter. Izuku said nothing, his eyes narrowing. He recognized this student from the list of applicants. His name was Tenya Ida. His quirk gave him organic engine-like devices in his calves, allowing him to move at extreme speeds. He came from a very prestigious junior high school with top marks. He was a contender in every way. Tenya Ida, Izuku thought to himself. I know I've heard the name Ida before. Izuku was brought back to reality when President Mike continued his explanation. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points, he said. That guy's just an obstacle we'll be throwing in your way. It's not that it can't be beaten, there's just kinda no point. Ida thanked President Mike and sat back down. Izuku returned to his notes. The exam was going to be tougher than he first anticipated. If he was going to stand out from students like Uraraka and Ida, he was going to have to show the administration, know everyone, what he was made of. For the first time since he got here, Izuku was actually excited to get started. Chapter 7: The Exam. Izuku rubbed his gloved hands together, trying to think about anything but the knot in his stomach. The group had dismissed from the auditorium to change and prepare for the practical exam. As they stood by the large gates outside the faux urban site of the exam, Izuku took the chance to size up his competition. Most of the students were wearing simple workout clothes. Some of the students had special gear that Izuku could only assume amplified their quirk in some way. He recognized some of them from the files he studied last night, such as Tenya Ida. They had strong quirks, and he knew they would pose the greatest competition. He was also searching for Uraraka. They had to separate to change out of their uniforms. He knew that she was placed in his same testing center as he was and wanted to make sure she was doing okay. Finally, he spotted her. She was doing breathing exercises, probably attempting to settle her nerves. As Izuku began to walk over to her, he felt a large hand placed on his shoulder, stopping him. Izuku turned to see Tenya standing over him. He was wearing what looked to be a blue cyclist suit. His expression was unchanged from the one he had during the presentation in the auditorium, stern and authoritative. He glanced up at Uraraka, and then back to Izuku. "She looks like she's trying to focus on the trials ahead," he said. "What are you going to do, distract her and ruin her chances of succeeding?" Izuku had had enough. He jerked his shoulder forward, removing Ida's hand, who widened his eyes in surprise. "Listen, friend," Izuku said sharply. "Get off me. Who do you think you are?" Ida placed his hands on his hips, looking offended. "Really now, there is no need to be so dash." "Shut up," Izuku interrupted. "You seem to think yourself an authority figure and have placed me in your crosshairs. But believe you me, friend, that is a bad move." Izuku turned his head away from Ida and spat on the ground. "I would think that the brother of Ingenium would have more class than this." Ida's face quickly turned from annoyance and offense to shock. How? Ida stuttered. "I've worked too hard and sacrificed too much to get here," said Izuku, ignoring the question. "Stay out of my way." "Now see here," Ida began indignantly. As he did, a loud, booming voice drowned out his own. President Mike was standing on top of the tall gates, waving his arms. "Right, let's start," he shouted. "Get moving! There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, listeners! You're wasting airtime here." Izuku didn't hesitate. As the group began to run, he pulled his grapple gun from his belt, glancing at Ida as he stood there. "Try to keep up, Speedy," he said. And with that, a cable exploded from the muzzle of the grapple gun and carried Izuku into the battlefield. The momentum from his grapple gun launched Izuku past its anchor point. Izuku flipped through the air, landing swiftly on his feet and into a sprint. His acrobatic training had paid off. In the distance he could hear explosions and other loud sounds. Students had already engaged the foe villains. He only had 10 minutes to score as many points as he could, and he couldn't waste time running aimlessly throughout the streets. He lifted his arm and grappled upwards towards a building rooftop. Once atop it, he surveyed his surroundings. Several robots were roaming the streets. By their movement, Izuku could see that they operated on some sort of a preset route. He surmised that they were programmed to follow this route and engage once their sensors picked up biosignatures, such as body heat. This gave Izuku an idea. Leaping from rooftop to rooftop, he proceeded in the opposite direction of the students and the robots they were fighting. As they were fighting from the ground, they could only assume that all the robots were gathered into their specific area. But Izuku saw that there were several untouched robots patrolling several clicks away from the commotion of the other applicants. It was time to make use of his equipment. Taking several batarangs from his belt, he began to set his trap. The robot continued to follow its preset algorithm, following the route that it was defined. As it lumbered along, a biosignature passed by its sensors, only long enough to get its interest. Tracking its movements, the robot followed it throughout the winding maze of the small city. After a few minutes, the biosignature came to a stop. The robot approached it, and its offensive programming took effect. Before it could attack, the biosignature seemed to take off directly upward and disappeared from the sensors. Attempting to find the signature, it identified several other robots gathered into the same area. Something flew into its field of vision and stuck to one of the other robots. Several small devices were lodged into the chassis and began to flash steadily, beeping as they flashed. The beeps grew quicker as the other robots approached. Izuku loomed over the site where he had lured the doomed robots. His plan had worked, and over 10 robots were destroyed. Calculating in his head, he estimated that he had at least 20 points. It had cost him, however, as he was now out of explosive batarangs. Grappling down to the explosion site, he began to sift through the wreckage. He noticed that these robots seemed to be solar-powered, as they didn't seem to have a fuel tank of any kind. Most of the robots were too wrecked to be of any use, but Izuku found some of them, though inactive, had most of their working parts. Target acquired! The metallic voices came from behind him. 3 robots began to advance on him. Absently, Izuku calculated that there were 7 points between them. In a flash, Izuku lifted a heavy jagged shard, the same length as his arm, that was once part of the chassis of one of the destroyed robots. Izuku took a deep breath and charged. He rammed the shard deep into the optical device that served as its eye. Logically, that had to be where the metal was weakest. Izuku's calculation was correct, as the robot powered down and fell backwards. 1 down. With all the strength he could muster, he ripped the shard from the robot and rammed it into the same spot of another robot as it approached him from behind. 2 down. The third robot advanced towards him. It would be upon him in seconds. Instinctively, Izuku hurled the shard like a javelin into the eye of the robot. It stumbled, but didn't fall, still advancing on Izuku. This one needs encouragement, thought Izuku. Running at full speed, he launched himself into a flying kick at the robot, connecting with the protruding end of the shard, ramming it further into the robot. Izuku heard the satisfying sound of its power failing, and the robot tipped over. Pausing only for a moment to catch his breath, Izuku raised his hand and grappled away. It was time to rejoin the group. Almight could hardly believe his eyes. He had lost sight of Midoriya for a moment when the exam started. He had pulled the device from his belt, and it carried him out of view of the camera, ahead of the other students. After a few minutes of searching, hoping that he wasn't hurt too badly, he finally found him. And was at a complete loss for words at what he saw. Not only was Midoriya uninjured, he had destroyed several robots by luring them into a trap. When he was accosted by 3 more, he used the broken shards of one of the destroyed robots to take down the others. He acted without even flinching and moved at lightning speed. "The kid's got skills," said Vlad King, nodding with approval. "Using what you have on hand and thinking on your feet are important traits to be a hero." "But he's using explosives from his belt," said Midnight. "Should that even be allowed?" "Those sure can take immense skill to use," said Aizawa. "Especially so considering they are explosive. You shouldn't focus on the tools. Focus on how he uses the tools." All Might continued to watch as Midoriya paused for a moment. His mind began to race. Who was this kid? Certainly not the same skinny crybaby he met on that rooftop all those months ago. "He's on the move again," said Snipe as Midoriya disappeared from the screen. "It looks like he's going to join the others." "They're all doing well in their own rights," said Nizu. "I'd say this year's applicants look promising," Midnight agreed. "Well, there's still plenty of time before it's over," said Snipe. "The real test is yet to come." And with that, Aizawa opened a small, see-through lid on the control panel in front of him and pressed the large red button it covered. "Let's see how they react." The exam was utter pandemonium. Explosions, the sound of bending and tearing metal, rubble and debris everywhere, students arguing and shouting, and robot carcasses piled across the landscape. Izuku released the grapple from its anchor point and dropped to the ground, rolling as he landed to lessen the impact. He brushed himself off and readied himself to continue his crusade. The ground shook. Izuku paused, puzzled. The ground shook again. It shook a lot. Izuku wondered if they were experiencing an earthquake when he heard an explosion off in the distance behind him. He and the other students turned to see the source of the destruction. A large shadow dropped ominously over the applicants. It continued to grow until the sun was completely obstructed. Looming over them, grasping the side of the buildings in front of it as it hoisted itself towards their position, was the 0-point robot. "You've got to be kidding me," thought Izuku. The 0-pointer was taller than the buildings around it. It tore into them as it tried to move through, the small gaps between them. Debris and wreckage rained down upon them. The students panicked and ran as fast as they could in the opposite direction. Izuku noticed Ida run by, their eyes locking for a brief second as he passed. Izuku's first instinct was to get away. He could avoid the robot easily, and take out as many 1, 2, and 3-point robots along the way. As he prepared to run, however, he heard a loud yelp of pain behind him. It was a voice he recognized. The rubble from the damaged building that the 0-point robot had caused had fallen on Uraraka's legs, pinning her to the ground. She struggled to get up, trying to free herself from the wreckage. "No!" said Izuku, horrified. "No, no, 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 no!" Without a second thought, he sprinted as fast as he could towards Uraraka. He would not lose another friend. Not now, and not ever again. "You're angry!" At the sound of his voice, Uraraka's head snapped in Izuku's direction. "Deku!" she shouted. "I can't move my legs!" "I'm here," Izuku said. "I'll help you." He strained as he tried to lift the wreckage off Uraraka. There was too much of it, and it was too heavy, despite the strength Izuku had gained over the past 9 months. "I can't lift it," Izuku said, dismayed. He had to think fast. If he tried to pull Uraraka from the wreckage, he might injure her further. He looked back at the robot. I was approaching fast. It would be upon them in a matter of seconds. Izuku knew what he had to do. "Uraraka!" he shouted over the noise. "Try and use your quirk on the rubble. I'm going to buy you some time." Without another word, he sprinted in the direction of the robot. "Deku, wait!" shouted Uraraka after him. "Are you crazy?" As he ran, Izuku was wondering the same thing. He had fought against plenty of robots during his training with Bruce, but never one of this size. He had no idea how he was going to slow it down, to say nothing about destroying it. He had to think, what would Bruce do in this situation? Thinking back to his training, an image of Bruce passed through his mind. "Every armor has a chink in it, a weakness," he had said. "Find that weakness and exploit it. No matter how small it is, it could be the difference between life and death." Find the chink in the armor. Izuku scanned the massive automaton as it destroyed more buildings in its path. His analytical mind was going a mile a minute. This was obviously the real point of the test, to see how they would react to a disaster situation. It didn't seem to have any weapons, but its immense size made up for that. A robot this size couldn't just rely on solar power. That's it. A secondary fuel source. Something other than or alongside solar power had to be used to power a robot that size. Nuclear power was too dangerous, and the administration wouldn't dare use it around students. No, it had to be something safe but powerful, such as a large diesel engine. The fuel port would be somewhere easily accessible for the engineer. Scanning the robot a second time, he saw it. On the right side of the robot's neck was a small access panel, easily missed if you didn't know what you were looking for. It had to be it, easily accessible with a direct line to the fuel tank, protected by the robot's chest armor. Raising his hand, he launched his grapple hook, which carried him quickly towards the top of the monster robot. The robot reacted, attempting to swat Izuku off like a fly, only missing him by a few feet. He could feel the force of the wind as it passed him. Izuku reached the neck of the robot. The access panel was locked. Izuku didn't have the time nor the tools to pick it. Taking out his explosive gel gun, he sprayed a small drop on the lock of the door, enough for a controlled explosion. Bracing himself, he pushed the detonator. With a loud pop, the access panel flew open. Just as he thought, it was the entry point for the fuel tank. There was no time to lose. Izuku emptied the entire canister of explosive gel into the entry point. Holding the detonator in hand, he readied himself. He only had one shot at this, so he had to make it count. He leaped from the robot and pressed the detonator. The explosion from the robot's neck knocked its head off balance, tilting it to one side. The students stopped in their tracks. "Look!" shouted one student, pointing towards the top of the robot. Ida squinted and saw a small figure falling through the air. A second explosion erupted, larger than the last, and the force of the explosion threw the falling figure off balance, and was now plummeting towards the ground at an alarming pace. Ida gasped as he realized what that figure was. "It's that kid!" he shouted. The rest of the group gazed in awe and terror as the robot fell over backwards, more explosions erupting from its chest, and a few screamed as they saw Izuku tumble towards the earth. Izuku had been knocked aloft from the force of that second explosion. He was trying to steady himself long enough to find a place to shoot his grapple hook, but the ground was approaching fast. He had to be quick, or he might not. Something clasped hard around his forearm, stopping his fall short. He looked up to see he was being held by Uraraka, floating on the remains of a robot, straining immensely from his weight. "I've got you!" she said. Izuku clasped her hand back and hoisted himself atop the robot. Uraraka placed her fingers together. "Release!" The two of them dropped in a heap atop the wrecked robot. They simply stayed there for a moment, hardly daring to move. After a minute, Uraraka, unable to hold it anymore, retched and vomited over the side of the robot. Coming back up for air, she looked weakly at Izuku. Then they both started to laugh. They laughed for a good minute before calming down. "You saved me, Uraraka," said Izuku. "I had to return the favor," said Uraraka, smiling and wiping her mouth with her sleeve. Thankfully, besides Uraraka spraining her ankle from the debris falling on her, neither of them were hurt. The students all ran and gathered around them, shouting and cheering as they stumbled off the robot. Even Ida had dropped his pretense and was clapping and cheering along with them. The control room was silent, visual shock on the teachers' faces. The silence was broken only by a small noise, the principal clearing his throat. "Well," said Niza cheerfully, "is there any doubt about his ability now?" Almight couldn't even speak, his words failing him. After a minute or so, he finally regained his composure. "This kid," he said. "Who the hell is this kid?" Chapter 8: The Results. Izuku collapsed on the floor, his muscles aching from the push-ups. He absently looked around his room. Once its walls and shelves bore all kinds of Almight memorabilia. Not anymore. The walls were bare save a calendar and poster board. Most of his furniture was removed to allow him to make room for training. Perhaps Bruce's minimalist decorating style was rubbing off on him. He continued with his workout, moving on to crunches. It had been a week since the entrance exam at UA High. Bruce had to return to Gotham after the exam, so it had been radio silence from him since then. Waiting for the exam results was torture. He felt he did well at first, but taking down the 0-pointer took up the rest of the time for the test. He didn't blame Uraraka, though. It was a situation that couldn't be helped. All they could do was wait patiently for the results, and hope that they scored enough points for them to get in. After the test, he and Uraraka began to hang out more regularly, becoming a lot closer. Izuku had learned more about her and her family. She came from an impoverished family. Her father owned a construction company but didn't find much business. Due to villain or criminal attacks, several construction agencies gained government contracts to repair the damage. Because of this, heroes and businesses would often default to these so-called government-approved companies to help them in building their agencies. This made business very scarce for non-contract companies. If a business was not able to get a government contract, their options were very limited in private enterprise projects or home construction, as was the case for Uraraka's family. Still, her father found work where he could, and always put on a brave face, despite their circumstances. He was a man that Izuku could respect. It also taught Uraraka a strong sense of humility and frugality. She did not let anything go to waste and found creative, and sometimes worrisome, ways to save money. It was because of her family that Uraraka wanted to be a hero in the first place. She hated seeing her family suffer from poverty. Because heroes often became independently wealthy, both from hero work and capitalizing on their fame with side businesses, Uraraka wanted to provide a comfortable life that her parents deserved. She wanted to be their hero. That was a dream that Izuku found admirable. There were many other things that he also admired about Uraraka. She was strong, intelligent, quick thinking under pressure, determined, and loyal to a fault. Her strong desire to save people led her to want to become a rescue hero. He had no doubt that she had everything it took to make a great hero. Izuku finished his workout. He could smell his mother's cooking and became very aware of how hungry he was. Standing, he was about to leave when his door suddenly slid open. His mother was standing there, holding a letter in her hands. "Izuku," she said excitedly. "It's here!" The letter sat atop Izuku's desk, sealed with wax and branded with the UA seal. He had been staring at it for 10 minutes. After each minute, he resolved to open it. The minutes continued to pass. The letter remained unopened. He shook his head and slapped his cheeks. "Come on, Izuku!" he snapped at himself. "You can do this!" Hands shaking, he ripped open the envelope, which was heavier than he anticipated for its size. When it was opened, a small, gray disc-like device hit the table with a dull thud. Izuku looked at it, puzzled. As he reached out to pick it up, the device sprang to life, startling Izuku. A holographic projection appeared, a familiar-looking, handsome man in a black suit looking back at him. "Hello, Midoriya," said Bruce Wayne, his voice projecting from the device. "Bruce?" Izuku said. "What's going on? Isn't this from UA?" "The administration at UA let me record this message personally, considering the fact that I sponsored you," the holographic Bruce said. Izuku blushed slightly at the fact that he had tried to talk to a hologram, but regained his composure. "You performed adequately in the entrance exam," said Bruce, his face gaunt. "You scored a total of 30 hero points. Not exactly your best work. I've certainly seen you perform better." Izuku bowed his head. So this was it. He didn't make it after all. It only made sense that Bruce would be the one to tell him that all his training was a waste. That he was a failure. But that's not important. Izuku lifted his head, confused. "You demonstrated your true nature during the exam," said hologram Bruce. "Once again, you put yourself at risk to help someone in need. Not only that, you accomplished a seemingly impossible task, and defeated a nearly unbeatable foe with no thought to your own safety. To the end, you are always thinking about others, and when someone's in trouble, you don't question, you act. These traits are what it truly means to be a hero, not useless points." Izuku held his breath. What did he mean? "You showed them all, Izuku," Bruce said. "Just like I knew you would. You showed them you have what it takes to be a hero, even without a quirk." The hologram Bruce stood up, brushing himself off. "You're in, kid," he said. And with that, the hologram shut down. Izuku couldn't hold back his tears. All these years of planning and dreaming. All these months of training. It was all happening. They were coming true. He was going to be a hero. He only wished that Kaisen was alive to be there with him. After the exam, Batman stood on the giant wall outside the foe's city. He had seen Izuku take down the villain robots, as well as the zero-pointer. He couldn't have been prouder. He knew the boy had it in him, and now, he proved it not only to the school and the other applicants, but to himself as well. He was on his way to becoming a great hero. "I knew I'd find you up here." Batman didn't react to the loud, booming voice, nor when the hulking frame of All Might stood next to him, placing a large hand on his shoulder. "It's been a long time, my friend," said All Might. "How have you, Dash?" "Would you knock that off, Toshinori?" said Batman. "I know you're almost at your 3-hour limit, and you look ready to burst." All Might paused, taken aback. In a flash of smoke, the massive All Might reduced in size. "So you do know," said All Might. "For how long? Was it Gran Torino that told you?" "No," said Batman. "I've known since your fight with All for One." All Might blanched in surprise at the name. "Yes, I know about that," Batman added. He lifted his arm horizontally, and holographic projection emanated from his gauntlet. It displayed medical data from All Might's surgeries 5 years ago. "You were severely wounded," said Batman, going through the data. "And it's hindering your abilities. Your body can't keep up with your quirk anymore. Eventually, you'll lose your powers permanently." "You really are the world's greatest detective," said All Might, raising an eyebrow. "Then you must know why I'm here at UA." "2 reasons," replied Batman. No one would dare attack a weakened symbol of peace when he's surrounded by so many other dangerous heroes. And as for the other, Batman's hologram switched to a picture of a beautiful, green-haired woman. You're looking for a successor to inherit One for All. All Might coughed violently, blood spewing from his mouth. Batman had called his bluff. He knew more than All Might anticipated. He even knew about his predecessor, Nana Shimura. Her picture from his projector caught him completely off guard. How? He said sharply. How do you know all that? Batman lowered his gauntlet, the projection powering down. I know quirks, he said simply. And you have the exact same powers as your mentor, as did her mentor before her, and their mentors for as long as recorded. There are only two ways that can happen: genealogical heritage or transference. The evidence points to the latter, supported by the fact that I have seen powers transfer between hosts before. All Might was shaking. Now it was starting to make sense. All those years ago, when they first met, it had always bothered All Might how Batman seemed to have known how to take him down. It seemed impossible to comprehend at the time, and just chalked it up to experience. But now he knew how he did it. How long have you been studying me? Spat All Might. A long time, said Batman. Since your time at UA. Keep your friends close, and your potential enemies closer. I am not your enemy, Bruce, said All Might. But I suppose that's as close as you'll get to having a friend. I assume you've been doing the same to all your friends. Even Clark? Diana? I don't apologize for what I have to do to protect lives, said Batman. No one is incorruptible. Not me, not Superman, not even the symbol of peace. Enough, Bruce, said All Might. That's not what I came here for. No, it's not, said Batman, folding his arms. This is about Midoriya. It's no coincidence that you took him in after I told him dash. All Might paused. After I said he couldn't be a hero. You're right, it's not, confirmed Batman. Why? Why not? I'm being serious, Bruce. So am I, said Batman. I saw something in the boy that you didn't. He's gifted, even without a quirk, and I wasn't about to stand by and let him waste that talent. I was concerned for his safety, said All Might. He was just attacked by that sludge villain. He wouldn't have made it as a hero. How can you say that after watching that performance? Batman shot back, pointing at the exam site. All Might didn't have an answer for that. I just didn't want to get his hopes up. It would have gotten him killed. If I recall, you yourself were born without a quirk, Tashinori, said Batman. But Nana Shimura saw something in you. What makes Midoriya so different? Leave her out of this, snarled All Might. The difference is that she gave me her quirk. The most powerful quirk known to man. I was able to defend myself with it, to fight villains, to save others. Save others like young Bakugu? What? Said All Might. Katsuki Bakugu, said Batman. He was the boy I pulled out of the sludge villain. He was Midoriya's childhood friend. He blames himself for his friend's death. He himself had a powerful quirk but was defenseless against the villain. All Might was caught off guard again. Bakugu's death because of his rookie mistake was not a memory that he liked to relive. Neither of us were able to save him, he said. What's your point? Come on, Tashinori, said Batman impatiently. The point is that a powerful quirk doesn't make the hero. Your quirk didn't make you great, it was your training, your knowledge, your experience. Have you forgotten these things already? He pointed to the destroyed giant robot. That is what you witnessed during that exam. Midoriya used his training, his knowledge, his instincts. That's why he passed, not because of a powerful quirk. It's true, you can't save everyone. But people aren't saved by quirks. They're saved by people. Is that why you're doing this? Said All Might. To spite me, because I've become jaded to the cause? Hardly. Then what is it about? Said All Might. Revenge? Training him to get revenge on the monster who killed his friend. No, said Batman. This isn't about you or me. Nor is it about revenge. This is about justice. For Bakugu, and for Midoriya. He needs to see his friend's killer brought to justice. So, let the heroes handle that, Bruce, said Almight. He was almost killed by it once, so let the professionals bring it to justice. You'd be sending him to the slaughter. You of all people should know how dangerous it is out there, how dangerous it is to be a hero. Batman turned to leave. Midoriya may not be ready to find Bakugo's killer, but he already has what it takes to be a hero, he said. All he needs is guidance. Bruce, please, All Might implored. He's going to end up hurt, or worse. Do you want him to end up like you? Think about Jason. Batman paused at the name. Do you want Midoriya to end up like him? Bruce turned and looked All Might dead in the eyes. That's exactly why he's here, he said. So that he won't. Batman took his grapple gun from his belt and launched it, zipping off into the distance. All Might grew back into his powered form, smoke billowing from his pores. He glared as the dark silhouette of Batman shrunk in the distance. I may not be able to stop Midoriya, he said through gritted teeth. But I will protect him. From danger, from villains, even from you. Chapter 9, Class 1A. You have everything you need, Master Midoriya? Yes, Alfred, replied Izuku. It was the first day of his new life at UA. The acceptance rate into the hero program was just as small as it ever was, only 1 in 300. 4 got in on recommendations, and even though Izuku was sponsored by Bruce Wayne, he didn't count since he took the entrance exam. His mother had fussed over him before he left, as mothers do. He had planned on taking the train, but was surprised to see Alfred was already waiting for him with the car. And he had fussed over Izuku almost as much as his mother did. Quite an exciting day, said Alfred cheerfully. I remember driving Master Bruce to his first day of school at Roxbury Fielding Academy back in Gotham. It was hardly a school for heroes, but in a way it was there that Master Bruce's hero journey began. Izuku had never thought to ask where Bruce had went to school. His knowledge was extensive, and wasn't limited to criminology. And according to rumor, Batman was considered to be one of the most intelligent heroes on the planet. He had to have gained the knowledge from somewhere. Come to think of it, he had never asked Bruce about how or when he had become the Batman in the first place. He knew the reasons behind him being a hero was the death of his parents, but it was a mystery as to the circumstances that led him to become his alter ego. Alfred? Yes, Master Midoriya? How did Bruce learn to? I mean, when did he first become? Izuku was having trouble formulating the question. I believe you want to know about when Master Bruce first donned the cape and cowl, correct? Alfred said. Yeah, replied Izuku. As you know, Master Bruce had a troubled childhood, said Alfred. The trauma of losing his parents. It was earth-shattering. As he had no immediate family other than his parents, I took over the responsibility of raising the young master. Izuku knew this much from his conversations with Bruce and Alfred. They had a very father-son-like relationship, and Alfred was more loyal to Bruce than anyone, his conscience and voice of reason. Bruce tried to live a normal life, and I tried to provide it for him, continued Alfred. But as the years passed, it became clearer and clearer that any hope of a normal life died with his parents. He had another destiny to fulfill. Master Bruce left Gotham for a while, continued Alfred. I had hoped that getting away would help him find healing and peace. It was during these travels where he developed the skills he employs now, and after 8 years he finally returned to Gotham, and I hardly recognized the man who stood before me. It was as if the Bruce I knew as a child had completely transformed. It was both amazing and frightening. Here we are, sir, Alfred added, pulling up alongside the curb, just outside the UA gate. Thank you, Alfred. Izuku was glad there wasn't anyone around. He always felt uncomfortable driving around in the limo. Alfred opened the door for him, and he began to proceed towards the gate when Alfred placed his hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Before you go, sir, said Alfred. If this old man can impart some wisdom, Master Bruce became what he needed to become, both for the city he defended, as well as for himself. These are different times, yes, but you must remain true to yourself. As you take these first steps into your hero's journey, focus on becoming the hero that you need to become, not what you think others need you to be. Alfred bowed his head and entered back into the car, leaving Izuku to ponder his words. Turning, Izuku paused a moment to take in the impressive building before him that would be his home for the next 3 years, and give him the starting point he needed to fulfill his dream of becoming a hero. He only hoped that, as Alfred put it, along the way, he became the hero that he needed to be. Izuku was running late, so he quickened his pace as he searched for his homeroom classroom. The hero course students were split into 2 home classes, 1A and 1B. Izuku was in the former. Beyond that, he knew nothing about his class, not even who the homeroom teacher was. Finally, he came upon a large door, stretching from the ceiling to the floor, with 1A painted in large, red print across it. Izuku stopped and marveled at the door, chuckling slightly to himself. UA was nothing if not ostentatious. As Izuku pushed the door open, the sound of a familiar voice reached his ears. "Keep your feet off the desks," said Tenya Ida, animatedly thrashing his arms through the air as he yelled at one of the other students. "We must not disrespect this academy by scuffing school property." Ida glanced towards the door, and stared right at Izuku as he stood in the entryway. "It's him," he whispered, a look of awe on his face. At this, the entire class spun their heads in unison, looking directly at Izuku, who suddenly felt as if he was under a spotlight. Hi," Izuku said, unsure of what else to say. "Good morning," said Ida, marching with a purpose up to Izuku. "My name is Tenya Dash." "Ida, I know," Izuku said, smiling despite himself. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Midoriya." Ida's look of amazement increased, his face almost beaming. "That's right," he said. "You already know who I am. You also realized that there was something more to the practical exam, didn't you?" Izuku said. "You must be very perceptive," said Ida, bowing his head respectfully. "I completely misjudged you, I admit. As a student, you are far superior to me." "Whoa there," said Izuku, holding his hands up. "Let's not get carried away. It's true, the 0-pointer was the real test, but that's not why I dash." "And you're modest," Ida said, bowing deeply. "Truly, it will be an honor to be your classmate, Midoriya." "Well, I dash." Izuku felt himself blush as the rest of the class continued to stare at him. "Deku!" As if on cue, Uraraka came running up behind Izuku, who turned to her just in time for her to wrap her arms around him in a tight hug. Izuku could feel every eye in the classroom burning into the back of his head. In Japan, public displays of affection such as this was considered a social faux pas, even for couples. Izuku and Uraraka weren't dating, but after all they had been through, they simply felt comfortable enough with each other that they exchanged hugs all the time. When they broke apart, Izuku could see out of the corner of his eye a mix of glares and whispers from his classmates. This was getting off to a great start. "Ahem," said Ida awkwardly. "Well, very good then." He turned to Uraraka. "My name is Tenya Ida. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Ochako Uraraka," she replied cheerfully. "It's a pleasure to meet you too. I'm so happy that we're in the same class together," said Uraraka, turning back to Izuku. "I wonder what our teacher's like. I can't wait to meet everybody. If you're just here to make friends, you can pack up your stuff now." Izuku, Ida and Uraraka jumped in unison and followed the voice to what looked like at first glance to be a yellow lump on the floor. After a minute they realized it was a man in a yellow sleeping bag. He had a long mane of unkempt black hair that drooped over his eyes, which stared intensely up at them. It felt as if his eyes were staring deep into Izuku's very soul. Standing up, the man unzipped and took off the sleeping bag. He was tall and slim, wearing a black jumpsuit with large white bands wrapped around his neck and shoulders. "It took you all 8 seconds to shut up," he said. "That's not gonna work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that." Izuku looked the man up and down. He looked completely worn out, as if he hadn't slept in days. His face was passive, unshaven and scruffy, like his hair. Izuku assumed that he must be some kind of pro, though he didn't recognize him. "I'm Shota Aizawa," he said. "Your teacher. Let's get to it." He reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a red, white and blue tracksuit. Put these on and head outside. The students all gathered around Aizawa, who took them to UA's outdoor track and field. They had completely skipped orientation, which Aizawa had informed them was a waste of time. What's more, he informed them that they would be performing a quirk assessment test to determine if they were fit enough to continue with UA's hero course. Here at UA we are not tethered to traditions, he said. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives. But you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. Izuku swallowed hard. He had always known that he would be coming to UA with a disadvantage, but looking around at all his classmates, he could almost feel the imbalance in the scale of power. They were all going to use their quirks to help them through this assessment. He had to step it up somehow in an effort to keep up. The country's still trying to pretend that we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel, Aizawa continued. That's not rational. One day the Ministry of Education will learn. He stopped directly in front of Izuku, staring him down. Izuku could feel the sweat dripping down his forehead. Izuku Midoriya, he said. The upstart. The first student to ever be admitted into UA without a quirk. The class around him audibly gasped, murmuring to each other. He doesn't have a quirk? How did he take down that robot? What is he even doing here? No way he can keep up. Izuku felt his heart sink, but he didn't drop his gaze from Aizawa's. His class was already beginning to write him off, a prejudice that he felt his entire life. I've been looking forward to this, said Aizawa. Front and center, Midoriya. Trembling, Izuku complied, stepping forward past the rest of the students. You impressed a lot of people during the entrance exam, said Aizawa. In the 15 years that he's been a patron to UA, your benefactor has never sponsored another student, until you. He cracked his knuckles. I have planned something special with you in mind. Let's see if you really deserve to be here. Today was not Izuku's day. The next couple of hours consisted of the class going through basic exercise drills, throwing a softball, long jumps, 100-meter dash, etc. Izuku felt he had performed well in all of them, but he was unsure of the results as he was the only one who didn't use a quirk for assistance. He had been getting sideways looks all day. Many tried to hide it, with a few people openly talking about how he had no quirk. Izuku found himself growing more and more annoyed, but he didn't allow it to break his focus. After the exercises were done, Aizawa had them all line up again. He took them to a large, domed building adjacent to the courtyard. Aizawa stopped in front of the giant double doors at the front of the building, and turned to face the class. You all performed adequately, said Aizawa. He pulled out smartphone and tapped the screen. A projector appeared in front of him, showing the results of each student for the exercises. Izuku was dead last. Izuku expected this. He was strong, and he was able to do so much more than he used to with Bruce's training. At a regular school, he would be considered well above average. But without the added benefit of a quirk, it was hard to compete with the numbers of his classmates. On paper, he was the weakest student there. His other classmates continued to mutter to themselves. That's to be expected. He doesn't have quirk, after all. Are we sure he really destroyed that robot? Maybe it was a fluke. Do you think they'll send him home? Izuku tried to ignore them, but deep down felt a pang of fear in his heart. What if they did send him home? How would Bruce react? Would he cast him out as well? All these questions blared through his mind. But your test doesn't end here, Aizawa said. For the next 3 years, UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. Think of this as a teaser. Aizawa tapped another button on the screen of the smartphone. The large double doors slowly opened behind him, revealing to Class 1A the most arduous and unforgiving obstacle course that they had ever seen. Several of the robots that were at the entrance exam were there, poised and ready to attack. Conveyor belts running at extreme speeds, swinging pendulums, even a ring of fire. The class gasped in unison as they saw it. Say hello to the gauntlet, said Aizawa. We're going to run that thing, said a boy with spiked red hair. Not you, no, said Aizawa. He then pointed to Izuku. Just him. What do you mean, just him? Said Uraraka. Midoriya scored lowest on the exercises, said Aizawa. This is a final test of his ability to attend UA. If he is not able to complete the gauntlet, then he has no place being here. What are you saying, sir? Asked Ida. If he doesn't succeed in completing the gauntlet, said Aizawa, he goes home. The students gasped again. You can't send him home, said Uraraka indignantly. He just got here. We all have. It's not fair. You think natural disasters are fair? Aizawa shot back. Or power-hungry villains? The world isn't fair. It's a hero's responsibility to counteract the unfairness. It's also a hero's job to put others before himself. What does that mean? Said Uraraka. If he refuses to do the gauntlet, you're all going home, said Aizawa simply. The group went dead silent, all turning to Izuku. He was used to being singled out, but never to this extent. As he looked to all his classmates, his eyes landed on Uraraka. Tears filled her eyes as she stared back at Izuku. He could read her as if he was able to stare into her mind. The indignity and unfairness of this situation made her both angry and afraid. She didn't want Izuku to be sent home, but was also terrified. If Izuku didn't do it, all of her hard work, all of her hopes and dreams would come to a grinding halt. He couldn't let this be the end for her, not after how much she has riding on this. With a defiant glare at Aizawa, Izuku marched towards the entrance of the gauntlet. That's it, kid, thought Aizawa. Show me what you can do. Chapter 10: The Gauntlet. How did Izuku keep getting into these messes? All his life Izuku tried his best to stay out of trouble. Usually, however, trouble would find him, and it was almost always in the form of Kaken. The constant bullying from his childhood playmate and his cronies only encouraged others to look down on him, not only by his other classmates, but sometimes even his teachers. Izuku was treated like he was broken, a freak in a world where freaks were the norm. As he stared down the terrifying gauntlet before him, he realized that no matter how many times he tried not to stand out, it was inevitably his destiny to do so. And if that was his destiny, then he was going to stand out above the rest of them. He was going to surpass them all. The time starts now, said Aizawa, starting the timer on his smartphone. Get to it. Izuku wasted no time. He sprinted at full speed down the path of robots. Immediately, they all locked onto his location and began their attack. He's done for! Shouted the pink-skinned girl. I don't approve of this kind of hazing, said Ida through gritted teeth. But I suppose we have no choice. Uraraka could hardly bear to look, but didn't dare turn away. Two zero-pointer robots advanced on Izuku. They were the exact same make as their giant counterpart from the entrance exam, but roughly the same size as the other robots. In unison, they swung their robotic arms at him with great speed. But Izuku saw it coming, deftly sliding under the attack, and effortlessly springing to his feet, continuing his sprint. As he did, a scorpion robot speedily crawled towards his position and thrust its massive tail at him. Izuku leaped into the air above it, landing atop the end of the tail, and ran down the other end, without batting an eye. More robots were waiting for him. They began to fire projectiles at him, rubber bullets and dummy rockets. The explosions from the guns and rockets as they fired echoed loudly throughout the building. That's insane! Shouted the red-haired boy. Sir, you have to stop this! Yelled the tall girl with the large ponytail. Aizawa ignored them, focusing on Izuku. Izuku had anticipated the weapons. Even though they didn't use them in the exam, they didn't look like they were for show either. He flipped into the air and landed into a series of handsprings, the rubber bullets passing narrowly behind him as he stayed one step ahead of the robot's guns. The rockets were trickier, but Izuku had an ace up his sleeve. He ripped off the shirt of his tracksuit, revealing his hidden utility belt wrapped around his waist. Aizawa blinked in surprise. So, he thought you're evening the playing field. Smart. Izuku pulled an explosive batarang from the belt, throwing it into the launcher of the rocket robot. Beeping for a few seconds, it exploded, destroying the launcher and knocking the wheeled robot next to it off its balance. As it fell to the floor, its gun fired into another robot in its path, the rubber bullets pounding unrelentingly into its optical eye until it cracked and burst, disabling it. "Holy crap," said the boy with electric blonde hair. "He's beating them." The group cheered as Izuku made his way past the final robots and leaped onto the conveyor belts in front of him. They were going at intense speeds, and Izuku struggled to keep up. Aizawa pressed a button on his smartphone, and giant pendulums began to swing towards him. Izuku flipped left and right, successfully avoiding the pendulums and maintaining his speed on conveyor belts. Reaching the end of the conveyor belt, the last pendulum swung towards him. After ducking to avoid it, he leaped upward and pressed his feet into it as it swung back, using the momentum to launch him forward to the next part of the course. "Good kid," thought Aizawa. "Use your surroundings to your advantage." He pressed another button on his smartphone, and the floor in front of Izuku became electrified, 4 small pegs rising from the floor. Twisting in midair, Izuku landed gracefully on one of the pegs. There was only room on the peg for 1 foot, so to maintain his balance, he angled his other leg and arms into a crane-like stance. After pausing a moment, he hopped from one peg to the next, clearing the electrified field. The class roared with applause and cheers behind him. "Who is this guy?" one of the students shouted. Uraraka and Ida had lost their apprehension and were happily cheering along with them. "Keep going, Deku!" shouted Uraraka. "You can do it!" Aizawa wasn't done. Without reacting, he pressed another button on his smartphone as Izuku continued through the gauntlet. The floor beneath Izuku began to open in the middle, and he was running out of space to run. At the same time, the clear walls beside him began to close in at a rapid pace. Thinking quickly, Izuku reached into one of the pouches on his belt and pulled out a small carbon fiber rod. Izuku held it horizontally, leaping upwards from the disappearing floor, and pressed the red button on the side of the rod. It extended outwards at each end at blinding speed, ramming into the walls as they closed, stopping their progress to within barely 5 feet of each other. The rod suspended from the walls allowed Izuku an anchor as the floor disappeared. In a true gymnast style, he swung over the bar, launching himself forward, leaping from wall to wall, and continued on. Finally, Izuku found himself on solid ground, and continued his sprint through the course. He came across the final obstacle, a large ring of fire, roaring with blue and red flames, at the end of a long, narrow beam. Izuku didn't stop. He picked up speed as he ran towards the ring. As he got closer, the fire grew larger, wilder, but Izuku didn't yield. With all his might, he leaped towards the ring, his arms and legs extended as he flew into a twirling, spear-like dive. He was inches from the ring. He could feel the heat of the flames on his bare chest. The fire roared and engulfed him as he flew through the ring. When the fire dissipated, Izuku was gone. The class yelled in terror. "Deku!" shouted Uraraka, horrified. They started to scramble towards the gauntlet to see if their classmate had perished, but Aizawa stopped them. Without a word, he pressed another button on his smartphone, and a large platform behind the ring began to rise, supporting a tired, but otherwise unharmed Izuku, kneeling as he caught his breath. The class was in an uproar. They all ran and gathered around him, cheering and lifting him into the air. "What do you think, Mr. Aizawa?" said Izuku as they reached him. "Do I deserve to be here now?" A small smile broke across Aizawa's normally passive face. "This kid," he said to himself. "It seems Batman chose wisely." Hiding behind a building, the large, muscular Almight watched the whole thing. He had heard that Aizawa was unbelievably strict when it came to his students, and didn't even hesitate to expel an entire class last year because he didn't think they had what it takes to make it as a hero. Almight had wondered if he was going to have the same attitude towards Midoriya, and a part of him hoped that he would. But as he watched Midoriya's performance, he couldn't help but quietly cheer along with them. "Midoriya," he said quietly, "when did you get so cool?" Aizawa had the class gather around him. They were shocked when he told them that he had no real intention of sending anyone home. "It was simply a logical deception," he said, with a slight sadistic smile on his face. "To get you to take this seriously." He informed them to pick up a syllabus in the classroom, and dismissed them all. As he walked back, All Might intercepted him. "Aizawa," he said. "All Might," said Aizawa without stopping. Midoriya didn't actually get the lowest score, did he? Said All Might. I watched that whole thing. You just wanted an excuse to get him to run the gauntlet, didn't you? Aizawa paused, but said nothing. It's not like you to play favorites, is it? Said All Might. I'm simply not a fan of the status quo, said Aizawa, as he continued to walk away. Midoriya has a rough journey ahead of him. If he is to be under the shadow of the Batman here at UA, he needs to be worthy of it. All Might laughed to himself. He really is a fanboy at heart, isn't he? All Might watched as Class 1A gathered around Izuku, still cheering him on, introducing themselves, and asking him about his training. All Might sighed. Now he's making friends, he thought. Still, the boy will have it rough ahead. I don't know if he'll have what it takes to keep up with the rest of them. But as he walked back towards the office, All Might couldn't shake the feeling in the back of his head that maybe, just maybe, he really had made a mistake back on that rooftop. Chapter 11, Combat Training. All Might held the old red hero costume that marked his Silver Age period. It was time for him to teach his first class. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't a little nervous. He always had imagined that he would be a good teacher, but in light of recent events with Midoriya and Batman, now he wasn't so sure. He was going to be teaching combat training to the class of 1A. The prospect was daunting to him, especially with Midoriya. He saw his performance in the exam and the gauntlet, but fighting against machines was very different from fighting against a living person. He had to be sure that things didn't get out of hand. He especially wanted to make sure that Midoriya didn't get hurt. But there was also a part of him that was excited to see what else Midoriya was capable of. Since his performance in the gauntlet, Izuku had become quite popular with Class 1A. He had already made some friends, especially with Ida. Despite their animosity when they first met, Izuku found that he was a passionate, helpful, and considerate person at heart. He looked up to his brother, the hero Ingenium, and wanted to live up to his legacy, something Izuku respected. All of the students of Class 1A had great quirks, and Izuku could immediately see why they were chosen for the hero program. He made it a point to study all of their quirks, strengths, and weaknesses. Batman had lectured Izuku intensely on the importance of knowing the full extent of a subject's ability, even if that subject is your ally. Allegiances are never set in stone, Batman had said. At any time, any given moment, your ally could become your enemy. Knowing what they can do and how to bring them down could be the difference between lives saved and lives lost. It had been a hard lesson to learn at first. He idolized the hero community, and to think that any one of them could turn rogue was a frightening thought. Conversely, word had spread quickly throughout the school that UA had accepted its first quirkless student. Izuku would receive awkward glances and conversations would hush as he passed them. On occasion, he could hear their whispered conversations. Is that him? That's him, the quirkless kid. How did he even get in? I hear he was sponsored. No, he passed the entrance exam. They say he took down the 0-pointer. No way. Some of the students from Class 1A say he even passed the gauntlet. Aizawa's student crusher? I don't believe it. I guess we'll see how long he lasts. Izuku had grown used to the attention, but still found it annoying. But he wouldn't let it distract him. He had to remain focused if he wanted to surpass them. Back in Class 1A, Izuku was going over his notebook silently to himself when I am here! A voice shouted into the classroom. Izuku jumped to see All Might, in full hero form, dramatically posing in the doorway. Coming through the door like a hero! The class gazed in awe and wonder as All Might marched to the front of the room. They were chatting to each other, excited that All Might was teaching here, amazed and starstruck that they could see the number one hero in person. Izuku's face remained passive, but his stomach was churning into knots. It had been over 10 months since their meeting on the rooftop. Despite his appearance now, in his mind's eye, Izuku could see through it to the thin, sickly character underneath. Izuku had completely disavowed the hero after their meeting, and seeing him in person again brought back unpleasant memories. The sludge monster, his dream dying, and worst of all, Kaisen. When All Might got to the front of the room, his shadowy eyes seemed to focus squarely on Izuku, who simply returned to his notebook as if he noticed nothing. All Might coughed a bit awkwardly. He supposed Izuku's reaction to his presence was only natural. "Welcome to the most important class at UA High," he said. "Think of it as Hero Ing 101. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro, and what it means to fight in the name of good." The class around Izuku was hanging on to All Might's every word. "Right, then, let's get to it," he said. In dramatic fashion, he thrust forward a large card in his hand that said Battle on it. "Today we'll pull no punches. Fight training." The class started murmuring to themselves again. "Real combat? This early? Well, it is UA High. But one of the keys of being a hero," continued All Might, pointing to the side wall of the class, "is looking good." Sections of the wall began to open, revealing several numbered locker compartments, each one containing a different hero costume for the Class 1A students. "These were designed for you based on your Quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started. Get yourselves suited up and meet me at Training Ground Beta." With a flash, All Might dashed out of the classroom and disappeared down the hallway. All the students gathered around their respective numbers. Izuku opened his locker with a smile. All the students had costumes that were designed by an exclusive clothing company partnered with the school. He was the only one who didn't have a suit made with that company. When he was accepted, he had already come up with a few designs, but never got a chance to send in the form. When he went to the warehouse the night he was accepted, Bruce and Alfred had already surprised him with a suit that they had made for him based on his designs, with some personal additions from Bruce, all compliments of Wayne Tech. Now it would be the perfect time for a field test. The students all entered into the training grounds. Each student had a unique costume that was specific to how their quirks. Ranging from all different types of colors and materials, they all looked like they had come straight out of a comic book. Izuku stepped out of the shadow of the gate entry into the light of the training grounds. He wore a black jumpsuit made from a composite of Kevlar and ballistic nylon, with flexible carbon armor plating sewn directly into it. The plating was heavier on his chest, abdominals, and shoulders. His hands and forearms were covered by heavy-duty combat gauntlets, made from the same flexible carbon composite, with 3 curved blades sticking from the sides. His right gauntlet had a mini-computer in the top of the arm that connected by satellite to the back computer. His boots were thick and insulated, designed for combat and functionality. He wore a black hood to cover his wavy green hair, and a black mask that covered his eyes and face. The eyes allowed him to connect to the back computer for call vision and detective mode. The mask also served as a voice modulator and respirator for emergencies. The mask connected to and covered his ears, allowing him to utilize radio contact, but also used external sensors to heighten his hearing and peripheral senses. At his waist was his trademark gray utility belt, but with more gadgets and useful support items attached to it, including his trusty grapple gun, remote control batarangs, and a few grenade canisters of his own design. To top it all off, there was a small, black bat symbol etched into the right breast plating. The group marveled at their costume designs. When Izuku walked out, they all took a moment to take in his costume. Izuku looked like a soldier ready to go to war. "That costume is so cool!" shouted Kirishima, the red, spiky-haired student. "I didn't know you could have weapons." "Some heroes have support items to help them with their quirks," said Aoyama, the blonde-haired boy with a penchant for fashion. "Like me with my naval laser," he added, brandishing his large belt. "But Midoriya doesn't have a quirk," said Yairozu, the student with the large ponytail. "So if that's the case, these are offensive items, are they not?" Izuku found the attention a little overwhelming. "Some of them," said Izuku simply, his voice filtering through the mask. "I have many tools." "That's so cool, Deku," said Uraraka. Izuku took a moment to notice her costume. She wore a skin-tight bodysuit with large gauntlets and boots, as well as a helmet with a clear visor. It was lucky that he was wearing a mask, otherwise she would have seen him blushing. "I should have been more specific about what I wanted," she explained. "This bodysuit is not really my style." "All right, students!" shouted All Might. They all lined up, turning their attention to him. Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training. Sir, said a student in heavy armor. I have a question. That's Ida's voice, thought Izuku. So, that's him under there. I see he wanted to go for an Ingenium-type look. Pretty cool. This is the fake city from our entrance exam, Ida remarked. Does that mean we are going to be doing urban battles again? Not quite, said All Might, holding up 2 fingers. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly evildoers take place indoors. Truly intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. Batman had informed Izuku of the same statistic. This is the exact reason for Batman's modus operandi. If one controls the shadows, the villains have nowhere to hide. For this training exercise, continued All Might, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Isn't this a little advanced? Said Ajri, the frog-like student. The best training is what you get on the battlefield, said All Might enthusiastically. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time. You're dealing with actual people now. All Might paused, his finger bouncing from one person to the next as he counted the students. I see that we are an uneven group, so 2 teams will be paired up as 3-on-3. All Might had the team draw lots to decide the matchup. Izuku was a part of one of the 3-on-3 teams, paired up with Uraraka and Shoji, the student with tentacle-like arms that can morph into different appendages. The other 3-on-3 team consisted of Ada, Todoroki, and Kirishima. All Might took out a paper. Right, he said. Now that the teams have been selected, here is your objective. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try and foil their plans. To do that, the good guys have to catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes. We're going to have our 3-on-3 teams go first, said All Might, reaching into 2 boxes, one reading villains and one reading heroes. Upon drawing, it was determined that Izuku's team were going to be the heroes for this battle. The class walked over to an empty building that would act as the villain team's hideout. Bad guys, you can go on in and set up, said All Might. In 5 minutes, the heroes will be let loose. Ida, Todoroki, and Kirishima went in. Kirishima and Ida were already discussing strategy. Before going in, Todoroki shot a sideways look at Izuku, one that he could not quite place the meaning of. Izuku shrugged it off and turned to his team. Okay guys, he said. We're up against some staunch competition. We're going to need to keep our guard up. Let's do our best out there. Yeah, said Uraraka, throwing her fist in the air. Shoji merely nodded in acknowledgement. As the rest of the class left with All Might to the control room to watch, Izuku realized that this would be the first time he had ever worked in a team like this before. He had learned a great deal from Bruce, but he preferred to work alone, and that philosophy rubbed off on Izuku. But Alfred saw things differently, and on one occasion even made a point of quoting Winston Churchill to him. There is only one thing worse than fighting with allies, and that is fighting without them. And right now, Izuku could use all the allies he could get. Even though this is training, said Ida, it pains me to be aligned with criminal behavior. Ida, Kirishima, and Todoroki had made their way upwards to the fake nuclear missile. They were readying themselves for the coming battle. Ida was meticulously going over the room, taking in all the details as if with a fine-tooth comb. No sweat, dude, said Kirishima cheerfully. This is just a fake battle after all. Let's just win this thing. You really think it will be that easy? Said Todoroki quietly, inspecting the missile. Against Midoriya? You're right, said Ida. He has proven himself to be a formidable opponent, both during the entrance exam and the gauntlet. We must not underestimate him. And then there are the others, said Todoroki. We don't know much about them, other than their quirks. Well, said Ida, Shoji seems to be more geared towards reconnaissance, while Uraraka is able to make things float. It was effective during the exam, but I'm not sure how well they would fare against humans. Regardless, we'll have to stay one step ahead of them, said Todoroki. I'll stay here and guard the missile. Ida, your speed could come in handy. Perhaps you can scout ahead for them? Of course, said Ida. I can take on Midoriya, said Kirishima confidently. No way he'll get past my quirk. Then it's settled, said Todoroki. Teams A and D, All Might's voice yelled over the speakers. Your time starts now. I can hear them, said Shoji, one of his arms contorted into a large ear, the other a mouth he was speaking from. They're on the 3rd floor. Confirmed, said Izuku, his mask distorting his voice into a deep bass. He was looking upward, the goggles of his mask glowing blue. Before the exam started, he calibrated his detective vision to focus on body temperature. Detective vision could see through the walls and the floors. Just as Shoji said, 3 red shapes were gathered together on the 3rd floor. One of them took off with blinding speed. Ida's on the move, Izuku added. He must be scouting ahead. What about Kirishima and Todoroki? Asked Shoji. It looks like Kirishima took off in the opposite direction, Izuku replied. I believe that Todoroki is staying behind to guard the missile. How can you tell? Asked Uraraka. The detective vision in my goggles can detect body heat, replied Izuku. One of them has an irregular temperature to them, half red and half blue. It must be Todoroki's quirk. Izuku turned back to Shoji and Uraraka. I have a plan, but we don't have much time. Ida will be on us in minutes. Izuku took 2 canisters off his utility belt and handed them to Shoji and Uraraka. Take these, he said. 1 for each of you, so you have to make them count. What are they? Asked Uraraka. Adhesive grenades, said Izuku. They'll release a glue-like substance once the pin is pulled. Ida's speed is impressive, but it's because of the engines in his calves. This means that his speed is limited to his legs. So you're saying, said Shoji, take out his legs and we've got him? Exactly. What about Kirishima? Said Uraraka. Kirishima's quirk is hardening, said Izuku. That suggests he's limited to close-quarters combat. I'll engage him myself. Once he's down, you 2 will rendezvous on the 2nd floor by the window. The window? Asked Shoji. What are you going to do? I'm going to confront Todoroki, said Izuku. And here is what I need you to do. Ida sped through the hallways at lightning speed. If he could find the hero team quickly, perhaps he could use the capture tape All Might had given them against them and end this battle quickly. Come out, you hero dogs, he said in his best villain voice. He had concluded that since he was playing a villain in this scenario, he should act the part to the best of his ability. I will find you. That's when he saw him. There was Midoriya, standing down the hallway clear as day. Aha! Exclaimed Ida. You can't escape me now, hero! As quick as he could, he ran towards Izuku, capture tape in hand. With blinding speed, so quick that Ida had almost missed it, Midoriya had pulled a small orb from his belt and threw it to the ground. The orb erupted in a puff of smoke, catching Ida off guard. He tried to stop before hitting the smoke, but he was running at full speed, causing him to slip and stumble into the smoke. The smoke stung his eyes and lungs. Coughing, he waved his hand to clear the air. After a minute, the smoke dissipated, and Midoriya was gone. Todoroki, Kirishima, said Ida to his comlink. I lost Midoriya. How? Replied Todoroki's voice. He disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Even as he said it, Ida knew it sounded ridiculous. He what? Said Kirishima. I'll find him, don't worry, said Ida, getting up and taking off again. Where'd he go? I just saw him, then he disappeared when he threw that smoke bomb. Can he even do that? He just did. The students were all chattering among each other as they watched the battle on the security monitors. All Might had to admit, it was a clever way to avoid capture. After a minute or so, Ida resumed his course, looking for the hero team. After they split up, Midoriya went off alone, while Shoji and Uraraka went off together. Ida had arrived a few minutes later and quickly caught up to Midoriya. This was the whole purpose of the test, pitting students against each other to see how well they could plan and adapt to changes. Midoriya was already proving his ability to do so with Ida. But the battle was just starting, and he had to do more if he wanted to win. Ida was trying to catch up with Midoriya, but he wasn't sure which way he went. As he continued to run, he began to think he had gone the wrong way when a small canister rolled into his path. Ida had just managed to see it in time as it exploded into a pale ooze across the floor. He knew he didn't have time to stop. Thinking quickly, he leaped into the air, his momentum carrying him over the ooze and landing him to safety. He turned to see a startled Uraraka in the corridor the canister rolled from. "Nice try, hero," said Ida. "But you weren't quick enough." He pulled the capture tape from his belt and proceeded towards her. But there was a loud pop near his feet, startling him. He couldn't move. He looked down at his feet. They were encased in the ooze, past his engine mufflers, restricting his quirk. He looked over to the ooze that he just leaped over, but it didn't extend farther than a few meters. He looked down at his feet again and saw it, a second canister. He tried in vain to pull his feet from the ooze, but it was too late. The ooze had hardened. He was trapped. "In the name of villainy, I demand you to release me," said Ida, struggling. Suddenly, he felt two large hands clasp around his wrists, pulling them behind him. He turned back to see Shoji restraining him with the capture tape. "Midoriya," he said, placing one finger in his ear to activate his comlink. "It worked. Ida is down." "Ida is what?" "Ida is down," repeated Todoroki. "He was captured. You need to stop Midoriya before they get any further." "That was pretty quick," Kirishima said to himself. He was starting to feel a little anxious, but slapped himself. "Get a hold of yourself. Be a man. You got this." Out of nowhere, what looked like a large bat came flying towards Kirishima. He lifted his arms in defense, and the bat hit him with a metallic clang. He put his arms down to see a bat-shaped shuriken sticking out of his forearm. Because of his hardened form, it didn't hurt him or go in very far, just enough to stay there. Kirishima looked up. "Midoriya!" he shouted. Izuku turned and ran down the hallway, Kirishima in hot pursuit. "I found Midoriya," Kirishima said over his comlink. "I'm tailing him now." He followed him through 2 hallways. Kirishima was fast, but Izuku seemed to be much faster. Turning the corner at the end of the second hallway, he stopped dead. The way ahead was dark and foreboding. It didn't feel right. There was no way this was a coincidence. Midoriya led him there on purpose. But he couldn't back down, he had a job to do. Slowly he pressed on. "I know you're there, Midoriya," he said into the darkness. "Come out and fight like a man." From the shadows, more of the bat-like shurikens came hurtling towards him at blinding speed. Instinctively, Kirishima activated his quirk, and they collided with his rock-like skin, one after the other. This time, however, a few seconds after impact, the shurikens exploded. The force of the explosions knocked him backwards off his feet and into the wall behind him. Shaking his head, he stood up and brushed himself off. He had put a large dent in the wall, but he was otherwise unharmed. "Nice try, Midoriya," said Kirishima. "That's not gonna work on me." Without a word, Izuku dropped from the shadowy ceiling and launched his grapple gun towards Kirishima. The grapple hook wrapped around Kirishima's arm as he raised it in defense. Izuku launched the secondary wire of the grapple gun behind him, which attached itself in a wall. The gun recoiled, bringing Kirishima flying across the hall, past Izuku, and slamming into the wall on the other end with a loud crash. Kirishima lay there a moment, and then staggered to his feet. "Is that all you got?" he said defiantly. "Actually, I was testing you," said Izuku. "I wanted to see how durable your skin really is." "Well, as you can see, not much can hurt me when I'm in this form," said Kirishima proudly. "That makes me feel better," said Izuku. Kirishima blinked. "For what?" Izuku pressed the button on the explosive gel detonator. The floor beneath Kirishima exploded, crumbling and falling through the ceiling below, sending him with it. He kept falling, and falling, and falling, finally landing with a loud crash, like the sound of a boulder falling off a cliff. Izuku leaned over the crater, staring into the rubble 3 floors down. "You all right?" he called after him. Kirishima returned a weak thumbs up before passing out. "I like him," Izuku thought to himself. "He's got spirit." Izuku raised Uraraka and Shoji on his comm link. "Kirishima is down. Now for the final phase." "Did you see that?" shouted Mineta, the short, purple-haired student. The class was chattering in amazement. Almight found himself once again surprised beyond measure at Midoriya's resourcefulness. Midoriya and Kirishima were on the 3rd floor. Not only did Midoriya rig the floor beneath him to explode, but the 2 floors under him had exploded as well, sending him down 3 stories into the rubble below. He used the explosive batarangs and the grapple gun maneuver to test the density of Kirishima's skin before carrying out his plan. If his skin didn't hold up against them, it wouldn't have held up against the fall. He didn't want to hurt Kirishima, just incapacitate him. This was all calculated and planned in advance. This kid was good. Really good. "Kirishima? Kirishima?" Todoroki had heard the explosion and tried to raise Kirishima on his comm link. As he had expected, radio silence. He was on his own. It wouldn't be long now until Midoriya was upon him. He had to act fast. He threw up a wall of ice around the missile and himself. He didn't think it would stop him, but it would at least slow him down. If he did manage to get through the ice, Midoriya would still have to contend with him. And so he waited. After a minute, he could see the silhouette of Midoriya through the ice. He was inspecting the wall Todoroki created. Todoroki readied himself. He guessed that Midoriya was looking for the right spot to place his explosives. But instead, he put both hands on the ice wall. After a few seconds, Todoroki saw a crack in the ice wall. Before he could react, Midoriya punched his way through, shattering the ice wall like glass. "How?" was all Todoroki could say. Izuku lifted his hands. They were glowing red in the palms. "Thermal gloves," he said. "My mentor has faced a few ice villains in his time, and he designed my suit with an environmental regulator. He's not one to leave things to chance." "I see," said Todoroki. "Let's see how well it works against my ice." Todoroki launched a flurry of frost and ice at Izuku, who leaped away in the nick of time. Todoroki didn't let up his barrage, and continued to throw his ice while Izuku continued to dodge. "I see you're only using your right side," said Izuku, backflipping over 2 ice pillars sent his way. "That coincides with the white in your hair. I wondered about that." "Hold still!" Todoroki was getting annoyed. His ice was more effective in large open spaces. It was difficult to use freely in tight, enclosed spaces, such as the hideout room. It didn't help that Midoriya was so quick on his feet and maneuverable. "You're Endeavor's son, aren't you?" Izuku said. Todoroki froze. He stopped throwing ice and stood dead in his tracks, as if his mind had stopped functioning properly at the mention of his father. "I recognize your last name," Izuku said. "And you were one of 4 students who were admitted on recommendation, which would make sense since Endeavor is the number 2 hero and alumni at this school." Todoroki didn't know what to say. The way he explained it sounded so simple, but so bizarre at the same time. "That begs the question," Izuku continued. "Does that mean your left side is fire?" Todoroki's eyes widened. His hands were shaking. He looked at his right arm, which was covered in frost. He had used too much of his ice, he was feeling cold. "Why don't you use your left side?" asked Midoriya. It wasn't mocking, but a genuine question. "If it's anything like your ice, it must be immensely powerful." "Stop talking!" Todoroki shouted, blasting more ice at Midoriya. He drew 3 explosive batarangs from his belt and threw them towards Todoroki, who threw up his hands in defense. The batarangs arched and flew past Todoroki, missing the missile by inches and embedding themselves into the wall behind it. "Foolish," said Todoroki. "If this were real, and you hadn't missed, we'd all be dead." "I didn't miss," said Izuku. Pressing the detonator, he shouted into his comm link. "Uraraka, Shoji, now!" The wall behind Todoroki exploded, revealing to his shock Shoji and Uraraka, suspended in midair outside the building where the wall used to be. Before Todoroki could react, he felt something heavy and strong wrap around him, pinning his arms to his side. Izuku had thrown a wire bola around him to keep him from attacking. Shoji, using all his strength, threw Uraraka towards the missile, who continued to keep them both suspended in midair. All Todoroki could do was watch as Uraraka made contact with the missile, wrapping her arms and legs around it and hugging the side of it tightly. There was a pause, and over the speakers came All Might's booming voice. "Team wins!" The class cheered behind All Might. He breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The cleanup robots began their work, and Midoriya was checking on his classmates. Midoriya and his team came through this exercise unscathed, due to his strategy and leadership. Not only did he prove he was capable of operating against foes with strong quirks, but he was able to work in a team function. Simply put, he smashed this exercise. All Might felt he could no longer deny it. Midoriya was becoming a hero. Bruce had trained him better than he ever could. Perhaps all this time he was wrong. Maybe you didn't need a quirk to be a hero. What would Nana think? Nana. All for one. All Might's heart dropped. He still remembered that day, when All for One's reign of terror came to an end. The sheer power of 100 years' worth of stolen quirks raging against him. He was nearly killed, and in the end was very lucky to walk away with just a hole in his side. It was true, Midoriya was strong, and getting stronger every day. But would it be enough? Only time will tell. Chapter 12, Revelations. Izuku's popularity exploded overnight. His performance during battle training spread like wildfire. Nobody could understand how he had become so powerful, despite not having a quirk. More than once, he was approached by other students challenging him to a match. Izuku always declined. He had more important things to do. The students had returned to their classes and were enjoying a much-needed break before returning home. Izuku took the time to study what he learned of his classmates' quirks during the training exercise. Despite his feelings for All Might, he had good insight on hero work, even if he wasn't very good at teaching it. There was a strong tension between All Might and Izuku. He could feel that the pro-hero was trying to connect with him in some way and would address him directly, and would often purposefully direct most of his questions to him. However, Izuku preferred to avoid him as much as possible, and would oftentimes feign ignorance to avoid answering his questions. There have been a couple of times that All Might had attempted to corner him in the hallway for some reason, but Izuku had always managed to evade him, either by pretending not to hear his booming voice, blending into a crowd of students, or outright disappearing entirely, something Izuku was very adept at, thanks to his training. He had a feeling that he wouldn't be able to dodge All Might forever, and eventually would have to face him. But he would deal with that later. The day after the battle training, his classmates had voted that he be their class president. He had politely declined. He didn't want to be a leader, and had no patience for bureaucracy. Instead, Ida and Yaoyorozu were given the job of president and vice president, respectively. Izuku was pleased with this result, as he felt he was already in the spotlight too much already. This was especially so after what happened after the battle training, when Kirishima returned from the treatment with Recovery Girl. "Midoriya!" Kirishima said as he burst into the classroom, startling the class. He rushed towards Izuku, who instinctively tensed and reached for his utility belt. Kirishima, however, stopped at his desk, his face beaming. "That was so cool!" he said excitedly. "You were like a total ninja in there." He flailed his arms around, making karate gestures in the air. "Where did you learn to fight like that? Could you teach me?" Izuku said, blushing slightly. "Yeah," said Mineta. He and Kiminari both approached Izuku's desk with Kirishima. "You took down 3 of the strongest students here. Where did you learn that? It's obvious, isn't it?" The class turned to Tokoemi Fumikage, who simply sat at his desk, arms folded and eyes closed, as if in thought. Tokoemi was a strong, silent and brooding student. He rarely spoke and preferred to keep to himself. His crow-like appearance and dark demeanor only enhanced his already terrifyingly powerful quirk, Dark Shadow. "I noticed it when he completed the gauntlet. Include that with your armor, your weapons, your fighting style, and the answer becomes quite clear. He looked directly into Izuku's eyes. You were trained by the Dark Knight himself. Am I mistaken, son of Batman? The class went silent, all eyes turned to Izuku. As he pondered his answer, he could almost hear his heart beating in his chest. Batman had a mixed reputation in the hero community, and he was concerned about how others would react to the knowledge of Izuku's connection to the Dark Knight. He supposed that he couldn't keep it a secret forever, and would have to face the inevitable eventually. He gave out a heavy sigh. You're correct, replied Izuku. The class erupted in unified amazement. The Batman? Said Kirishima excitedly. Isn't he a vigilante? Said Yaoyorozu. I thought he was a myth, said Hantashiro. No, he's real, he works with the Justice League, said Tsuya. No, he's a founding member of the Justice League, said Tokoyami. For real? Said Kaminari. Have you met Superman? He asked Izuku. What about Wonder Woman? Said Mineta, drooling slightly. Is she just as hot in person? Everyone, please! Shouted Ida over the noise. Don't badger Midoriya. Besides, I think we're all missing the biggest question, said Mina. No one knows who he really is. He keeps his identity secret. That's true, said Toru Hagakure, the invisible student. Who is he under that mask? Izuku swallowed hard. This was exactly why he didn't want people to know his secret. The class were all staring at him, excitedly awaiting his answer. Well, Izuku said slowly, he's Batman. Everyone looked at him, confused. I don't say that facetiously, said Izuku hastily. What I mean is, the more time I spend with him, I've learned that the person underneath the cowl is actually a mask, one he wears for the public, or those who don't really know him. He's an important guy, so he has to keep up appearances. When he takes off the cowl, he becomes a different person entirely. It's only when he becomes the Batman is when he is his true self. That, said Kirishima, a slight tear dripping down his face, is the manliest thing I have ever heard. Izuku was busy packing up his things, ready to call it a day. He had been hounded by questions from his classmates about Batman and the Justice League all day, until he was finally saved by Ida again, who chastised them for harassing a fellow classmate with inane questions. The sun was already setting. As he began his trek home, Izuku took a minute to bask in the beauty of the dusk. He was always so busy with his studies and training that he never really took a moment like this to reflect on how far he had come, and how fortunate he was to be where he is. Fate had finally smiled upon him, and he... Young Midoriya! Izuku immediately recognized that bellowing voice, and knew his momentary hesitation had cost him dearly. He had barely had a chance to react before he felt a heavy pair of hands resting on his shoulders. I am here, said All Might triumphantly. To finally talk to you. Izuku sighed. About what, sir? He asked, not bothering to hide the irritation in his voice. Not here, said All Might. Let's go to the teacher's lounge. I'm glad we can finally have this talk. All Might, having reverted to his depowered form, poured a cup of tea and passed it to Izuku. This was the first time Izuku had seen him in this state since their first encounter. He looked almost dignified in his striped yellow suit, which fit over him as if he was a pole supporting a circus tent. He smiled politely at Izuku as he sipped at his own tea. Izuku sat his tea down on the coffee table in front of him, his face passive. He had correctly assumed that All Might would want to speak with him after getting into UA, but he had nothing to say to the hero. A long silence stretched between them, which All Might broke by awkwardly clearing his throat. I want to thank you for keeping my secret, said All Might cheerfully. Izuku still said nothing, his face passive, but his eyes a blazing glare. All Might coughed slightly. Look, said All Might. I know I may have come across as harsh during our chat on the rooftop. It wasn't my intention to come across as such. I didn't want to crush your dreams. All Might sighed, leaning back on the couch and looking at the ceiling. I have been at this for a long time, he continued. I've faced a lot of villains. This life looks glamorous on TV, but the nature of our work is anything but. What people don't understand is that there is always someone out there who is stronger than you. Most people lose sight of that fact during their progression. They don't understand that this hubris costs lives. I've seen heroes stronger than me. He paused for a minute, as if the words were caught in his throat. Heroes who were a lot stronger than me died because of someone with a quirk that was stronger. Izuku listened, his face unchanged. With this fact in mind, Almight said, it's even more difficult, if not impossible, to fight against those quirks without one of your own. It's not fair, it's just the way it is. But that doesn't mean that you can't make a difference in this world. With respect, All Might, Izuku said finally. But do you have a point? My point, said All Might, is I don't want to see you get hurt or worse. Bruce may have trained you well, and filled your head with God knows what kind of ideas about heroism, but he's leading you down the path of destruction. Everywhere he goes he leaves pain and misery in his wake, and I don't want to see that happen to you, not if I can stop it. Izuku's glaring gaze intensified. Like you stopped the sludge monster from murdering my friend? Izuku said quietly. All Might blanched. He looked as if Izuku had physically struck him, but said nothing. Izuku continued to glare at the hero, his clenched fists visibly shaking. You've been my hero for as long as I can remember, All Might, Izuku said, breaking the silence between them. I've studied everything about you. I used to think that you were unstoppable, that nothing bad could happen so long as you were smiling. But now I know better. Izuku stood up, straightening his uniform. Young Midoriya, began All Might. You're redundant, Izuku snapped. A one-trick pony living on borrowed time. Bruce may be complicated, but he's taught me more about being a hero than you ever will. Izuku turned to leave, but stopped at the door. I'm not here for fame or glory, All Might, he said. None of that matters. I'm here to avenge my fallen friend, to continue the Batman's legacy, and to prove you and this entire quirk-obsessed society wrong. I will become a hero, a better one than you could even imagine. You can count on that. Sir. He spat the last word out as if it were poison, and left, leaving All Might at a loss for words. All Might stroked his chin absently. That could have gone better, he thought sadly. That kid. He's sharp, but he's headstrong. He let out a deep sigh, resting his head on the back of the couch. Teaching is hard. Chapter 13, The USJ. Today's training will be a little different. Aizawa stood before the class, his usual sardonic voice droning over the hushed class. You'll have 3 instructors, he continued. Me, All Might, and another faculty member will be keeping tabs on you. The students all murmured to each other. 3 pros? Izuku thought. Is that because of the break-in? A few days ago, the school had been in uproar when the intruder alarm sounded suddenly during the lunch hour. The students had panicked and ran amok as the building was stormed by story-hungry reporters all chomping at the bit for a chance to interview the symbol of peace-turned-UA teacher, All Might. The reporters were repelled and order was soon restored to the school, but the fact that they were able to get through UA's security system was a frightening thought. Though the teachers had tried to maintain that everything was status quo, it had not escaped Izuku's notice that security measures seemed to increase around the school. Sir! Cyril raised his hand suddenly. What kind of training is this? Rescue, responded Aizawa, holding up a large card with the word, Rescue, embossed in blue bold across it. You'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, stuff like that. Disasters, huh? Said Kiminari, smiling nervously. Sounds like we're in for a big workout. Real hero stuff, said Kirishima. This is what separates the men from the boys. Aizawa activated the costume lockers. This special training is at an off-campus facility, he said. So we'll be taking a bus to get there. That's all. Start getting ready. The students all clambered around the lockers to get their costumes and equipment. Izuku got up to join them. Bruce had trained him extensively on search and rescue and disaster training at the warehouse. He had already demonstrated his prowess in combat, so they all knew he could fight. Izuku gritted his teeth. All Might was going to be there. Another chance to show the false idol that he not only deserved to be there, but was well on his way to surpass him. The bus open layout completely ruined my boarding strategy, said Ida sullenly. Ida, you really need to chill, said Mina cheerfully. The bus jostled slightly as they made their way to their destination. All the students were chatting excitedly. If we're pointing out the obvious, said Ajui suddenly, then there's something I want to say about you. She turned to Izuku. Me? He said. What about me, Ajui? I told you to call me Tsu. Sorry. 11 months, said Izuku. No way, shouted Kirishima. You learned all that in 11 months? What was his training like? Well, Izuku began, but was interrupted by Tsuyu. It seems you like to use a lot of explosives, she said. Do you have any reason why? Izuku went silent, averting Tsuyu's eyes. Someone I admired, Izuku said finally. It was his quirk. Explosions. Really? Asked Uraraka, interested. Sounds dangerous. It sounds awesome, said Kirishima excitedly. He must have been strong. Was he a pro? Did he go to UA? No, said Izuku. He wasn't a pro. He wanted to go to UA, but he never got the chance. A shadow passed over Izuku's eyes. He was sweating, his hands were shaking. He wanted to end the conversation now. After 10 seconds of silence, his friend's excited expressions turned to concern. Midoriya? Said Kirishima. Are you okay? Asked Tsu. Izuku was saved from answering by the voice of Aizawa. We're here. The students all rushed to the window. Over the trees in the distance they saw an enormous, domed structure. It reminded Izuku of Disney's Epcot building. As the bus pulled to the entrance, they noticed a strange figure waiting for them. Standing about 5 feet tall was what looked like to be some sort of an astronaut. He had a large, rolled body layered inside a thick white suit. 2 large white eyes were visible from inside his darkened domed helmet. Izuku recognized him immediately as the space hero, 13. Hello, everyone, said 13 cheerfully. His voice sounded synthetic, as he was speaking through a radio system in his suit. I've been waiting for you. The class gathered around, starstruck by the hero's presence. 13 had developed a stellar reputation as a hero who specialized in search and rescue. His quirk, Black Hole, allowed him to destroy large amounts of debris and wreckage in minimal time frames, allowing for quick rescue. He has saved more civilians in a single day than most heroes in their entire careers. It would only make sense that he would be heading up this training session. As they entered the building, Izuku and the others were amazed at the sight before them, a training disaster simulation training grounds that would rival even the Batman's simulators. Holy crap! Said Kirishima. It looks like some kind of amusement park. 13 pointed towards each of the areas. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc., he said proudly. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, but you can call it USJ. Just like Universal Studios Japan, Izuku thought to himself. Shouldn't All Might be here already? Said Aizawa, walking up to 13. Let me guess, he booked an interview instead. Actually, it's something else, said 13 quietly, holding up 3 fingers. Apparently he did too much hero work on the way to school this morning and used up all his power. He's resting in the teacher's lounge. Izuku scowled. Thought the other students wouldn't know it. 13's 3 fingers were referring to All Might's 3-hour limit. That man is the height of irresponsibility, said Aizawa, rolling his eyes. Clock's ticking. Let's get started. Listen carefully, said 13 to the students. I'm sure you're aware I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole. 13 held up his hand. Each of his 5 fingers had caps on the end of them. I can use it to suck up anything and turn it into dust. Izuku looked at Uraraka. She was hanging on to 13's every word. He was one of her favorite heroes, after all. Some of you also have powers that could be dangerous, 13 continued. In our superhuman society, all quirks are certified and stringently regulated, so we often overlook how unsafe they can actually be. Please don't forget that if you lose focus and make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly, even if you're trying to do something virtuous like rescue someone. Today, you're going to use your quirks to save people's lives. After all, that's what being a hero is all about, ensuring the safety of others. This resonated strongly with Izuku. Bruce had always told him that the true mark of a hero was not how many enemies you could defeat, but how many lives you can save. Today was the day his training would truly be put to the test. Right, said Aizawa. Now that's over dash. A large electrical current ran through the lights above them, interrupting Aizawa and startling the students. Behind Aizawa, the fountain in the middle of the USJ sputtered irregularly, and seemed to twist and morph as a black and purple twisting wall began to form. The wall grew larger and larger at a rapid pace, and Aizawa tensed like a cat. The portal erupted in a blast of energy. Something was coming out of it. Stay together and don't move, snapped Aizawa. 13. Protect the students. Has the training started already? Said Kirishima. I thought we were rescuing people. Izuku immediately reached to his utility belt, grasping onto a batarang. Stay back! Aizawa snapped again. He was placing his goggles on. This is real. Those are villains. The students gasped in terror. A tall, slender man walked through the wall. He was clad all in black and covered head to toe in what looked to be severed hands. Behind him, one after the other, more and more villains piled in droves out of the wall. There had to be dozens of them. Finally, the last one came out of the wall. A hulking, bird-like creature, bearing large teeth, two vacant eyes protruding from a see-through, domed structure revealing the creature's brain. It stood at least 8 feet tall, rippling muscles across its dark blue body. The hand-man signaled the creature to stop at his side. The very sight of it drove a chill down Izuku's spine. It wasn't natural. Izuku tried to turn on his cowl vision. It wasn't functioning. He tried to pull up the interface on his gauntlet computer. It wasn't functioning either. The stark realization of their situation dawned on him. Something was blocking his signal to the Bat computer. He couldn't radio Bruce for help. They were on their own. Chapter 14 Villain Attack. Real villains? Said Kirishima. No way! How did so many of them get into a UA facility this secure? Yeah, 13, said Yaoyorozu. Why aren't the alarms going off? Good question, said 13, looking around. I'm not sure. I'm not able to connect to the Bat computer, said Izuku. What are you talking about, Midoriya? Asked Ida. My cowl and gauntlet computer connect wirelessly via satellite to a computer in a secure location, Izuku explained. This allows me to access various tools and databases, as well as enables my detective vision. But I'm not able to connect to it. This means something must be jamming the signal. That would make sense, said Todoroki. If the alarm sensors aren't being triggered, then one of these villains must have a quirk that's masking their presence here. And if you aren't able to get a signal out, then that quirk is probably blocking all communication as well. Exactly, said Izuku. They carefully chose this isolated facility as an entry point at a time when a class was being taught. They've obviously thought this out. Whatever their plan, said Todoroki, they must have a concrete objective in mind. 13, get them out of here, said Aizawa. And alert the main campus. You can't fight them on your own, Izuku objected. There's too many of them. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style's not suited for this. Your powers work best in stealth and one-on-one fights. It can't be much help in a group. Funny coming from the student of Batman, said Aizawa. He must have taught you that you can't be a pro if you only have one trick. Aizawa leaped into the air and flew down the steps leading to the USJ entrance. His speed and grace could have rivaled Bruce's. Several villains advanced forward towards him as he descended. Shooting squad! Shouted one of them. Take your aim! Let's gun him down! Shouted another. They lifted their various appendages to fire, but nothing happened. My quirk! Shouted the leader, looking at his gun-like fingers. Where's my bullets? Aizawa descended on them quickly, launching the wrappings around his shoulders towards the villains. With blinding speed, they wrapped around them, rising and twisting them around in the air. With a mighty heave, Aizawa brought them crashing towards each other, their heads smashing together with a sickening crack. The other villains stepped back in surprise. "Idiots!" shouted a villain. "That's Eraserhead, the pro! He can erase your quirks by just looking at you!" "Cancellation?" shouted a masked villain with 4 rock-like arms. "Bet you can't erase a heteromorphic type like me!" He rushed Aizawa, throwing powerful punches towards him, who deftly avoided each blow with ease. "Yeah, you're right," said Aizawa, landing a powerful punch square in the villain's face. The villain lurched backwards from the force of the strike, and Aizawa seized his chance and wrapped his bindings around the villain. "But a villain like you is only dangerous if you can reach me, and I have taken measures to make sure that never happens." A large villain attempted sneak attack from Aizawa's flank, but the pro was 2 steps ahead. Aizawa ducked under the villain's extended fist and, twisting on his heel, delivered an axe kick into the villain's torso, throwing him back against 2 other villains. As the 3 villains struggled to get to their feet, Aizawa brought the rock villain crashing down on top of them. "Which one of you gutter punks is next?" he growled. "There he goes trying to intimidate us," said Tamura Shigaraki, the hand villain, scratching his neck absently. "He is strong, and since he's hiding behind those goggles you can't tell whose quirk he's erasing." He watched Aizawa take down each villain that tried to approach him with impressive speed and precision. He couldn't help but be impressed. "He's making it hard for us to work together and rely on each other's powers." His scratching intensified. "How annoying! The worst thing about dealing with pros is when they live up to all their hype." Behind him, 2 yellow eyes appeared from the wall of energy. It had not been watching the pro hero's performance. Instead, his gaze wandered to the entrance of the facility, where the group of students led by the Hero 13 attempted to make their escape. They certainly couldn't have that. The students all ran for the exit, with Izuku lingering behind. "He's holding them off," he thought to himself. "I guess I shouldn't have underestimated him." He quickly ran to rejoin his classmates. Despite all that Bruce had done to prepare him for this day, he couldn't help but feel afraid. His mind wandered to his encounter with the sludge villain, the terror he felt as his world began to fade into darkness. He thought of Kaisen, and how scared he must have felt at the end. Izuku shook his head. No. Now was not the time for that. He would have to be brave. Brave like Kaisen. 13 and the students stopped abruptly. Another black-purple portal appeared on the floor in front of them. This time, it grew into a large swirling pillar before them. "There is no escape for you," said the pillar, 2 large yellow eyes staring down on them. "It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains." "I know it's impolite, but we have decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for Almight, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath?" So this is their endgame, Izuku thought angrily. They want Almight. All of this for Almight. We're all in danger because of him, and the bastard's not even here. His fear forgotten, Izuku was overcome with a burst of hot anger. Leaping above his class, Izuku threw 3 batarangs, each one exploding upon reaching the shadow. "You think we would just stand around and let you tear the place apart?" Izuku shouted, landing in front of the 13 and the class. Kirishima and Tokoyami quickly joined him at his side, ready for battle. "You live up to your school's reputation," said the voice of the shadow behind the smoke. As the air cleared, the shadow reformed itself, flowing around what appeared to be a metal collar. "But you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone might get hurt." "You 3, get out of the way, right now!" shouted 13, removing the cap on one of his fingers. But the shadow was too quick. The purple-black mist swirled around the students, enveloping them. "I'll scatter you across this facility," it said, "to meet my comrades and your deaths." Izuku shielded himself from the swirling mist around him. He felt his feet leave the ground. He tried to steady himself, but felt himself tumbling head over heels through the black fog for what felt like an eternity. He fell. Opening his eyes, Izuku's stomach lurched to his throat as he plummeted headfirst out of the portal into the water below him. Instinctively, he straightened his body and gracefully entered into the water. His mask helped serve as a short-term respirator for these kinds of situations, so he wasn't worried about drowning. Repositioning himself in the water, he began to swim to the surface. A warping quirk, Izuku thought. Makes sense how they got here. Izuku felt the water around him shift. Someone else was in the water with him. Looking around, he saw something approaching his position with alarming speed. It had the body of a man, but the head of a mutated shark. It had to be a villain. It was nearly upon him, opening its maw wide. A green blur came into Izuku's field of vision. It was Aizawa, dragging Mineta along behind her, moving quickly through the water and slamming her flippered feet into the villain's jaw, knocking it aloft. "Hey, Midoriya!" she said, surprisingly well considering they were underwater. She extended a long pink tongue from her mouth, wrapping it around Midoriya, carrying both Mineta and him towards the ship floating in the water ahead of them. Breaking to the surface, she lifted Izuku and dropped him on the deck of the ship. Close behind him, she dropped Mineta as well. Once the two of them were safe, she began to climb up the side of the ship. "Thank you, Aizawa," said Midoriya. "You saved me." "I told you to call me Tsu," she said. "Sorry. This is turning out to be a terrible day of class," said Tsu. "Yeah," Izuku agreed. "They knew our schedule and who would be here. They must have gotten into the school files during the break-in. With the students were panicking and the teachers were dealing with reporters outside, it would have been the perfect time." "Hey, hold on a second," said Mineta. "It's not like these guys could really kill Almight. Once he shows up, he'll pound those villains until there's nothing left." Izuku wasn't so optimistic. The villains had gotten the drop on them, giving them the advantage, as well as had a plethora of potential hostages with all the students there. Not only that, but as indicated by 13, Almight had already used up a significant amount of his power, so even if he did show up, he may be in no condition to help at all. "Think about it though," said Tsu, as if reading his mind. "If the villains spent so much time planning this attack, they'd probably have figured out a way to kill him. Besides, didn't you hear what the smoke guy said? Maybe we should worry more about not getting tortured to death. Otherwise, we might not survive long enough to see Almight again." Izuku was impressed. Along with her prowess with her quirk, she was also very intelligent. Not only did she save them both, but she was able to determine the villain's intentions and able to assess the situation logically, all the while keeping her mind cool. The same could not be said for Mineta. The reality of Tsu's words must have sunk into him pretty hard, as he suddenly became very pale beneath his mask and began to shake profusely. "No, the pros are gonna save us, right?" he asked Izuku imploringly. Before he could answer, the sound of several loud splashes in the water around them interrupted their conversation. The fish villain was back, and this time he had backup. Within moments, their boat was surrounded by at least a dozen aquatic villains. "Bad guys!" Mineta shrieked. Seeing Mineta in a state of panic, Izuku could feel the fear he felt at the entrance of the USJ creep back into his mind. Maybe Aizawa is right, he thought. If they're here for Almight, they may have a way to defeat him. Worse, they may know about his time limit. One thing that bothered Izuku, however, was why him out of all the heroes? Was it because his very existence discourages villains and evil? It would make sense. If the symbol of peace were to fall in battle, the aftershock of such an event would be pure chaos. If there was someone out there stronger than Almight, an evil that he couldn't defeat, then there would be nothing standing between that evil and the innocence of society. Even for Izuku, that thought was terrifying. Images began to flash through his head. Almight on the rooftop, suffocating in the sludge villain, the day he learned Kaken had died, the regret and guilt he felt knowing that it was his fault, and Bruce. A memory flashed through his mind of the night he met the Batman. The last words he said to him. "You, Izuku Midoriya, will become a hero. That I promise you." Izuku's resolve strengthened. It didn't matter right now what the reason for the villain attack was. It didn't matter right now what brought them here. It didn't even matter right now that Almight may not be able to save them. They were heroes in training, he was the protégé of the Dark Knight himself, and if he was going to die that day, he would die a hero's death, fighting till the end. They had to face this evil head-on, It's up to us then, said Izuku. Ajri and Mineta looked towards him, puzzled. We have to work together to keep each other safe, and to keep All Might safe. No one at UA knows this is happening. We're on our own. So let's do what we were born to do. Let's be heroes. Shoji, anything? Ida asked, not taking his eyes off the warping villain. Where is everyone? Shoji contorted several of his tentacle-like arms into different appendages, a couple of eyes, a few ears, etc. They were all working hard, scanning the vast expanse of the USJ facility. They've been scattered across the facility, he said. But our classmates are still here. The students remaining with 13 all sighed in relief. But what do we do? Asked Zero. The guy's not affected by physical attacks, and can apparently teleport stuff. Class rep, I've got a job for you, said 13 suddenly. Run to the school and tell the faculty what's going on here. The alarms aren't sounding, and our phones and radios aren't working right now. We're sealed off from the rest of the world. It'll be faster for you to run than for us to find whoever is jamming everything. Yes, but it would be disgraceful for me to leave you all behind, said Ida indignantly. Go Ida, said Sato, stepping forward in front of Ida. There are lots of alarms outside. That's why they're keeping us all trapped inside the USJ. As long as you can get outside, they won't follow, agreed Zero, joining Sato. So blow this bastard's mist away with those engine legs. Use your quirk to save others, said 13. Be a real hero. Ida was frightened. He didn't want to leave his friends and comrades behind, but he knew they were right. They were hopelessly outnumbered and outgunned. It was their only shot. Even if it is your only option, said the warp villain, launching his dark energy towards them. Are you really foolish enough to strategize in front of your enemy? It won't matter if you know what we're planning or not when I'm done with you. 13 shot back, activating his quirk. The black and purple energy swirled towards the opening at the end of 13's finger, absorbing it before it could reach them. Swallowing hard, Ida activated his engines and prepared to run. It was time to fight back. What do you mean fight? Screamed Mineta. Are you crazy? Those guys might be able to kill All Might and you think that we can take them? Did you hit your head when we got warped here? Mineta was near hysterics. Izuku couldn't blame him. But now was no time to panic. Izuku and Ajri were already observing their opposition in the water. There were over a dozen of them, simply floating in the water, waiting. Those villains down there clearly have an advantage in the water, and assume that's where we'll fight, said Izuku. Are you even listening? Said Mineta. If that's the case, said Ajri, ignoring Mineta. They must have known what was inside the USJ before they warped in. Yeah, Izuku agreed. But something wasn't adding up. But for a group with such careful planning, something really sticks out to me. They sent you here, Ajri dash. Ribbit. Tsu, Izuku corrected himself. They warped you to the shipwreck zone. What does that matter? Said Mineta. It means the villains probably have no idea who has what quirk, said Izuku. You've got a point there, said Ajri. If they knew I was a frog, they would have sent me to the fire zone. They separated us so they could overpower us in smaller groups, said Izuku. Classic divide and conquer. But we can use that to our advantage. For all they know, the three of us could be super powerful, and that's why none of them are trying to climb into the boat. But that means they're not going to underestimate us either. Izuku reached into his utility belt, pulling out a small, round device. I think I have a plan, but I need to know everything about your quirks. Well, said Ajri, I can pretty much do anything a frog can do, jump high, cling to pretty much any wall, and can stick my tongue out about 20 meters. I can also secrete a toxic mucus, but it only stings a bit. Interesting, said Izuku. Pretty useful. What about you, Mineta? Mineta reached up and plucked one of the round spheres of his head. I've got these sticky balls, he said, placing it on the wall of the boat. Their strength varies. Depending on how I'm feeling, they might stick to something for a whole day. They grow back as fast as I can pull them off. The only thing they don't stick to is me. Said Izuku. That might be just what we need here. We don't have much time, so here's what we're going to do. He held up the small device. This is an ice grenade. It'll encapsulate anyone caught in its range within ice in seconds. Where did you get that? Asked Azri curiously. Borrowed tech from one of Batman's longtime villains, said Izuku. It should create a big enough distraction for us to make our escape. Tsu, how far would you be able to jump to the shore with the two of us? Not as far as it would be by myself, she said. Probably 20 to 30 meters. That should be enough, said Izuku, taking out his grapple gun. If you can get us within range of the shoreline, I can use this to take us the rest of the way. But what if your ice grenade doesn't trap them all? Said Mineta nervously. That's where you come in, said Izuku. While Tsu leaps away with us, you need to throw as many of those sticky balls as you can at them. With luck, they'll get stuck together, or at least it will restrict their swimming. Sounds like dash. Without warning, there was a large explosion near the aft of the ship, and it rocked violently in the water. Izuku steadied himself, and looked back towards the noise. To his horror, half the ship was sinking. One of the villains must have got tired of waiting and decided to try and force them into the water. They would be submerged in a matter of seconds. Mineta began to panic. We're fish food! He screamed. Azri was still surprisingly calm. Mineta, are you sure this hero thing is really right for you? Shut up! Snapped Mineta. It's weirder not to be scared right now. We just got out of junior high, and I didn't think I'd be facing death so soon after joining UA Dash. Izuku slapped Mineta across the face with a loud smack. Mineta stared at him, dumbstruck and clutching his cheek. You have to stay calm, said Izuku. I know you're scared. I'm scared too. But if we're going to survive this, it's now or never. Now be the hero I know you can be and fight. Mineta nodded. Okay, I'm ready. Me too, said Azri. Izuku positioned himself on the side of the ship. Good, now let's get the hell off this boat. And with that, he leaped off the side of the boat and into the air. Time to make Kaken proud. Stupid move, kid, said an aquatic villain. Izuku had jumped off the boat and towards the villains. They hadn't noticed the device in his hand. They all prepared for their attack as soon as Izuku hit the water. In a flash, Izuku threw the ice grenade, which hit the water with a small splash. What was that? Said the fish villain. I don't know, said another villain. Where did it go? There was a large flash, and the villains found themselves quickly being encased in ice. What the hell? Shouted a villain. Why ice? How did he AAUUGH? The ice stopped, trapping nearly 10 villains in its wake. The trap extended at least 20 meters, and those villains that weren't trapped quickly swam away to get out of its way. Now was their chance to escape. Tsu, Mineta, now! Izuku shouted. Azri leaped from the ship with Mineta in tow. Izuku felt Azri's tongue wrap around his torso and pull him closer towards them. The other villains began to realize what they were doing and attempted to follow them. This time, Mineta was ready, throwing sticky ball after sticky ball in their direction. The villains began to falter, some sticking to each other, and others sticking to themselves, no longer able to swim. Not too shabby, said Azri. You guys are amazing. I guess we passed the shipwreck zone, said Izuku, launching his grappler gun to the shoreline. Now let's get back to the others. In the landslide zone, Todoroki was using his own ice powers to subdue the villains he was facing. So the plan was to scatter us, and then kill us, he said, casually strolling up to the frozen villains. You were woefully unprepared. In fact, it looks to me as though you've had no training. You haven't the slightest idea how to use your quirks. The villains all stared in terror as Todoroki walked past them. He had given them no chance to attack. The moment they walked there, they were overwhelmed at the sheer power of his quirk. 2 more villains attempted to get the jump on him, but were easily encased in ice themselves. These villains seemed to him to be just pawns, not as threatening as they first appeared. More like street thugs than actual supervillains. From what he could tell, there seemed to be only a few dangerous people here: the warping villain, the hand villain, and that large bird creature. What they needed was more information. They needed to know who their attackers were, and what they could do. Listen well, he said to the villains. If you stay frozen, your cells will slowly die as your body succumbs to frostbite and hypothermia. He heard several of the villains whimpering in fear. Luckily for you, I want to be a hero, so I'd like to avoid any unnecessary cruelty. He walked towards one of the frozen villains, placing his hand an inch away from his face, frost flowing freely from his hand towards the villain, who began to cry. But, said Todoroki, I can only do that if you tell me how you plan to kill Almight. Ah, black hole, said the warp villain. A quirk that sucks up matter and turns it to dust. Such an astounding power. There seemed to be no end to the black energy that this villain was putting out. 13 had been sucking up the power for at least a minute, trying to buy Ida enough time for him to escape. If he couldn't open a window wide enough for him, there would be no hope for them to warn the others of the danger they were in. You're a rescue hero, 13. The warp villain continued. Skilled at saving people from disasters. The villain began to form another warp portal. Consequently, that means that you have little fighting experience or battlefield awareness. A huge warp gate appeared behind 13, taking the hero by surprise. With a sickening crunching sound, 13's back completely ripped open as the force of his own quirk began to tear him to shreds. How unfortunate, said the warp villain mockingly. You've turned yourself into dust. 13 collapsed in a heap. I'm sorry, he said. He got me. 13, shouted Mina. Ida, get out of here now, said Sato. Ida wasted no time. With an eruption from his calf engines, he sped around the warp villain at lightning speed. But the villain was fast as well. A sheep trying to escape from the wolves, said the villain. We can't have that. A warp gate opened above Ida. The villain was attempting to warp in front of him and stop him in his tracks. But the students were ready. Shoji leaped and wrapped his arms around the villain, rolling him out of Ida's way. Run! He shouted. I've got him! Ida made a break for it. He was close to the doors. He had to make it outside. He couldn't let anything stop him from saving his friends. Impertinent child! Shouted the warp villain. He shook Shoji loose and was gaining on Ida. I have no time for this. Be gone! Ida was enveloped in the black mist. Ida closed his eyes as the mist encased him. He had failed. But the mist began to dissipate. Ida opened his eyes and looked back to see the villain floating away. Uraraka was grabbing hold of the metal collar that the villain was emanating from. He's wearing some kind of weird armor, she said. He must have a body somewhere in there. She threw the collar high into the air, and the villain went with it. Run, Ida! As the villain flew into the air, he tried to rally and fly towards Ida, who was prying the doors of the USJ open. A large line of tape was shot from Siro's arm and attached to the back of his armor. Sato seized the tape and began to swing the villain around through the air with his immense strength, finally launching him inward towards the USJ, away from Ida. Ida was outside. In a flash of light and a roar of an engine, he was gone. The villain was helpless but to watch as Ida ran off into the distance. He was going to call for backup. The pros would be upon them soon. The villain knew that they had failed. Izuku hoisted himself onto the shoreline, reattaching his grappling hook to his belt. They had made it away from the shipwreck and the water villains. Now they had to quickly find the teachers and their classmates. If they worked together, they might be able to push back the villains and alert the main campus. Izuku saw Aizawa in the distance. He was still fighting off the surrounding villains, but his movements were slower. He was getting tired. The hand villain seemed to have gotten tired of waiting and advanced on him. Aizawa launched his binding towards the villain, who deftly caught it in his hand and continued charging. Aizawa lunged himself towards the villain, striking him in the torso with his elbow. But on closer inspection, Izuku saw that the villain had caught it in his hand. Aizawa's elbow turned an ashen gray in the villain's grip. His shirt sleeve began to crumble as if made of paper. His skin cracked and broke, falling off and turning to dust, exposing the red muscle underneath. Aizawa leaped backward, his elbow destroyed. The villains seized their chance and advanced on him. Though one arm was useless, he continued to hold the villains off, but his attacks were slower, weaker. That annoying quirk of yours isn't suited for drawn-out fights against big groups, is it? Izuku heard the hand villain say. Don't you think you're a little out of your element here, Eraserhead? But despite knowing that, you didn't hesitate to jump into the middle of this fight. To put your students at ease. More villains attacked Aizawa, who evaded them, trapped them in binding, and threw them into each other. He faced the hand villain, breathing heavily, bindings in hand. And look at you, said the hand villain. You're still standing. You really are so cool. Oh, by the way, hero. I'm not the end boss. Aizawa looked up as a large shadow loomed over him. The large bird creature was standing over him. Izuku watched in horror as the creature began to beat his teacher mercilessly. You can erase people's powers, said the hand man. That's irritating, but it's nothing impressive. When faced with true, devastating power, you might as well be a quirkless child. The creature snapped Aizawa's arm like a twig, causing him to cry out in pain. It smashed his head into the ground, his blood spattering across the floor. Izuku couldn't take it anymore. Let him go! The hand man turned towards the noise. Izuku was charging at full speed towards him, batarangs at the ready. No one was going to die today, not while he was here. Leaping into the air, he threw his batarangs towards the villain. Noma, said the villain lazily. With blinding speed, the bird creature jumped in front of the hand villain, shielding him. The batarangs collided with his skin, but dropped to the ground as if their razor edges were made from tinfoil. Ajui seized her chance, using her tongue to move Aizawa away from danger. Fall, you bastard! Izuku screamed, throwing every explosive he had at the creature, batarangs, grenades, everything. Smoke billowed and villains were thrown backwards in the blast. After his supply was exhausted, Izuku stopped. The monster was unharmed. No, Izuku thought, horrified. That's not possible. Then it dawned on him. This was the ace up their sleeve. This was what they were going to use to kill Almight. Being so close to it, and witnessing its power, he was afraid it really could. That was pretty close, said the hand man, picking up one of the discarded batarangs. But you're not using a quirk. How interesting. Suddenly, the warp villain appeared beside the hand man. Tamara Shigaraki, he said. Kurojairi. The hand man, Shigaraki said back. Did you kill 13? The hero is out of commission, said Kurojairi. But I was unable to scatter all of the students, and one of them got out of the facility. What? Shigaraki said angrily. He began to scratch agitatedly at his neck. Kurojairi, you fool! If you weren't our warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body. He scratched harder, growling and twitching like a rabid dog. There's no way we can win if dozens of pros show up to stop us, he said, finally calming himself. It's game over. Let's go home. Izuku was taken aback. This was their game over? If this creature really was strong enough to beat All Might, why would they run now? Shigaraki turned to face Izuku. But before we go, he said, let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken. He ran towards Izuku with surprising speed, thrusting his hand towards Izuku's face. Izuku winced, preparing himself for what came next. He underestimated Shigaraki, not expecting him to move so quickly. He didn't have time to get out of the way, and now he was upon him. He felt Shigaraki's fingertips touch his face. But nothing happened. Shigaraki grunted impatiently, turning to the broken Aizawa being supported by Mineta and Ajui. He was using his quirk. You really are so cool, said Shigaraki. Izuku acted instinctively. He grabbed the batarang Shigaraki was holding and stabbed it into the villain's hand, deep enough that it sliced through and stuck out the other side. Shigaraki roared in pain and anger, kicking Izuku in the torso, sending him backwards. Izuku rolled and sprang to his feet and reached for more batarangs, but he was out. You little brat, snarled Shigaraki, ripping the batarang out of his hand. You cheating little bastard. I'm done with you. Noma! He ordered, turning to the creature. It launched itself with speed that would rival Ida's, grabbing hold of Izuku. He struggled to free himself from its grip, but it was too strong. The creature wrapped its hand around Izuku's head. It would only take a small amount of pressure for this creature to crush his head like a grape. Mineta reached for the sticky balls on his head, and Tsu launched her tongue towards Izuku to grab him, but it was a futile effort. There was no more time. He was out of time. It was over. He braced himself for the inevitable. "I'm sorry, Bruce," thought Izuku. "Forgive me, Kaken." A large explosion shook the foundations of the facility. Izuku opened his eyes and looked towards the source. The front doors of the USJ were blown right of their hinges. Dust and debris billowed from the open entryway. As the dust settled, a single figure stood among the wreckage. "There is no need to fear, students," said All Might. "I am here." Chapter 15: The Heroes. The entire USJ was silent as All Might marched through the front gate. Even the attacking villains stopped and stared in awe and terror at the symbol of peace. But something was different about All Might this time. He wasn't smiling. All Might was cursing himself on the way here, and hadn't stopped since he reached the USJ. "I can't believe all this went down while I was resting," he thought angrily. He had not been able to raise Aizawa or 13 on their phones and had grown worried. The principal had encouraged him to rest, and not to worry, but All Might couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Gathering enough strength as he could muster, he made his way to the USJ, running into a frantic and frightened Ida along the way. "I hate to think of how frightened these children must be," he thought shamefully, looking down at the heavily damaged 13 as he passed. "And how hard my colleagues had to fight in order to protect them. The only thing I can do now is to reassure them that everything is going to be okay. That is my duty as the symbol of peace." He reached up to his tie and tore it from his neck, casting the shreds aside. He was going to make sure these villains paid for their transgression. Shigaraki and Nomu seemed to have lost complete interest in Izuku and his friends. Nomu had released Izuku, and Ajiri had pulled him to safety. "After all this waiting," said Shigaraki, "the heroic piece of trash shows up." "Holy crap, it's All Might," said one of the villains. "I've never seen him in person before," said another. "I didn't expect him to be so huge." "This is no time to talk, you idiots," shouted a steel-armed villain. "If we're quick we can kill Dash." In the blink of an eye, the villains were incapacitated. All Might still moved at blinding speed, even with his injury. Izuku knew he must be pushing himself past his limit, but did a great job at hiding it. He made his way towards Shigaraki and Nomu, looking towards the barely conscious Aizawa. "Took you long enough," said Aizawa. "I'm sorry," said All Might. "I should have been here." In another flash, Izuku found himself being carried away from the villains. All Might had carried all of them, including the injured Aizawa, away to safety. "Everybody back to the entrance," he said. "And take Aizawa with you. He doesn't have much time." Mineta and Ajiri obeyed at once, running towards the entrance, supporting Aizawa as they went. Izuku, however, stayed put. This was the second time that All Might had saved him from certain death. "All Might," Izuku began. But he was interrupted. Shigaraki seemed to be in the middle of a conniption fit. He had his hand covering his face, the force of All Might's speed knocking his mask off. "No, no, no!" he said angrily. "It wasn't supposed to go this way." He knelt down and picked up the severed hand that dropped from his face. "He's still fast, father. Somehow he managed to hit me." He placed his mask back on and sighed. "Of course a government hero relies on violence," he said. "I wasn't prepared. I couldn't even see him when he moved. But he's not as fast as I thought he would be. Not as fast as he used to be. I guess it's true after all." A perverse smile broke out across Shigaraki's face beneath his mask. "All Might really is getting weaker." Izuku swallowed. His fear was confirmed. They somehow knew that All Might was losing his power, and were planning on using that to their advantage with Nomu, who was undoubtedly at its physical prime. "All Might," he said. "You can't fight him." "I threw enough explosives at the brain villain to destroy a building, and it didn't even faze him at all. He's too strong, Dash." "Young Midoriya," said All Might, holding up a hand, his trademark smile returning. I got this. Without another word, he charged towards Shigaraki. Carolina! Noma! Said Shigaraki. Smash! Noma had stepped in front of Shigaraki just in time, unaffected from the force of All Might's smash. The Noma let out a guttural, high-pitched sound as its wandering eyes focused on All Might. It lunged at him, trying to grab him. All Might ducked under his arms, following up with a haymaker to its torso. I guess Midoriya wasn't wrong saying you were strong, he said. Let's try this. He began to lay a barrage of attacks to the Noma's face, each one stronger than the last. The Noma still seemed unfazed, continuing its attempts to seize him. Noma has shock absorption, All Might, said Shigaraki. The only way you are going to hurt him is to slowly gouge out his flesh. Of course, I don't think he'll sit back and let you do that. He giggled with glee. You've finally met your match, All Might. Thanks for telling me how to beat him, said All Might, getting behind Noma and throwing him into a suplex. All I have to do is wear him down, and it's on to you. Izuku shielded himself from the blast of All Might's suplex, dust and debris flowing upward and out into a cloud around them. Izuku didn't want to stay on the sidelines, but he didn't dare get involved. They were moving so fast it was hard to see, and if he tried to help, he would just get in the way, or worse, be taken hostage. The best he could do was get to a safe distance, and try to help the others escape. As much as he hated him, he had no choice but to put his faith in All Might. Izuku took out his grapple gun, looking for a good place to zipline away. But before he could, he looked in horror towards All Might and the Nomu as the dust settled. The warp villain was back, and he had used his quirk to bring Warp the Noma through the ground, his head sticking out a few feet below All Might, finally allowing the creature to grab hold of him. What's worse, he was grabbing him right on his injury. Blood began to seep from All Might's mouth and side where Nomu's large fingers began to bury themselves deeper. You were trying to bury him in the concrete so he couldn't move anymore, said Shigaraki. But that won't work. Noma's as strong as you are. That won't stop him. He turned to the warp villain. Nice work, Kurojiri. We have him right where we want him. All Might let go of the Noma and began to struggle at its hand, trying to remove its fingers from his side. The Noma began to sink deeper into the warp gate, until All Might was sticking halfway out of it. Normally I wouldn't want blood and viscera flooding the insides of my warp gates, said Kurojiri. But I'll make an exception for a hero as great as you. The gate began to close around All Might, who grunted in pain as it grew tighter. I'm going to enjoy tearing you to pieces. Izuku couldn't go now. No matter the cost, no matter how he felt about him, he wasn't going to let them kill All Might. He launched the grapple hook towards Kurojiri, latching onto his armor. He growled in surprise and anger as the grapple line reeled him in towards Izuku, who, upon reaching him, slammed his armor into the ground. Shigaraki flinched in surprise as his trump card disappeared from his side. As if on cue, a path of ice quickly crept across the ground, freezing the Noma's entire right side in ice. It was Todoroki. One of your poorly trained thugs told me you're here because you think you can kill All Might, he said. With the Noma frozen and Kurojiri subdued, All Might loosened the monster's grip on him and thrust himself towards his two students. Shigaraki looked up in alarm as he saw Kirishima flying towards him, narrowly dodging his oncoming attack. Kurojiri tried to move under Izuku's hand, but Izuku pressed down harder on his armored body. Don't even think about it, Izuku snarled, taking a stun gun from his belt and sticking it against the villain's armor plating. Electricity seared around the villain, who roared in pain as his dark mist sputtered and flared erratically. This is enough electricity to stop the hearts of 5 men. Interesting that a being made of mist has to wear armor. You must be protecting some kind of body under there. Try to move an inch again, and I'll zap you into your next life. Kurojiri growled in frustration, but did not move. Kurojiri, said Shigaraki irritably. How could you let this brat get the better of you? You've gotten us into a real jam here. He scratched his neck inquisitively. They escaped uninjured and captured my 2 strongest men. Kids these days really are amazing. They make the League of Villains look like amateurs. Can't have that. Nomu, he added, turning to the creature. The creature pulled itself through the warp gate and tried to stand. There was a sickening crunching sound and the creature's frozen arm and leg broke off. Izuku blanched. How was this thing still moving? The creature's eyes rolled back into its head. The ice broke off from his body, and new muscle began to sprout from his body, replacing his missing appendages. What is this? Said Almight. I thought you said his quirk was shock absorption. I didn't say that was his only quirk, sneered Shigaraki. Nomu has been modified to take you on even at 100% of your power. He's basically a highly efficient punching bag that hits back. Shigaraki turned to Izuku. First we need to free our method of escape. Nomu. The Nomu was fast. Very fast. As fast as All Might, maybe even faster. Before he could even blink, Izuku heard what sounded like an explosion, and was thrown away from his captive, hitting the ground hard where his friend stood. Kirishima rushed to his side, helping him up. When Izuku stood to get his bearings back, he saw the Nomu was standing by Shigaraki, with the warp villain Kurogyri in hand. All Might was gone. What happened? Said Kirishima. Where's All Might? He was answered by a cough coming from the shattered wall behind them. A cloud of dust billowed around the rubble and debris, dissipating slowly to reveal a panting All Might, his once nice suit and shirt torn and frayed from the Nomu's attack. Izuku began to understand. The Nomu hadn't thrown him, All Might had protected him from its attack. These are kids, said All Might. These are kids and you didn't hold back? I didn't have much choice, said Shigaraki. He was threatening my companion. Besides, these kids are no angels. He held up his bloodied hand, nodding towards Izuku. This brat stabbed me with one of his throwing knives. This won't heal overnight, you know, and will more than likely cause permanent damage. What kind of hero does something like that? You think you can get away with being as violent as you want if you say it's for the sake of others. That pisses me off. Why do some people get to decide that some violent acts are heroic and others are villainous? Casting judgment on what's good and what's evil. You think you're the symbol of peace? You're just another government-sponsored instrument of violence. And violence always breeds more violence. All Might did not look convinced. You're nothing but a lunatic. He spat back. Criminals like you always try to make your actions sound noble. But you're only doing this because you like it. Isn't that right? Shigaraki didn't answer, but his silence spoke volumes. All Might had him figured out. Kirishima, Todoroki, said Izuku quietly. Wait for my signal. They nodded to him. All Might clenched his teeth. He only had little more than a minute in this form. His power was declining rapidly, more so than he anticipated. He had to stop these villains and save these kids no matter the cost. But he had to do it fast. Nomu, Kurogyri, kill him, said Shigaraki. I'll deal with the children. Let's clear this level and dash. Shigaraki was interrupted by a loud boom beside the Nomu. Kurogyri shrieked in pain as the back of his plate armor erupted in an explosion of flames and smoke, sending him flying over the heads of All Might and the students. Izuku was holding a detonator behind his back. The mine he had placed on Kurogyri's armor had worked perfectly. Kurogyri! Shigaraki shouted. No, 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 and oh! Now! With lightning speed, Izuku ziplined over to Shigaraki, knocking him off his feet with a flying kick. Shigaraki turned to see why the Nomu wasn't there to protect him, but saw that its legs were once again encased in ice, preventing it from moving. Shigaraki clambered to his feet, narrowly dodging an onslaught of attacks by Kirishima and Izuku. He was faster than them, but only just. All Might seized his chance and charged the Nomu. Wrapping his arms around the monster's torso, he ripped it from its ice entrapment and flung it into the air. Leaping up with it, they began a flurry of simultaneous attacks against each other, each punch an explosion of kinetic energy and power. Izuku and Kirishima continued their fight with Shigaraki, who began to sweat. Kurogyri was nowhere in sight. Their way out was once again taken from them, and the pros could be here any minute. These brats were stronger than even he had anticipated, and the green-haired one had managed to outmaneuver him. That pissed him off. That pissed him off a lot. The USJ shook violently as All Might and the Nomu returned to ground below in their struggle, sending a powerful shockwave that sent Shigaraki and the students flying. Izuku grabbed onto Kirishima and shot a grapple hook into a nearby support beam. Todoroki put up a pillar of ice, protecting him from the blast. Shigaraki flipped in midair, steadying himself and landing several meters away from where he was. All Might and the Nomu's fists collided together. The Nomu's arms seemed to buckle under the force of All Might's blow, but he quickly recovered. Their blows continued, but All Might's began to slow. The creature took advantage of his momentary lapse and began to land its heavy fists on All Might's bloodied side. The symbol of peace faltered, trying to rally, increasing his attacks, but the Nomu was able to meet them easily. This is bad, thought Izuku. He's almost out of time. His blows are getting weaker. If this keeps up, the Nomu's gonna kill him. Todoroki! Shouted Izuku to his comrade. Use your ice! They're moving too fast, said Todoroki. I can't risk hitting All Might. Your time is over, symbol of peace, shouted Shigaraki shrilly. You're old, you're weak, and your brats are next. The Nomu landed another blow onto All Might, sending him to the ground below. The Nomu slammed his large foot onto All Might's head, pinning him to the ground. All Might struggled to remove it, but it was too strong. Damn it, thought All Might. My power is decreasing. I can't get this guy off me. This was looking bad. Very bad. The children were in danger. If he couldn't stop this beast, they would surely die. He couldn't fail them, not now. But the Nomu didn't let up, and All Might could hear his bones cracking, his blood flowing freely, and Shigaraki laughing in perverse glee. There was a huge crashing explosion and a flash of light, and the Nomu was knocked backwards with tremendous force. Shigaraki's laughs were abruptly cut short, replaced instead by angry confusion. "NOMU!" he shouted. "How? What could possibly hurt my Nomu?" He turned to find the source of the blast, and his question was answered. Rolling through the open gates of the USJ was an enormous, tank-like vehicle. It was heavily armored, with huge treaded wheels and various assorted mounted weapons, smoke emanating from the largest sitting atop it. "What the hell is that?" shouted Shigaraki in surprise. Izuku recognized it on the spot. It was the Batmobile. "Batman!" shouted Izuku, waving his arms. "We're down here!" The Batmobile rolled forward down the steps towards them. The remaining villains watching the fight between All Might and Nomu began attacking it. The Batmobile fired its various railguns mounted to it, mowing the villains down. Izuku knew they were only rubber bullets, but they still wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. As the Batmobile reached ground level, more people came through the entrance behind it, the UA teachers, led by none other than their class rep, Ida. "Our first priority is the safety of the students," said Principal Nizu. The teachers broke off and started rounding up and beating the remaining villains scattered about the USJ. The Nomu emerged from the wreckage, seemingly unscathed. The Batmobile launched more rockets, and the Nomu was thrown backwards several more times. Izuku gasped. Each rocket was powerful enough to levy buildings, and with each blast, the Nomu was thrown backwards further and further. Its shock absorption quirk was weakening. This meant that it wasn't limitless. It could be hurt after all. "Are you going to lay there all day, All Might?" Izuku heard Bruce's voice projected over the Batmobile's speakers. "Or are you going to finish this monster?" As if on cue, All Might stood from the crater made from Nomu's attacks. "I was only catching my breath," said All Might. "Thanks for warming him up for me, Bats." All Might, having got his second wind, rushed the Nomu in a flash. "You may be able to match me at 100%, said All Might. "But not when I crank it up to 1,000,000%. All Might's blows became quicker, and the Nomu wasn't able to catch up, with each blow landing its speed and durability decreased. All Might threw an uppercut, launching the Nomu into the air. Following closely behind it, the Nomu tried to strike All Might, who grabbed its arm and threw it with tremendous force into the ground below. "This can't be happening!" shouted Shigaraki angrily. "Now for a lesson," said All Might. "You may have heard these words before, But I'll teach you what they really mean. As the Noma struggled to its feet, All Might reared back, placing every last ounce of power he had left into this final blow. Go beyond. Plus dash. He launched his fist into the Noma's abdomen. The blow erupted into a flash of light, the kinetic energy from All Might's sheer power unleashing into it. Ultra! The Noma was launched into the air, crashing outside of the USJ outer walls, and disappearing from sight into the distance. Shigaraki stared at the hole in the wall where his Noma was launched through. His gaze fell back upon All Might, on the Batmobile, and on the students. He cheated, he snarled angrily. Black mist began to swirl around him. Tamura Shigaraki, said Kurojiri. His armor was broken and fractured, but otherwise intact. He was struggling to control his mist, which frayed and sputtered erratically from his armor. We cannot win this, we have to leave! But I arg! Shigaraki screeched in pain. The hero's snipe had shot him several times. He collapsed in a heap, and Kurojiri swirled around him, trying to open a warp gate. He turned his gaze towards All Might. I may have failed to kill you this time, said Shigaraki. But your days are numbered. All Might, symbol of peace, I will kill you! The warp gate closed. They were gone. The top hatch of the Batmobile opened up, and Batman leaped out of it with ease. Izuku ran towards him. You're here, he said. I thought you were in Gotham. How did you know? The watchtower teleported me here, said Batman. The Batcomputer lost track of you an hour ago, and I wasn't able to reach you on your comm link. I knew something was wrong. He looked Izuku up and down. But you look no worse for wear. Looks like your training wasn't a total waste. Nice work, kid. He looked over towards Kirishima and Todoroki, the former looking starstruck and the latter as passive as usual. Batman simply nodded, and turned back towards the Batmobile. I expect a full report on what happened here, he said before jumping back into the Batmobile. It roared back to life and drove off through the front gate, the sound of its engines growing softer as it drove further away. Kirishima placed his hands on Izuku's shoulders, beaming at him. That was so cool, he said happily. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. Shigaraki spilled onto the floor of the hideout, a darkened dive bar, his blood seeping onto the floor. Shot in both arms and legs, he grunted angrily. All those underlings wiped out. Even Noma was beaten. He struggled as he tried to lift himself up, but the pain was too great. We failed. Those kids were so strong. And the symbol of peace wasn't weakened at all. He lifted his head towards the television at the end of the bar table before him. You were wrong, Master! So wrong! No, a voice that came out of the television replied. I wasn't. We just weren't as prepared as we should have been. I agree, said a second voice. We underestimated them. Thankfully we failed under that cheap League of Villains name, and not our own. And what about the creature the Master and I created? Where is Nomu? Yes, said the first voice. Why is he not with you? He was blown away, said Kurojiri. What? Said the second voice incredulously. It was All Might's doing, said Kurojiri. And the interference of some upstart in a tank we didn't foresee. I believe one of the students called him Batman. Batman? Said the first voice. Interesting. Without the precise coordinates to his location, I couldn't use my warp to bring Nomu with us, said Kurojiri. We didn't have any time to search for him. This is a travesty, said the second voice angrily. And after all we did to make him as powerful as All Might. Well, I suppose it can't be helped, said the first voice. Unfortunately. Power, said Shigaraki. That reminds me, one of the children didn't use a quirk. I don't think he actually had one. Yet he was still able to help protect All Might and even subdue Kurojiri twice. Oh? Said the first voice, interested. If he hadn't gotten in our way. Shigaraki clawed at the floor angrily. We might have killed the symbol of peace. Images of Izuku flashed through Shigaraki's mind. That brat. That brat. Naturally you're upset, said the first voice. But this was not a futile mission. We learned many things. Gather the villainous elite. Take all the time you need. I need to remain hidden in the shadows, which is why I need you to be my face. A symbol of your own. Tamura Shigaraki, next time you will show the world why it should be afraid of you. Chapter 16 The Aftermath. The attack on the USJ left everyone shaken. The phones rang off the hook from reporters, parents, and concerned citizens, demanding to speak to Nizu or anyone who could tell them why the kids in their charge were in such danger. Reports about the incident and the League of Villains were on every news channel, magazine, and web forum available. Over 72 villains were arrested after the attack, but they were all low-level thugs or petty criminals, and they all said they were approached by Shigaraki and Kurojiiri and told they would be paid handsomely to help them kill Almight and a few school kids. None of them had ever heard of their benefactors before nor knew anything about their whereabouts. In the conference room back at UA High, Principal Nizu, Almight, Vlad King, Snipe, and Midnight were all listening to the report presented by Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, who was assigned to the case. "We've been doing everything we can to find something on the so-called League of Villains," he said. "We've made some progress, but can't find anything on the Shigaraki so far. We've searched our records for men in their 20s and 30s registered with some sort of disintegration quirk, but so far we've come up empty. Same for the warp villain, Kurojiiri. Our conclusion is that they are not citizens or they are using aliases. Hard to find, either way." "So what you're really saying is that we don't know anything," huffed Vlad King. "We've got to track them down," said Snipe. "I shot their ringleader, but once he heals up he'll try pulling something like this again. What a pain. He did seem like the type," said Almight more to himself. "Is something on your mind, Almight?" said Nizu. "The attack on the USJ was too bold," said Almight. "No sane adult would ever attempt it. The ringleader kept monologuing about why he was there. He bragged about Nomu's many quirks, but never said a word about his own powers. When things didn't go his way, he was visibly upset, like he was going to throw a tantrum." Almight leaned back and sighed. "I guess bragging about Nomu's quirks was a quick way to draw me into a fight," he admitted. "That might be true," said Nizu. "But strategically it was foolish to reveal his quirks up front instead of keeping them a secret. Shigaraki made wild, immature claims," Almight continued. "But he did so with a straight face, for the most part. And he talked about Nomu like it was some kind of a pet. It seemed like he had never been told no before and like he thought things would go his way no matter what. He has the personality of a spoiled little brat, a man-child. A child with incredible power, though," said Vlad King. "What worries me," continued Detective Tsukachi, "is that this man-child got them all to follow his crazy plan. They viewed him as a real leader." "There is nothing more dangerous than a villain with a cause," said a gruff voice. The teachers turned to see the dark form of Batman standing in the doorway. "Hiya, Batsy," said Midnight, immediately batting her eyelashes. "Come to see little Omi?" "What are you doing here?" said Almight. "Batman has been brought in as a consultant of sorts," said Tsukachi. "He will be helping us in the investigation of the League of Villains." "You can't be serious." "I'm afraid so, Almight," replied Tsukachi. "Batman's forensic and deductive reasoning are unmatched. He has closed more criminal cases than any other hero agency and has on more than one occasion been cited as the world's greatest detective. Not to mention his ward, Izuku Midoriya, was one of the students involved in the USJ attack, so this case involves him as well." "I guess that makes sense," said Vlad King. "Criminals are starting to feel more pressure now that the world is brimming with heroes," said Batman. "It's not hard to see why they back such a simple-minded attack. But you are not seeing the big picture." "And what is that, Bruce?" said Almight. "This was an attempt on your life," said Batman. "That was Shigaraki's sole desire in this attack. He didn't want to leave the USJ until you arrived. He brought as many hired thugs as he could to help take you down. He wanted to kill the students as a way to break your spirit. He is obsessed with you, and wanted to kill you at all costs. That level of hatred for you is more than just criminal nature. This is psychosis. He was counting on his fingers as he went along, and paused. And then there's the gnome. This creature was specifically designed with you in mind. Not only did it have your strength and speed, but it had multiple quirks as well. We know that, said Almight. What's your point? It's too much of a coincidence for a creature such as this to have strength and speed to rival yours, said Batman. But to also have quirks that specifically counter your abilities, not to mention multiple quirks at that. Is this sounding familiar? Almight swallowed hard. So? I don't believe that this man-child is the one who orchestrated this event, Batman continued. He's much too immature and impulsive. The warped villain even seemed to serve as his handler more than as his subordinate. The Nomu is a product of genetic engineering that hasn't been seen since the appearance of Doomsday. More coincidence, and I don't believe in coincidence. You're suggesting that there's a force behind Shigaraki? Said Snipe. I'm not suggesting it, said Batman. I know it for a fact. Everything is pointing back to All Might, so it has to be someone with a connection to him. Someone with an axe to grind. It's only going to be a matter of time before this mastermind reveals himself, whether by choice or by force. We need to be prepared. All the teachers glanced at each other anxiously. How do we prepare against something like that? Midnight began. Batman was gone. He does that, All Might said, rolling his eyes. Do you think we can trust him? Said Vlad King. All Might sighed. I don't. But I don't think we have any choice. And I have to admit, everything he said makes sense. If anyone can get to the bottom of what's going on with the League of Villains, it's Batman. Izuku sat at his desk, his classmates chatting around him. The school was closed yesterday, the day after the attack on the USJ. They wanted the students to have a little break after facing villainy and almost certain death. Izuku found it impossible to relax, spending his entire day off training at the warehouse. Izuku was angry. He had worked so hard to become ready for UA, pushed himself past his breaking points, but it still wasn't enough. He had only barely survived the villain attack. If Batman, All Might, and the other teachers hadn't shown up when they did, the Noma and the villains would have killed them all. He wasn't strong enough to stop them. Despite all his training, he still wasn't strong enough. He tried his best to ignore what he was feeling, to push through them as he trained harder than ever. But All Might's words just continued to ring in his head. Can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Midoriya! Izuku jumped, shaken from his thoughts. Kirishima was trying to get his attention. Sorry, he apologized. Did I startle you? No, you're fine, said Izuku. What were you saying? We were just talking about how Batman showed up in a tank, said Kirishima excitedly. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, said Sato. And seeing All Might fight that bird guy, that dude was super strong and he still destroyed him. Yes, said Tokoyami. The Batman's arsenal, and All Might's strength, they are both a thing of wonder. Attention, said Ida, speed walking to the front of the room. Homeroom class is about to begin. Everyone please stop talking and take your seats. But we're all sitting already. I wonder who's going to be our teacher today, Mina said. I don't know, said Ajui. Mr. Aizawa is still in the hospital recovering from his injuries. As if on cue, the door to the classroom opened to reveal a heavily bandaged but otherwise standing Aizawa. He was covered from head to toe in medical wrappings, with both arms encased in casts and suspended by slings. They even wrapped his face in bandages, obscuring it completely. Morning, class, he said sardonically. Mr. Aizawa, said the class in collective surprise. Whoa, what a pro, said Kiminari. Mr. Aizawa, said Ida, raising his hand. I am glad that you're okay. You call that okay? Said Uraraka. My well-being is irrelevant, said Aizawa as he limped to the front of the class. What's more important is that your fight isn't over yet. Not more bad guys, said Mineta, ducking under his desk. Two little slits opened between his bandages to reveal Aizawa's bloodshot eyes. The UA Sports Festival is coming up. There was a long, silent pause at Aizawa's words, broken by Kirishima standing up and shouting, "Yes!" at the top of his lungs. "Hang on," said Jiro. "Is it really a good idea to have the sports festival so soon after the villain snuck inside? They could attack once we're all in the same place." Ojiro agreed. "Apparently the administration thinks that this is a good way to show the threat has been handled and that our school is safer than ever," said Aizawa. "Plus, they're beefing up security compared to past years. Several pro-heroes will be operating as security detail, and we have received a gracious donation of the latest in security, disaster response and facial recognition technology, courtesy of Wayne Enterprises." He shot Izuku a quick glance. That meant that Batman himself would be ready to spring into action should anyone try to set foot inside the sports festival who shouldn't. "This is a huge opportunity for all students at UA," Aizawa continued. "It's not something we can cancel because of a few villains. Our sports festival is one of the most widely watched in the entire world. In the past, everyone obsessed over the Olympic Games. But then quirks started appearing. Now the Olympics have been drastically reduced in terms of scale and viewership. For anyone who cares about competition, this is the only tournament that matters." "That's right," agreed Yaoyorozu. "Hero agencies everywhere will be watching. This is where you get scouted." "Sure, unless you're dead," muttered Mineta glumly. "Joining a famous hero agency can garner you greater experience and popularity," said Aizawa. "That's why the festival matters. If you want to go pro one day, then this event could open that path for you. 1 chance a year, 3 chances in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this festival. That means you better not slack off on your training," he added sternly. "Class is dismissed." The bell rang for lunch, and the students of Class 1A were beside themselves with excitement about the upcoming sports festival. "The villain stuff sucked, sure," said Kirishima. "But I'm pumped for these games. We put on a good show and we're basically on the road to being pros," said Zero. "We get so few chances," said Fumikame. "We have to make the most of this." "Deku! Ida!" said Uraraka intensely. "Let's do our best in the sports festival." Ida was agreeing vehemently, but Izuku was silent. He had been working in his journal all day, not even paying attention to the lectures in class. Hearing about the sports festival had only fueled his already fervent obsession with improving himself. This was a chance to show the world what he could do, even without a quirk. He had to make the most of this. He had to stand out. But he wasn't sure how. He had his utility belt, his tools, his training, but it wasn't enough. He needed something stronger. He needed to be stronger. "Deku?" said Uraraka. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," said Ida. "You look like you're distracted." "Huh," said Izuku. "Oh, I'm fine. Well, maybe a little distracted." "Are you worried about the festival?" said Ida. "No." "Well, yes, I dunno," said Izuku. "It's hard to explain. I've been thinking a lot about the villain attack, and the festival as well. I wasn't strong enough to really help during the villain attack. I'm trying to think of something that could help me get stronger. You all have amazing quirks that help you stand out, but I don't have anything." "Not true," said Ida. "You have your training at the hands of Batman, and your various tools will surely give you an advantage." "Yeah, Deku," said Uraraka. "I saw you take on those villains with Todoroki and Kirishima. You were amazing." "I guess," said Izuku, unconvinced. "Whenever I need confidence," said Uraraka, "I always think back to the reason why I decided to become a hero. My parents have always struggled financially, and I want to help them so they can live the rest of their lives in comfort. You know, I don't think you've ever talked about why you want to become a hero. Maybe it could help you." "That's not a bad idea," said Ida. "What are your reasons you wanted to become a hero, Midoriya?" Izuku hesitated. "I haven't told many people about this," he said slowly, turning away. "There was someone I admired once. I guess you could say he was my friend. We had known each other for a long time. He was everything I wanted to be: smart, strong, confident, and with a powerful quirk." "I remember," said Uraraka. The friend you were talking about on the bus ride to the USJ, right? Yeah, said Izuku. Well, something happened to him. Something I wasn't able to stop. Something no one was able to stop. Izuku trailed off, but Uraraka and Ida understood. I'm sorry, Deku, said Uraraka. It's fine, said Izuku. But there are times I wish he was here. He would have loved it here. And whenever I'm upset or don't know what to do, I always think to myself, what would he do? How would Dash? Izuku froze. Midoriya? Said Ida. Are you okay? Asked Uraraka worriedly. That's it, Izuku said, smiling. That's it. Izuku turned on his heel and ran down the hallway, leaving Uraraka and Ida standing there confused. He would apologize to them later. Right now he had to get to the support lab. He was so excited. He had found the answer to his problem, and it was all thanks to Kaken. Chapter 17: The Sports Festival. It had been a week since Aizawa had announced the sports festival. Previews and advertisements for the festival had exploded everywhere, reminding Izuku of what he had in store for him. In a way, Izuku found the anxiety he felt about the festival ironic. He had survived 10 months Batman's training, grueling fights in the underground, merciless training at the hands of Aizawa, and even a villain attack. But the sports festival was a chance for him to really shine, and show those who doubted him that he truly deserved to be where he was. Not just that, but to prove it to himself as well. He just hoped that his trump card would be enough. He had worked tirelessly in the support lab in an attempt to create his newest weapon. It was more powerful and dangerous than any other weapon in his arsenal, and required delicate precision. The festival was in 2 weeks, and if he stayed on task, it should be finished in time for the festival, but there wouldn't be much time for testing. He supposed that the sports festival itself would make for an adequate field test for the device. If he didn't inadvertently kill anyone, that is. He was going over their schematics when the bell sounded for the end of their study hall. Uraraka, Izuku and Ida were preparing to head to lunch when Uraraka stopped at the door abruptly. It was as if the whole school was standing outside their classroom. They didn't say a word, simply staring at Class 1A in hushed silence. Said Uraraka nervously. Why are you all standing outside our classroom? Do you have some sort of business with our class? Asked Ida. Why are you blocking our doorway? Said Mineta indignantly. I won't let you hold us hostage. Izuku scanned the class. Most of them had looks of fear and anxiety on their faces, as if they were staring into a cage filled with angry tigers. They were obviously here to size up their competition. They were the only class to survive a real villain attack after all. As Izuku stepped forward, the students turned to him, whispering and murmuring. That's him. The quirkless guy. Didn't you hear? He's being sponsored by Batman. Batman? Is he the next Robin? He doesn't look like much. Don't let that fool you, he's really strong. I wonder how many gadgets he has in his utility belt. All right, everyone, said Ida. We all have places to be, please let us through. So this is Class 1A? Said a drawling voice from the crowd. A student stepped forward to the front of the horde. He had wavy purple hair that stood straight upward. His eyes had deep shadows under them, as if he hadn't slept in days. He strongly reminded Izuku of Aizawa. I heard you guys were impressive, he continued. But after looking at you, I'm sad to find you're just a bunch of egomaniacs. I wanted to be in the hero course too, but like many others here, I was forced to choose a different path. Such is life. The student turned his gaze towards Izuku, looking him up and down. The whole school is talking about you, he said. How you somehow got into the course without a quirk. You even had a sponsorship from one of the biggest pro heroes in the world. It must be nice to have such connections to take you places. That's not fair, said Uraraka angrily. Izuku has proved himself time and again that he deserves to be here. If you say so, said the student, shrugging. But fancy gadgets and gizmos can only provide a showy front. Without them, are you really as strong as you think you are? Izuku didn't answer, but didn't avert his gaze either. The student stared back at him, as if he wanted Izuku to answer him. Eventually, he turned back to the class. I didn't cut it the first time around, but now I have another chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can transfer us to the hero course, and they'll have to transfer people out to make room. I'm here to let you know that if you don't bring your very best, I'll steal your spot right from under you. Consider this a declaration of war. Some of the students in Class 1A glanced about nervously. The student returned his glaring gaze to Izuku. He didn't feel threatened by this declaration of war. Instead, Izuku couldn't help but feel his interest piqued. This student exuded confidence and determination, more so than any of the other students before him. Izuku had no doubt that this student had a powerful quirk, and wondered what the reason could be he was not accepted into the hero program. Hey you! Shouted another voice. Izuku and the others turned to see an animated student with a fierce look on his face running towards them. He had sharp teeth and wavy silver hair. His eyes were intense and sharp. I'm from Class 1B next door to you, he said loudly. He spoke quickly and angrily, looking at Izuku as if he just stepped in his dinner. He continued on his tirade about how Class 1A are arrogant and egotistical, but Izuku tuned him out. People seemed to really hate them, despite the fact they almost lost their lives barely a week ago. It was as if they were being blamed for being attacked by the villains. More than that, as the purple-haired student had demonstrated, people still couldn't fully believe in the possibility of a quirkless hero. Once again, Izuku's talents and abilities were being overshadowed by the fact that he didn't have a quirk. He had just about enough of it. He didn't care about sponsors, fame, or notoriety. He had one goal for the sports festival, and only one: to show the world that the powerless can be powerful. It was the morning of the festival. The stadium outside the school was packed to bursting with people. Pro heroes from all over the country were there, reporters, local celebrities, vendors, fans and enthusiasts, all chomping at the bit for a taste of what awaited them within the stadium walls. The students of UA had trained tirelessly. This was the chance of a lifetime for them to showcase their skills. Pro heroes in training hoping for an internship at an agency, support students looking to showcase their creations for the various companies in attendance, general education students aiming for scholarships into the colleges of their choice. Even the business students were taking advantage of the situation by selling various UA merchandise and swag. This was the place where dreams came true. Izuku and his classmates were all waiting in the Class 1A waiting room. There they were able to change into their gym uniforms and prepare for the first events. "Ah man," said Aishido glumly. "I was really hoping I could wear my costume." "At least everyone will be in uniforms," said Ojiro. "That will keep things fair, right?" "What about you, Midoriya?" asked Kirishima excitedly. "What kind of gadgets are you going to be using today?" Izuku had thought long and hard about this. He had to fill out a form a couple of weeks ago detailing the support items he was going to be using. He had his secret weapon, but he didn't want to use it too early in the festival. He had been wrestling with the desire to keep his utility belt, but the words of that purple-haired student kept echoing in his head: fancy gadgets and gizmos can only provide a showy front. Without them, are you really as strong as you think you are? He was standing in front of his locker, holding his belt in his hand. Uraraka came up beside him. "Are you okay?" she asked, concerned. "I'm fine," said Izuku. "You shouldn't let what that boy said rattle you," Uraraka said. "After everything you have done and been through with us, you deserve to be here just as much as the rest of us." Izuku looked back at his utility belt. "But what if he's right?" he asked. "What if all I am is just a bunch of showy gadgets?" "How is that any different from using a quirk?" asked Shoji. "What do you mean?" "Each of us were gifted with different abilities," Shoji explained. "But most people tend to think that having a great quirk makes you unstoppable, but in reality, it often causes them to over-rely on their quirks. Eventually, that catches up to them." He walked over to Izuku, placing a hand upon his shoulder. "I have seen you in combat, Midoriya. Your abilities are not limited to what is in that belt. You have the innate ability to think on your feet, to strategize and to use your environment around you to your advantage, no matter the situation. These are the skills that are going to help you in this festival." Izuku felt as if an immense weight was lifted off his shoulders. Thank you, Shoji, said Izuku. Shoji nodded, and returned to his locker to finish preparing. I wonder what they have in store for us during the first round, said Sato nervously. No matter what they've prepared for us, we must persevere, said Tokoyami. All right, everyone, said Ida, coming through the door. Get your game faces on, we're entering the arena soon. The students all began their preparations. Mineta stood next to Izuku, chanting, Swallow your fear, to himself. Izuku had felt much more confident now after Shoji's words, and wrapped his utility belt around his waist. He was ready. Midoriya! Came a voice from behind him. Izuku turned to see Todoroki approaching him. What's up, Todoroki? Said Izuku. Todoroki looked Izuku up and down. I think that from an objective standpoint, it's fairly clear that I'm stronger than you, he said bluntly. Is that so? Said Izuku. Last time we battled, you caught me off guard, Todoroki continued. That won't happen again. I see, Izuku said. I have noticed that Almight has taken a strong interest in you, said Todoroki. I won't pry as to what's going on between you two. Just know that I will beat you. What's with all these declarations of war? Said Kaminari. Yeah, what's the big deal? Said Kirishima, placing his hand on Todoroki's shoulder. Why are you picking a fight all of a sudden? We're not here to be each other's friends, said Todoroki, knocking Kirishima's hand away. Don't forget, this isn't a team effort. He turned and began to walk away. Izuku felt his anger boil deep inside him. Nice monologue, Todoroki, said Izuku. Now you listen to this. I don't know what you've got going through your head. And you're right, you do have more power than me. In fact, you probably have more potential than anyone in this room. But it wasn't luck or chance that I was able to beat you last time. You believe that your power made you unstoppable, and in your hubris I was able to exploit your weakness. I expect better from you, Todoroki. You better come at me with everything you've got, because I'm coming for you. And I won't hold back this time. Todoroki stared back at Izuku, his face passive, but his eyes intense. Fine, he said simply, and walked away. Fireworks exploded above the stadium. The crowd of observers were cheering in exponential exuberance. The UA Sports Festival was about to begin. Welcome back to the UA Sports Festival! President Mick's voice blasted over the PA systems, although it was debatable whether or not he really needed them. Where up-and-coming heroes leave everything on the field as they fight for the chance to achieve worldwide fame and celebrity. This first group are no strangers to the spotlight. You know them for withstanding a villain attack, the dazzling students lighting up your TVs with solid gold skills. The Hero Course students of Class 1A. Izuku and his classmates marched onto the field. He took a moment to gaze around him as he walked, taking in the sheer amount of people in the stands. He knew there would be a lot, but he was still taken aback at their numbers. I hope we are still able to give our best performances despite all these eyes watching us, said Ida. I suppose it's just one of the aspects of being a hero we all have to get used to. President Mike continued to introduce the rest of the courses: Hero Course Class 1B, General Studies Classes C, D, and E, Support Classes F, G, and H, and Business Classes I, J, and K. They all approached the introduction podium where Midnight was waiting for them. A few of the students commented about her revealing apparel, and whether or not it was appropriate for a school. Now, the introductory speech, shouted Midnight, cracking her nine-tails whip. And for the student pledge, we have. She turned and faced Izuku directly. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku felt his stomach drop to his feet. They chose him to be their representative? Of all people, why him? Was this a publicity stunt because he was the first Quirkless student to ever attend the UA Hero course? He must have been frozen in contemplation for a while because he was nudged forward by Ida. His legs were shaking as he slowly approached the podium. He could hear the other students murmur and question among themselves as to the teacher's choice for their representative. The stadium went deathly quiet as he reached the microphone. Izuku could feel himself being crushed by the weight of every single eye on him. Izuku cleared his throat. He said. He looked at his classmates. Uraraka and Ida were all giving him encouraging looks. He desperately racked his brain for anything to say. He was blowing it. He was. Something out of the corner of his eye caught his attention. Up in the VIP box, behind Midnight, sat two familiar faces that Izuku recognized instantly. An elderly man in an expensive pinstriped suit and bow tie, sporting a green foam finger, and holding a sign that read, Izuku Midoriya, the next one. And next to him was a tall, handsome man with a gaunt expression that Izuku knew only too well. Bruce and Alfred. Izuku barely suppressed a laugh. He felt the anxiety drain away, a new confidence flowing through him. He wasn't sure if they would have made it, and they were even there with a few people that Izuku didn't recognize. A tall, younger man with long black hair and a charming smile, and a beautiful young woman in a wheelchair. Both who were also cheering him on. Ahem, Midnight said, nodding towards the microphone. Izuku nodded, smiling. If you would have told me I would be where I'm standing now only a year ago, Izuku said, I would have laughed in your face. The first Quirkless student ever to be accepted into the hero course at UA. Someone I once looked up to, someone I admired as a hero, once told me that I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. But then someone else came along, someone who believed in me, who helped me get to where I am today, and told me something that has always encouraged me. You, Izuku Midoriya, will become a hero. That I promise. So to anyone here who is like me, who is told by others that their dreams are unrealistic, you simply tell them. Izuku raised his fist into the air. Go beyond. Plus ultra! The crowd erupted in thundering applause. Izuku returned to his class, and he was besieged by cheers, pats on the back and shoulders, and even a hug from Uraraka. Without further ado, said Midnight, it's time for us to get started. Chapter 18, The Obstacle Course. Without further ado, it's time to get things started, shouted Midnight into the microphone. This is where you begin feeling the pain. She raised her nine-tails whip upward and a large Jumbotron screen appeared behind her. The first fateful game of the festival, she said. What could it be? A large spinning object appeared on the screen, and the students waited for it to reveal their fates. After about 10 seconds, it abruptly stopped. Their first challenge was an obstacle course. All 11 classes will participate in this treacherous contest, said Midnight, the screen behind her outlining the course. The track is 4 kilometers around outside of the stadium. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least in this game, she added slyly, licking her lips. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart desires. Now then, take your place, contestants. The students all piled around towards the gate that led outside to the course. Izuku readied himself as he nervously watched the clock count down. 3. Bruce, Izuku thought. I know you picked me for a reason. 2. I'm not sure I completely know what those reasons are. 1. But I will make you proud. Begin! The students scrambled like a herd of spooked cattle towards the gate opening. As they got closer, the students began to smash and bump into each other, trying to push past towards the other end of the gate. Izuku hesitated before entering as all the students scratched, pushed, pulled and yelled themselves through. They're testing us, Izuku thought immediately. They're trying to see how we get through. A wave of ice erupted in the cramped space of the gate. Students slipped and slid, others found themselves stuck as the ground beneath them was frozen solid. Todoroki had obviously came to the same conclusion as Izuku, and was attempting to hinder the others' progression. Izuku wouldn't be so easy to stop. Leaping quickly to avoid the ice, Izuku pulled his grapple hook from his belt and fired upward. The hook embedded itself in the roof of the gateway, and Izuku was launched upward. Surveying his surroundings, he saw that Todoroki had already pulled ahead, while several other students, notably most of them from his class, were close behind him. Izuku even noticed the purple-haired student being carried through the ice by 4 other students. Izuku released the clamp of the grapple gun and launched it forward, latching onto the ground next to Todoroki. Izuku was propelled forward, but Todoroki must have noticed the grapple claw landing next to him, as he quickly froze the line solid, snapping it off from the claw. Izuku was propelled forward by the momentum of the grapple line, but stopped short onto the ice below. Thinking quickly, Izuku tumbled in air and landed on his feet, allowing the ice to carry him the rest of the way. Nice try, Todoroki, thought Izuku. Todoroki looked up as he saw Mineta leaping towards him, having launched the sticky balls on his head onto the ice and using them to springboard him forward. He was preparing to throw one directly at Todoroki when he was smacked across the face by a long, metal object. The students stopped short as before them was a wall of at least a dozen villain robots, the same robots from the entrance exam, including several of the zero-pointers. Todoroki wasted no time, placing a frozen hand on the ground and freezing the zero-point robots solid. "He stopped the robots," said one of the students. "Look! We can get through the legs!" shouted another. As they began to proceed, the zero-point robots began to wobble precariously. Izuku immediately knew what was going on. Todoroki purposefully froze the robots so they would be off balance. In seconds they would come crashing down, which would hinder the other students' progress further. But the force from the robots falling would cause a massive shockwave, and the other students could get hurt in the process. Izuku couldn't let that happen. He reached into his belt and pulled out 3 explosive batarangs, one for each robot. He had upped the explosive power on them since his fight with the Nomu, but he hoped it would be enough. With lightning speed, he threw each of them towards the falling robots, each one sticking in their giant, red optic sensor. The explosion knocked each of the robots backwards with tremendous force, sending them crashing down towards Todoroki. Startled, Todoroki quickly used his ice around him to protect himself from the shockwave. "Whoa!" came the voice of President Mike from the speakers overhead. Todoroki had pulled ahead with a devastating display of power, but Midoriya has completely countered him with a fantastic move of his own. These two are the ones to watch. It almost seems unfair, thoughts? Todoroki's attack was both offensive and defensive, came the muffled voice of Aizawa from the speakers. But Midoriya's attack seemed to be almost completely defensive. With his skills, he could have easily pulled forward and left the others to fend for themselves. Instead, he sacrificed time to stop the robots from falling forward, perhaps out of fear of them injuring others. Interesting. Midoriya doesn't seem to know the meaning of competition, said President Mike. Or perhaps he doesn't care, said Aizawa. In any case, these robot villains certainly don't stand a chance against these students' chart-topping moves, said President Mike. The smaller robots began to form up around the students in the wake of the zero-pointers. While the others balked at their approach, Izuku pushed forward. Reaching into his utility belt, he pulled out more explosive batarangs, throwing them towards a 1- and 3-point robot. They exploded on impact, destroying the 2 robots. A 2-point robot moved toward him, but Izuku was too fast for it. Sliding under its spider-like body, he pulled his explosive gel from his belt and sprayed it along the bottom of its belly. After reaching the other side, he pressed the detonator, and the robot exploded, its broken parts flying all over the course. The other students fought their way through more robots that began to converge on them. Izuku continued on. Up in the teacher's box, the UA staff watched the ensuing chaos below closely. Looks like all the pack leaders are from Class 1A, said Snipe. At least for now. It's not that 1B and the other students are doing poorly, said Almight. It's just that 1A has learned not to hesitate. They've seen what the real world is like. They've felt the fear of facing villains. Yet they fight on, trying to overcome that fear. They've all grown. Especially Midoriya, said 13. He seems as unstoppable as Todoroki. Batman trained him well. All Might had to admit, 13 was right. Midoriya was performing way above expectations, as usual. He was swift, strong, and was thinking on his feet. But it was more than that. Every other student on that field was looking out for number 1. Everyone except him. He knew that the students were in danger from those falling robots. Instead of using that to his advantage to pull ahead, he chose to put them out of harm's way. Placing others ahead of yourself, thought All Might. The mark of a true hero. He looked down towards the VIP box, where he knew Bruce and his family to be sitting. He quietly gasped in surprise as he did. Bruce was staring directly at him. Turning away, All Might tried to pretend he didn't notice, but he knew it was futile. Bruce was sending him a message, one he read all too loud and clear. "You were wrong. For those of you who thought the first obstacle was easy," said President Mike over the speakers, "let's see how you feel about the second one." Standing before the students was a great chasm that dropped at least 50 feet down. Within the chasm were narrow, flat-topped buttes and pillars, all connected together at the top by strands of rope. "When did they even have time to build something like this?" said Uraraka exasperatedly. Without a word, Aji crouched down and launched herself forward, landing easily on one of the connecting ropes. A pink-haired student from one of the support courses stepped forward. "This is the perfect chance to show off what I can do," she said gleefully. She launched a grapple line from a harness-like device she was wearing, the hook landing several pillars away. Without hesitation, flipped a switch on her boots, which began to emanate a loud humming sound, and leaped off of the edge and into the chasm. Her boots' grapple harness pulled her forward while her boots appeared to slow her initial fall and control her ascension. Uraraka was floored by this student's lack of hesitation. Gritting her teeth, she ran forward towards the chasm. "I won't lose," she said as she leaped forward. Todoroki slid easily across the iced ropes towards the other side of the chasm. He had lost track of Midoriya, but he had no doubt that he wasn't far behind, so he dared not stop, even to catch his breath. As if on cue, 3 batarangs flew past his head and embedded themselves in the ground in front of him, causing him to stop abruptly. Midoriya was running across the ropes quicker than an acrobat on a tightrope. He had thrown the batarangs, not with the intention of hitting Todoroki, but as a message. His eyes burned with a fiery intensity that burned into the depths of Todoroki's soul, his words echoing inside his ear, "I'm coming for you." "And now, we're finally approaching the last obstacle," said President Mike. "Everyone had better tread carefully, you're stepping onto a minefield." Todoroki approached the edge of an open dirt field between 2 giant signs that read, "Danger! Mines!" There were hundreds of circles grouped closely together, with not much space between them but a couple of footsteps. Todoroki couldn't risk using his eyes to make a path. It would give the other students behind him a way over as well. He had to admit this was clever, it put those in the lead at a disadvantage. He carefully made his way through the minefield as explosions went off around him, students being flown through the air for their carelessness. All except for one. Todoroki looked back in shock as he saw Izuku running swiftly through the minefield. His eyes were dashing back and forth between the ground and ahead, but his step had not slowed. He was approaching Todoroki quickly. Todoroki had no choice. He formed an ice path at his feet. It would end up helping the others, but there was no time to worry about them. Izuku and Todoroki were neck and neck, rushing towards the finish line. In desperation, Todoroki grabbed Izuku by the arm, with frost quickly forming on it. Izuku leaped aside, avoiding more mines, continuing to run. They were almost at the end of the field. Izuku leaped into the air, catching Todoroki off guard. He purposefully landed atop a mine directly in front of him. The mine exploded, throwing Todoroki off his feet and launching Izuku forward into the air. He flipped gracefully and landed on his feet into a full sprint. Todoroki regained his footing and rushed after him, but it was already too late. Izuku had reached the stadium. The race was over. "Izuku Midoriya is our champion!" President Mike bellowed over the speakers. The crowd roared with applause and cheers. Confetti dropped all around Izuku, who bent down on one knee, catching his breath. He looked up towards the VIP box, where Alfred, the long-haired man and the woman in the wheelchair cheered furiously. Bruce remained his regular stoic self, but offered him an approving smile and nod. The highest of compliments. Izuku had done it. He won the first event.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.